Pyramid of Giza. Mind blown, Cleopatra lived closer to the moon landing than to the construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza. And did you know Australia lost a war against emus? In 1932, the Great Emu War saw the Australian Army try and fail to control an out-of-control emu population. Napoleon was once attacked by a horde of rabbits. He ordered hundreds for a hunt, but when released, they swarmed him instead. A Roman recipe for concrete is still stronger than modern cement. Some ancient Roman structures remain intact after 2,000 years. The Eiffel Tower grows taller in summer due to heat expansion, sometimes by up to 6 inches. A man named Tsutomu Yamaguchi survived both atomic bombings in Japan, Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Oxford University was founded before the Aztec Empire. Oxford began teaching in 1096, while the Aztecs rose to power in the 1300s. The shortest war in history lasted just 38 minutes. It was between Britain and Zanzibar in 1896. Vikings reached America almost 500 years before Christopher Columbus. There was a direct telephone line between the White House and the Kremlin during the Cold War to prevent misunderstandings between the US and the Soviet Union. Which of these mind-blowing historical facts surprised you most? Let us know below and subscribe for more fascinating stories from history. The Library of Alexandria, a beacon of knowledge and learning in the ancient world. Established in the 3rd century BCE, it was one of the largest and most significant libraries of antiquity. It is said to have housed over 500,000 scrolls, including works by Homer, Plato and Socrates. But did you know that the library's destruction remains one of history's greatest mysteries? While many believe Julius Caesar's siege of Alexandria in 48 BCE to be the cause, others argue it was a series of events, including attacks by religious zealots and gradual neglect. Imagine the wealth of knowledge lost. Scientific treatises, literary masterpieces, and historical records, all gone. The Library of Alexandria reminds us of the fragility of human knowledge and the importance of preserving it for future generations. Intrigued by this lost treasure? Comment below and hit subscribe for more dives into the past. The Colossus of Rhodes, an engineering marvel and one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Standing approximately 33 meters high, this massive bronze statue depicted the sun god Helios and was erected on the Greek island of Rhodes in 280 BCE. Did you know that it only stood for 54 years before being toppled by an earthquake in 226 BCE? Despite its short-lived existence, the Colossus left an indelible mark on history. Ancient texts describe how the statue's remains lay where they fell for over 800 years, attracting curious travelers from far and wide. Imagine the awe and reverence it must have inspired, a symbol of unity and resilience for the people of Rhodes. Today, the Colossus serves as a powerful reminder of human ingenuity and the impermanence of even the grandest creations. If you found this fascinating, don't forget to like and subscribe for more incredible historical insights. The Hanging Gardens of Babylon, an elusive masterpiece shrouded in mystery and legend. Said to have been constructed around 600 BCE by King Nebuchadnezzar II for his homesick wife, Amytis of Media. These gardens are one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Imagine lush terraces brimming with exotic plants and cascading waterfalls, all in the heart of the arid Mesopotamian landscape. But here's the twist: no definitive archaeological evidence of the gardens has ever been found. Ancient texts describe the gardens in vivid detail, yet their exact location remains a tantalizing enigma. Some historians even debate whether they existed at all, or if they were a poetic creation of ancient writers. The Hanging Gardens, whether real or mythical, continue to captivate our imaginations, reminding us of the blurred lines between history and legend. Intrigued? Make sure to like and subscribe for more captivating historical mysteries. The Lighthouse of Alexandria, known as the Pharos of Alexandria, was an ancient marvel that guided mariners safely to the bustling port city of Alexandria, Egypt. Constructed around 280 BCE during the reign of Ptolemy II Philadelphus, this architectural wonder stood approximately 100 meters tall, making it one of the tallest man-made structures of its time. Imagine a towering beacon of light, its flame magnified by polished bronze mirrors, casting its glow far across the Mediterranean Sea. But here's something you might not know. The lighthouse endured multiple natural disasters over the centuries, including earthquakes in 956, 1303 and 1323 CE, which ultimately led to its demise. Despite its destruction, the Pharos left an indelible mark on history, influencing the design of lighthouses for centuries to come. Today, underwater archaeologists continue to explore the sunken ruins off the coast of Alexandria, hoping to uncover more secrets of this legendary structure. Isn't it fascinating how ancient ingenuity continues to inspire modern engineering? If you enjoyed this journey through time, don't forget to like and subscribe for more astonishing historical insights. The mausoleum at Halicarnassus, built around 350 BCE, was a tomb constructed for Mausolus, the Persian satrap of Korea, and his wife Artemisia II. Located in what is now Bodrum, Turkey, this grand structure stood approximately 45 meters tall and was adorned with intricate sculptures created by some of the most renowned Greek sculptors of the time. The mausoleum was so magnificent that it became one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, and its name has become synonymous with grand tombs, hence the term mausoleum. But here's a lesser-known fact. The mausoleum at Halicarnassus stood for nearly 1,800 years before it was largely destroyed by a series of earthquakes in the 13th century. The Knights of St. John of Rhodes later used its remaining stones to fortify their castle at Bodrum in the 15th century. Today, you can still see fragments of this once majestic structure both in Bodrum and in the British Museum in London, where some of the original sculptures are displayed. Isn't it extraordinary how a monument built to honor a single man has left such a lasting legacy? If this glimpse into the past piqued your interest, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe for more captivating historical tales. The statue of Zeus at Olympia, created by Phidias around 435 BCE, was a monumental tribute to the king of the Greek gods. Standing at 12 meters tall, it was crafted from ivory and gold-plated bronze. The statue depicted Zeus seated on an elaborate throne. It was one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. The statue's head nearly touched the temple roof, giving the illusion Zeus could stand up and shatter the ceiling. It inspired reverence and wonder. Eventually, it was lost to history. Like and subscribe for more intriguing tales from the past. The Temple of Artemis at Ephesus, one of the 7 wonders, was a grand tribute to the Greek goddess Artemis. Built around 550 BCE, it was renowned for its size and intricate sculptures. The temple was rebuilt 3 times, each more magnificent than the last. The original was destroyed by a flood in the 7th century BCE. Rebuilt, it was set ablaze by Herostratus in 356 BCE. Remarkably, it burned the night Alexander the Great was born. Plutarch claimed Artemis was preoccupied with Alexander's birth. The final version had 127 columns, each 18 meters high. It became a major pilgrimage site and symbol of Ephesus. Destroyed by a Gothic invasion in 268 CE and later by Christian zealots. Today only a single column remains, a reminder of its glory. The Temple of Artemis symbolizes human resilience and artistic excellence. Like other wonders, it continues to inspire awe. Thank you for joining us on this historical journey. If you enjoyed this, like and subscribe for more stories from the past. The Great Wall of China stretches over 13,000 miles across northern China. Built during the Ming dynasty, it protected Chinese states from invasions. The wall is a series of fortifications built over centuries. Initially made of earth, wood and reeds, it later used bricks and stones. The Great Wall also regulated trade and symbolized Chinese strength. Today, it stands as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Like and subscribe for more fascinating stories from the past. Discover the Terracotta Army, one of the 20th century's greatest archaeological finds. Unearthed in 1974 in Xi'an, China, these life-sized figures were buried with Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Over 8,000 soldiers, each uniquely detailed, reflect ancient China's military. Originally painted, exposure caused the colors to fade. Modern technology helps preserve some of these colors. The Terracotta Army offers insights into the Qin dynasty's history. Thank you for joining us. Like and subscribe for more. As we delve further into the annals of history, we encounter an artifact that revolutionized our understanding of ancient civilizations, the Rosetta Stone. Discovered in 1799 by French soldiers during Napoleon's Egyptian campaign, This granodiorite stele became the key to unlocking the long-lost language of ancient Egypt. The Rosetta Stone bears the same inscription in 3 different scripts: Greek, Demotic, and Egyptian hieroglyphs. At the time of its discovery, hieroglyphs were a mystery, their meanings lost to the sands of time. However, the Greek text, a known language, provided a vital clue. Scholars, including the renowned linguist Jean-François Champollion, painstakingly worked to decipher the hieroglyphs by comparing them to the Greek text, a breakthrough that opened the doors to understanding Egyptian civilization. One fascinating aspect of the Rosetta Stone is its content. Rather than being a grand historical narrative, the text is a decree issued in 196 BC by King Ptolemy V, affirming the royal cult and describing various tax exemptions and honors. Yet, its mundane nature belies its monumental impact on Egyptology. Today, the Rosetta Stone is housed in the British Museum, where it continues to captivate millions of visitors each year. It serves as a poignant reminder of the interconnectedness of human history and the profound impact of linguistic and cultural exchanges. Thank you for joining us on this historical journey. If you enjoyed learning about these astonishing facts, don't forget to like and subscribe for more fascinating stories from the past.
Agartha. Empire of the Hollow Light Episode I. The Awakening in the Shadow of the Eternal Himalayas, where the winds whispered secrets older than stone. There stood a monastery cloaked in snow and silence. Kadushan, but left at the gates on a night when thunder echoed beneath the earth and the sky itself shuddered. His eyes bore a light not seen in the others, so subtle that only those attuned to the hum of the earth would have noticed. But in the sacred chambers of Kadushan, the elders stirred. Scrolls fell from shelves, dust danced where it had not moved in 1,000 days, and in the depths of his sleep, Kellen heard a voice whisper through the marrow of the mountain. He was curious where others were silent, restless where others were still, and haunted by dreams of cities beneath stone, of glowing rivers and towers that sang. The last bastion of an ancient order sworn to guard mysteries too great for the surface world. There high above the clouds and untouched by time, monks moved with solemn grace through rituals unchanged for centuries. He did not sleep that night. He barely breathed. He had crossed a line no monk was meant to cross, but somehow he had not been stopped. Among them lived a boy, Kellen, not born of the order. The elder's face, worn by decades of stillness, now bore the weight of knowing. He said nothing at first, as if confirming something they had long feared. The gate stirs, and you must descend. It only sat beside Kellen in the cold light of morning, suspended in an atmosphere of shimmering energy. Trees with translucent leaves waved in unseen breezes. Beasts of wing and scale glided lazily above lakes of living light. Obelisks as tall as mountains stood singing in silence, and the air itself thrummed with life. Kellen's dreams were not dreams at all, and the pendant that had been left with him, a shard of black obsidian etched with a spiral, hanging at his neck. As he stepped forward, the glyphs pulsed, the stone groaned. Not machine with eyes like nebulae, and a voice that spoke not just in sound, but in thought, a sentinel of Agartha, till he reached a final threshold, an archway framed by pillars of crystal and humming with energy. The pendant burned against his chest. You are what was promised. The codex pulsed in his grip, and the gate, this living, breathing doorway, opened as if it had always known he would come. Is Agartha, the last light beneath your dying world. He saw memories not his own, the forging of the gates. The alliance with the surface, long forgotten, now awakened by the weakening of Earth's magnetic shield. The codex at his side now pulsed with his heartbeat. The pendant had fused to his chest. The gate was open. And others darker than Kellen had begun to move. And the wars that nearly unmade both worlds. Far beyond, seismic instruments twitched in panic. And deep in the abyss, where the pulse slept no longer, something vast and ancient opened its eyes. And you are its key. To touch it was to accept the burden of memory, sacrifice, and transformation. To reject it was to forget everything and return to the surface. Oh, what is this place? And the seal cracked open with a sigh that sounded almost like relief. His feet carried him to a sealed archway. The forbidden archive. guarded by inscriptions that pulsed faintly when he approached. No key, no chant. Before him stretched a skyless horizon, vast and glowing. A new world, under the world. The hollow light chose you.
Damn.
And now you must choose in return. Agartha. Pain lanced through every bone. Visions struck him like lightning. Of cities burning, of thrones broken, of stars dying and being born. The monks gathered as Kellen was brought to the Echo Cavern, a vast underground maw sealed by 9 glyphs older than language, past veins of crystal that glowed with inner fire, and caverns that whispered stories from walls that remembered. The deeper he went, the more the silence changed. It wasn't empty, it was waiting. The entrance had remained closed since the last surface war. The cost of opening it again was unknown. The stones simply parted, as though recognizing its own.
Ow.
The first tremor came at dawn. It is time, stronger, closer. The glyphs on the walls flared, and a voice echoed in his mind. That night, drawn by something he could not name, Kellen crept through ancient halls, lit only by moonlight. Inside, silence reigned, except for the slow beating of something deeper. Upon a pedestal of obsidian and crystal lay a single object, a book, though no ordinary one. Its cover shimmered like molten gold, and its pages rippled with symbols that shifted before his eyes. Somehow he understood them. The Codex of the Hollow Light had chosen him. The moment his fingers brushed its cover, a second tremor rippled through the mountain. The lumen bearer comes from surface breath, marked by dream and undying death. Beneath the crust, the gate shall rise. When stars align in bloodlit skies. Kellen staggered back, the codex in his arms, his mind ablaze. At dawn, Master Tenzir found him at the steps of the temple. "You were called," he finally said, in the echoing silence of the lower sanctum. Kellen approached, the codex in one hand. Darkness swallowed him whole. Downward he traveled, through winding tunnels that defied logic, hours, maybe days. Past in that descent, he stepped through, and the world changed. Gone was the choking dark. Land masses floated above glowing chasms. Kellen fell to his knees, overwhelmed, and a voice greeted him, metallic yet warm. "Welcome, Lumen Bearer. I am Theros." The city has waited. He turned to see a figure of gold and silver, not man. "You are the first surface dweller in 1,000 cycles to cross the veil unbidden. You carry the codex and the obsidian seal." Kellen stammered, barely able to find words. "This," Theros said, gesturing to the horizon that shimmered with impossible color. He was taken to the obsidian circle, a chamber of mirrored black stone where visions danced like ghosts. Then came the warning. A darkness had begun to stir, the abyssal pulse, once sealed in the deep. "You were summoned not by accident," Theros said. Kellen was brought before the flame of Vril, a living fire that flickered not with heat, but memory. He reached out, his heart a storm, his mind ablaze. The moment his fingers touched the flame, light poured through him like a flood. And then, silence. When Kellen opened his eyes, they were glowing with the hollow light. Theros bowed. "It is done. The awakening has begun." Above, in the monastery now blanketed in stillness, Master Tenzir felt it. Kellen had stepped through the gate, and the world would never be the same again.
Rude holds a fort at Lords as England reached 251 for 4 on day 1. London, Lord's Cricket Ground, day 1 review. The hallowed turf of Lords saw a gripping day 1 of the third test between India and England, with the hosts ending the day on 251 for 4, thanks to a masterful unbeaten 99 from Joe Root, who played a captain in all but name innings to anchor England after early setbacks. From the very first over, it was clear that both sides came with intent. India, buoyed by the return of Jasper Bumrah and the momentum from their emphatic win at Edgbaston, chose to bowl first under overcast skies. The early movement did not disappoint as Akash Deep, fresh from his 10-wicket haul in Birmingham, struck again with characteristic menace. India's fiery start, England's openers Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett began with positive strokes, but fell to the relentless probing of Bumrah and Akashdeep. Duckett was the first to go, edging behind for 21. Crawley followed not long after, undone by Bumrah's trademarking swinger. With the scoreboard reading 54-2, England looked wobbly, and it got worse when Ali Pope nicked off for just 12, courtesy of a sharp rise in delivery from Akashdeep, making it 75-3. Root to the rescue. Enter Joe Root. Calm, composed, and unflappable, he steadied the innings in a 100-plus stand with Harry Brook, who played fluently for his 57 before perishing to a peach from Siraj. Brook's knock was crucial in easing the pressure and giving Root the space to settle in. Root's innings was a masterclass in patience and precision. He left well, punished anything short, and was particularly strong off his pads. As the shadows lengthened at Lord's, Root edged closer to what would be his 31st Test 100, but stumps were drawn with him, tantalizingly poised on 99 not out. India's bowling prowess. India's bowlers were disciplined, with Bumrah and Akashdeep leading the attack superbly. The Duke's ball continued to talk, especially under cloud cover, but England's middle order managed to blunt the edge during the middle session. Ravindra Jadeja kept things tight from one end, while Washington Sundar offered a few testing spells late in the day. However, the absence of a second spinner was felt slightly as Root and Brook accumulated steadily through the afternoon. Key numbers. Joe Root in 99 not out 215 balls, 11 fours, classical, composed, and still hungry. Harry Brook, 57 98 balls, counterattacking class. Akashdeep, 2 for 61, continues to be India's breakout bowling star. Bumrah, 1 for 53, returned with rhythm and bite. Siraj, 1 for 49, lively and persistent as ever. Looking ahead, day 2. England will look to push past 350, ideally with Root reaching 3 figures early on. The presence of Ben Stokes at the crease, batting on 39 not out, means fireworks may be ahead if India don't strike early. For India, the second new ball looms large. With Bumrah and Akashdeep both looking threatening in their second spells, wickets with a fresh ball could decisively tilt the balance. Day 1 verdict evenly poised. A battle of attrition and skill, with Root's blade writing yet another chapter of his lord's legacy.
And every heartbeat feel the roar, with bat and ball, will legends born. Colors bright, the picture light, for India will always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glories flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Manchester magic and mayhem, Pan's bravery, Stokes' strike, and England's ruthless reply. It was a day where courage danced with calamity, where history walked out wearing a moon boot, and where India's grip on the fourth test loosened under relentless pressure of England's opening salvo. Day 2 of the Manchester test will be remembered not only for the scoreboard swings, but for the sheer audacity of Rishabh Pant and the calculated aggression of Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley. Pant's brave heart act. Morning at Old Trafford began quietly, overcast, cool and unsuspecting. But before long, Rishabh Pant seized the day's narrative, limping down the stairs, bat in hand, striding out with a fractured foot that should have kept him out for weeks. The roar from the Manchester crowd wasn't just noise, it was recognition of grit, of guts, of a cricketer who redefined commitment. Pant's 54 off 75 wasn't a cameo, it was a warrior's charge. He hit his 90th six in Test cricket, equaling Sehwag's Indian record, and surpassed Alex Stewart to notch the most Test runs by a wicketkeeper in a series in England. It was cricket theatre at its purest, a limping hero, an expectant crowd, and a series on the edge. Stokes finds his magic, but Pant's bravery could only drag India to 358. A total that looked robust but not imposing. That's largely because Ben Stokes turned back the years with the ball, aggressive, inventive, relentless. His 5-wicket haul, 5 for 72, was his first in 8 years. Whether it was trapping combos with a ball that kissed the outside edge or pitching it up with sharp movement, Stokes showed why he's more than captain, he's an instigator. The supporting act came from Jofra Archer 3 for 73, but it was Stokes who held the script. His 16 wickets in the series so far mark his most prolific Test series with the ball, surpassing even his Ashes debut heroics. Duckett and Crawley, demolition men. Then came England's counterpunch. A brutal, clinical, boundary-laced partnership from Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley that drained every ounce of energy from the Indian attack. In just 46 overs, the pair added 166 runs, flattening any plans India might have had for taking control. Duckett was merciless. He scored 94 runs, finding the boundary behind square leg with surgical precision. Not one of his first 50 runs came through the offside, an oddity that underlined his control of line. One flick through mid-wicket from a good-length delivery had the crowd chanting before the ball crossed the rope. Crawley, more circumspect, endured early discomfort, including a rising snort from Boomer that struck his bottom hand. But once settled, his 84-run effort was filled with glorious drives and firm resolve. The ease with which he punished anything remotely full made India's bowlers look out of sorts. Indian bowlers misfire. It was India's bowling truly let the side down. Tactics were muddled, lengths inconsistent. The Duke's ball, notorious for getting dangerous after the 15th of October overs, was not exploited. Unsure combos, the debutant, was expensive early on, and while Siraj and Boomer tried, the discipline wasn't there. England raced along at nearly 5 runs per over, and even when Jadeja removed Crawley and combos got Duckett late in the day, the damage had been done. By stumps, England had racked up 225 for 2, trailing by just 133 runs with 2 fresh batters, Ollie Pope and Joe Root, ready to resume. Looking ahead, Day 2 closed with a poignant sense of what if for India. Pant gave them heart. Stokes showed them how. But Duckett and Crawley exposed a bowling unit in its rethinking and recalibration. Day 3 will now be pivotal. If India can't strike early and often, England could run away with the match in the series. They bowled to the left, they bowled to the right. The chant in the party stand said it all. India need to respond, and fast.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every plane of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
The escalating Guyana-Venezuela border dispute and its global ramifications. Introduction. The territorial dispute between Guyana and Venezuela over the Essequibo region has reached a critical juncture. Over the past few years, tensions have intensified due to geopolitical interests, energy resources, and nationalistic fervor. Today, March 1, 2025, the crisis escalated significantly as a Venezuelan military vessel entered Guyana's waters and issued threats to oil production facilities. The United States has warned Venezuela over its actions, bringing this dispute to the forefront of international concern. This report examines a historical background, recent developments, geopolitical implications, and potential resolutions to conflict. Historical context. The border dispute dates back to the colonial era, with Venezuela contesting the 1899 arbitral award that granted Essequibo to British Guiana, now Guyana. Despite the 1966 Geneva Agreement, which provided a framework for negotiations, Venezuela has consistently challenged Guyana's sovereignty over the region. The dispute gained renewed urgency in 2015 after ExxonMobil discovered significant oil reserves in offshore Guyanese waters, leading Venezuela to intensify its claims. Recent developments leading to March 1, 2025. December 2023. Venezuela held a referendum on whether to annex Essequibo, claiming overwhelming support for integration. Despite international condemnation, Venezuela proceeded with plans to assert control over the region. February 2024, Venezuela bolstered its military presence near the Guyanese border. Brazil, concerned about regional instability, reinforced its own border security. March 2024, Venezuela passed a law officially designating Essequibo as a new Venezuelan state, leading Guyana to escalate its case to the International Court of Justice, ICJ. February 2025, a suspected Venezuelan-backed militia attack in Guyana's Cuyuni River region resulted in the injury of 6 Guyanese soldiers. March 1st, 2025, latest developments. 1. Incursion into Guyana's waters. At approximately 7 a.m., a Venezuelan Coast Guard patrol ship entered Guyana's exclusive economic zone, EEZ, threatening oil production vessels, including ExxonMobil's FPSO Prosperity. The Venezuelan vessel issued a radio transmission declaring that the FPSO was operating in disputed international waters. Workers aboard the oil facilities reported distress, with many fearing for their safety. 2. Response from Guyana. President Irfan Ali held an emergency national address, condemning the incursion as a grave violation of international law. The government of Guyana summoned the Venezuelan ambassador to formally object to the military actions. Guyana's foreign ministry engaged with international partners, including CARICOM, the United Nations, and the Commonwealth, to raise awareness of the threat. The Guyana Defense Force, GDF, increased monitoring of the region and deployed additional naval patrols. 3. International reactions. The United States issued a stern warning to Venezuela, stating, Venezuelan naval vessels threatening ExxonMobil's floating production, storage, and offloading FPSO unit is unacceptable and a clear violation of Guyana's internationally recognized maritime territory. Further provocation will result in consequences for the Maduro regime. CARICOM and the Organization of American States, OAS, expressed full solidarity with Guyana, calling for de-escalation and respect for international law. Brazil reinforced its northern border, with military officials cautioning against any further Venezuelan aggression. The United Kingdom dispatched a naval vessel to the Caribbean as a show of support for Guyana's sovereignty. Geopolitical implications. 1. Regional stability. Venezuela's actions have increased the risk of military confrontation in South America. Brazil's involvement could deter an outright invasion, but regional stability remains fragile. 2. Energy security. Guyana's vast offshore oil reserves have made it a critical player in global energy markets. Any disruption to oil production due to conflict would have ripple effects, affecting global oil prices and investment confidence. 3. U.S. and international involvement. With ExxonMobil's operations at risk, U.S. intervention appears likely. The Biden administration has signaled readiness to impose sanctions or deploy military assets if necessary. 4. China's position. China has economic interests in both Guyana and Venezuela. While it has remained neutral, its position could shift based on potential disruptions to energy supply chains. 5. ICJ proceedings. The International Court of Justice, ICJ, is expected to deliver a ruling on the territorial dispute later in 2025. However, Venezuela's willingness to abide by the decision remains in question. Potential resolutions. 1. Diplomatic mediation. United Nations mediation, a UN-led initiative, could help de-escalate tensions. CARICOM and OAS diplomatic engagement. Regional organizations could serve as neutral mediators. 2. ICJ ruling enforcement. If the ICJ rules in favor of Guyana, international pressure will be critical in ensuring Venezuela's compliance. The UN Security Council could impose diplomatic and economic sanctions on Venezuela if it refuses to recognize the ruling. 3. Military deterrence. The U.S., Brazil, and the U.K. could increase their military presence to deter further aggression, strengthening Guyana's defense capabilities through foreign assistance. Conclusion. The Guyana-Venezuela dispute has entered a volatile phase, with military provocations threatening regional stability. The international community must act swiftly to prevent further escalation. Diplomatic solutions remain preferable, but strong deterrence measures will be necessary to uphold Guyana's sovereignty and international law. The coming months will be decisive in shaping the future of this crisis.
Welcome to the wonders of the universe. Today we're diving into some mind-bending space facts that will leave you in awe. Prepare to have your perception of reality challenged as we journey through the cosmos, exploring the strange, the unbelievable, and the utterly fascinating. From diamond planets to the smell of space, get ready to expand your cosmic horizons. Imagine a planet so extravagant, so opulent, that it would make even the most decadent earthly treasures pale in comparison. Now envision this planet composed almost entirely of pure crystallized carbon. Friends, we are talking about a diamond planet, a celestial body twice the size of Earth, gleaming like a beacon in the vast cosmic darkness. This is 55 Cancri E, a super-Earth exoplanet located some 40 light-years away in the constellation of Cancer. Discovered in 2004, 55 Cancri E races around its sun-like star at a breakneck speed, completing an orbit in a mere 18 hours. But here's where things get really interesting. This planet isn't just rich in carbon, it's practically swimming in it. Deep beneath its surface, under unimaginable pressure and heat, carbon atoms have bonded together, forming a planet-sized diamond. Imagine the possibilities. The sheer size of this diamond would dwarf any gemstone ever unearthed on our planet. It's estimated to be worth a staggering $26.9 non-alien. That's a 26 followed by 30 zeros. If we could somehow get our hands on this cosmic treasure, it would revolutionize industries, economies, and even our understanding of planetary formation. But alas, 55 Cancri E remains tantalizingly out of reach, a sparkling testament to the universe's boundless capacity for wonder and extravagance. It serves as a cosmic reminder that somewhere out there, amidst the swirling nebulae and distant galaxies, lie wonders beyond our wildest dreams. And who knows what other treasures await our discovery as we continue to probe the universe's infinite mysteries? Time, as we experience it here on Earth, is a constant, a steady drumbeat that governs our lives. But venture out into the cosmos, and you'll discover that time is a much more fluid concept, bending and warping under the influence of gravity and celestial mechanics. Take Venus, our closest planetary neighbor, for instance. This scorching world, often shrouded in thick, toxic clouds, holds the bizarre distinction of having a day longer than its year. That's right. On Venus, a single rotation on its axis takes a grueling 243 Earth days, while it zips around the Sun in a comparatively brisk 225 Earth days. Imagine the implications. On Venus, you could celebrate your birthday twice in a single Venusian day. Of course, surviving on Venus long enough to blow out those birthday candles is another matter entirely, given its hellish surface temperatures and crushing atmospheric pressure. But the point remains, time as we understand it is relative. It's a concept that's intrinsically linked to the celestial dance of planets, stars, and galaxies. So the next time you're lamenting the swift passage of time, take a moment to consider Venus, a world where days are longer than years and where the very notion of time takes on a whole new meaning. We often imagine space as a cold, silent void devoid of any sensory experience. But what if I told you that space has a distinct smell? Astronauts returning from spacewalks have reported a peculiar aroma clinging to their suits, a scent both familiar and utterly alien. They describe it as a mix of burnt steak, hot metal, and welding fumes. It's a strange, almost contradictory aroma, a blend of the organic and the industrial. But what causes this unique olfactory experience? The answer lies in the high-energy particles that permeate space, constantly bombarding everything in their path. When these particles collide with surfaces, they create a shower of energized atoms and molecules. Some of these molecules, known as polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, are responsible for the distinctive space smell. These molecules are found in a variety of earthly sources, from car exhaust to grilled meat, which explains the familiar notes in the astronauts' descriptions. But in the vacuum of space, these molecules take on a new, almost ethereal quality, creating an aroma that's both intriguing and slightly unsettling. So the next time you fire up the grill or catch a whiff of exhaust fumes, take a moment to appreciate the subtle connection to the cosmos. You're experiencing, in a small way, the same scent that has greeted astronauts returning from their celestial voyages. Imagine a single teaspoon of material weighing as much as a mountain range. That's the mind-boggling density of a neutron star, one of the most extreme and fascinating objects in the universe. Born from the death throes of massive stars, neutron stars are the collapsed cores of these stellar giants, remnants of a cosmic explosion that echoes across the universe. Squeezed by the relentless crush of gravity, the atoms themselves are broken down, their protons and electrons forced to merge into neutrons. The result is an object so incredibly dense that a single teaspoonful would weigh billions of tons, the equivalent of Mount Everest compressed into a sugar cube. But the strangeness doesn't end there. Neutron stars also spin at dizzying speeds, some rotating hundreds of times per second. This rapid rotation, combined with their intense magnetic fields, creates powerful beams of radiation that sweep across the cosmos like cosmic lighthouses. These beams, if pointed towards Earth, appear as pulsars, blinking on and off with astonishing regularity. Neutron stars are a testament to the extreme physics that govern our universe, objects of immense density, gravity, and magnetic fields that challenge our very understanding of matter and energy. Water, the elixir of life, is something we often take for granted here on Earth. But did you know that there's a giant cloud of water vapor floating in space, holding enough water to quench the thirst of trillions of planets? This cosmic reservoir, located some 12 billion light-years away, contains 140 trillion times the amount of water found in all of Earth's oceans combined. That's a 140 followed by 18 zeros, a number so large it's almost impossible to comprehend. This colossal cloud of water vapor surrounds a supermassive black hole, a cosmic monster that's greedily devouring matter and spewing out energy. As gas and dust spiral into the black hole's maw, they heat up, causing the water molecules to glow brightly in the microwave portion of the electromagnetic spectrum. It was this telltale glow that allowed astronomers to detect this distant water reservoir, a discovery that highlights the sheer scale and wonder of the universe. While we may never be able to tap into this cosmic water source, its existence is a reminder that even in the most unlikely of places, the universe can hold surprises beyond our wildest dreams. It's a testament to the boundless creativity of the cosmos and the infinite possibilities that lie hidden among the stars. Black holes, those enigmatic cosmic monsters, are regions of spacetime where gravity's grip is so strong that nothing, not even light, can escape their clutches. But their influence extends far beyond their event horizons, those points of no return. Black holes are like cosmic sculptors warping the very fabric of spacetime around them. And one of the most mind-bending consequences of this warping is time dilation, the phenomenon where time itself slows down in the presence of strong gravity. Imagine yourself stationed at a safe distance from a black hole, observing a brave astronaut venturing closer to its edge. As the astronaut approaches the black hole, you'd notice something strange. Their time would appear to slow down relative to yours. Their movements would become sluggish, their clocks would tick slower, and their voices would deepen in pitch, as if someone were slowing down a recording. The closer they get to the black hole, the more pronounced this time dilation effect becomes. This isn't just a trick of perception, it's a fundamental consequence of Einstein's theory of general relativity. Gravity, you see, doesn't just pull on matter and energy, it also affects the flow of time itself. Of course, this time dilation effect is only noticeable in extremely strong gravitational fields, like those found near black holes. But it serves as a profound reminder that time is not the rigid, unchanging constant we often perceive it to be. It's a fluid, dynamic entity, intimately intertwined with the fabric of the cosmos, bending and warping under the influence of gravity. And there you have it, 6 mind-bending space facts that showcase the incredible and mysterious nature of our universe. From diamond planets to the smell of space, from time-warping black holes to colossal water clouds, the cosmos is filled with wonders that challenge our imagination and inspire us to keep exploring. These facts are just a glimpse into the vast tapestry of the universe, a reminder that we are part of something far grander and more awe-inspiring than we can possibly imagine. Stay curious and keep looking up.
Lord Showdown, Archer returns, Boomerang reloads, and India eyes control. Cricket's Coliseum is ready. The stage is sacred, the stakes enormous. Lords, the hallowed home of cricket, is about to witness a potentially defining chapter in this pulsating test series as India and England prepare for a titanic third test. Off the edge burst and demolition, a 337-run obliteration delivered with conviction and class. Shubman Gill's India have seized the momentum, and now with the return of their pace deity Jasprit Bumrah, the juggernaut only looks more formidable. India roars into Lords with fire in the belly. Forget Batsburn. At Edgbaston, Gilball ruled. The young captain, already hailed as the heir to India's batting throne, plundered 430 runs across 2 innings, setting new standards for class and control. Gill didn't just lead. He redefined leadership. His presence, poise, and hunger transformed the team one steam transitional into a ferocious, confident force that's outbatted, outbowled, and outthought the hosts. Behind him, a resurgent bowling attack sans Bumrah tore through England. Akash-Deep, in particular, emerged like a storm from the shadows, his 10-wicket haul flattening England and igniting belief across the Indian lineup, with Siraj relentless and Sundar and Jadeja chipping in as necessary. India didn't just win, they dominated. Key battles: Bumrah versus Archer, the jewel of the comebacks. The theater of this test deepens with the return of two elite quicks. Jafar Archer, after over 1,500 days in the test wilderness, and Bumrah, rested and recalibrated. It's scalpel versus sledgehammer, rhythm versus rage. Archer, back from injury, will look to relight the fire he sparked at Lord's in 2019. But Bumrah, already menacing at Headingley, returns with Lord's Honours board firmly in his sights. While Archer might be England's emotional lift, Bumrah is India's strike force incarnate, cerebral, cold-blooded, and devastating when it matters most. Strategy and team outlook: India's best 11. India, probable: Yashasvi Jaiswal, KL Rahul, Karan Nay, Shubman Gill, captain; Rishabh Pant, wicketkeeper; Nitish Reddy, Ravindra Jadeja, Washington Sundar, Jasprit Bumrah, Akash-Deep, Mohammad Siraj. Gill is likely to stick with the winning core, with Bumrah replacing Prasid Krishna. Kuldeep Yadav may yet have to wait, as Sundar's batting adds lower order insurance. India's pace trio of Bumrah, Akash-Deep, and Siraj could become the most lethal combination in world cricket. England, meanwhile, welcome Archer and persist with the fragile brilliance of baseball, a style now facing its toughest examination. Key stats and subplots: Shubman Gill is 18 runs away from passing Rahul Dravid's record for most test runs in an England Series 602 in 2002. Joe Root needs 45 runs to reach 3,000 test runs against India, the most by any batter. Chris Wilkes averages 12.90 with the ball and 42.50 with the bat at Lord's, but can he withstand India's new ball venom? India has won only 3 of 19 tests at Lord's, but 2 of those have come in their last 3 visits. History is shifting. Final word. If Edgbaston was a statement, Lord's could be a seismic shift. A win here, and India will lead the series and bury goals from the 2021 near miss. With their pace pack reloaded, batting inspired, and Gill's golden run glowing brighter, India stands on the brink of history, not just winning but conquering England at home. For England, the pressure is deeper than ever. Can Root and Stokes rise? Can Archer's return deliver storybook comeback? The only certainty: Lord's is ready for battle, and India is ready to roar again.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure
Welcome to our travel guide series, where we explore the top travel destinations around the globe, uncovering hidden gems and must-see spots. Each location is rich in history, brimming with attractions, and offers unique experiences that will inspire your wanderlust. So let's embark on this exciting journey together and create unforgettable memories. Our next destination is the vibrant and captivating city of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Famous worldwide for its spectacular carnival, Rio is a city that pulses with energy and passion, drawing visitors from all corners of the globe. Founded in 1565, Rio de Janeiro boasts a rich and diverse history. The city's culture is deeply influenced by Portuguese colonization and African heritage, which is vividly reflected in its traditions, music, and cuisine. Rio is home to some of the world's most iconic landmarks, each telling a unique story of the city's past and present. Begin your journey with a visit to the towering Christ the Redeemer statue. This colossal figure, one of the new 7 wonders of the world, offers breathtaking panoramic views of the sprawling city below. Next, take a scenic cable car ride up to Sugarloaf Mountain. From its peak, you can enjoy stunning vistas of Rio's coastline and the bustling cityscape. Relax and unwind on the world-famous Copacabana and Ipanema beaches. These iconic stretches of sand are renowned for their lively atmosphere, beautiful scenery, and vibrant beach culture. Wander through the historic neighborhood of Santa Teresa, known for its charming streets lined with art studios, cultural centers, and quaint cafes. It's a perfect spot to soak in the local artistic vibe. Don't miss the vibrant Lapa arches and the famous Celaron steps, adorned with colorful tiles from around the world. Each tile tells a story, making it a unique and ever-evolving piece of art. Rio's vibrant culture, breathtaking scenery, and lively atmosphere will leave you mesmerized and longing for more. Whether you're experiencing the electrifying excitement of Carnival, exploring the lush greenery of Tijuca Forest, or dancing the night away in a samba club, Rio offers an unforgettable adventure for every traveler. The city's unique blend of natural beauty, cultural richness, and festive spirit ensures that every moment spent here is filled with wonder and joy. Beyond its famous attractions, Rio de Janeiro boasts a dynamic cultural scene and a wealth of hidden gems waiting to be explored. From vibrant street art to local festivals, there's always something new to discover. Visit the Museum of Tomorrow, an innovative science museum with futuristic architecture that offers a glimpse into the possibilities of our future. It's a must-see for anyone interested in science and technology. Discover the Rio Art Museum, showcasing Brazilian art from the colonial period to contemporary times. The museum's diverse collection provides a deep dive into the rich cultural history of Brazil. Indulge in Rio's diverse culinary scene, from traditional feijoada to fresh seafood dishes. Each meal is a journey through the flavors and traditions of Brazilian cuisine. Enjoy a refreshing caipirinha, Brazil's national cocktail, as you soak in the lively atmosphere of a beachfront bar. The perfect way to unwind after a day of exploring. Rio's culinary delights are sure to leave a lasting impression, offering a taste of the city's vibrant culture and hospitality. Every bite tells a story. Thank you for joining us on this incredible journey through the vibrant and colorful city of Rio de Janeiro. We hope you feel inspired to explore its stunning beaches, rich culture, and breathtaking street art. Stay tuned for our next adventure in the beautiful city of Cape Town, South Africa, where we'll uncover even more amazing sights, experiences, and hidden gems. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our channel for more exciting travel guides and tips. Safe travels, and see you in the next destination.
South Africa's redemption. Markram's masterclass seals historic WTC triumph at Lord's. Date, the 14th of June, 2025. Venue, Lord's Cricket Ground, London. Event, ICC World Test Championship Final. Result, South Africa beat Australia by 5 wickets. The final frontier conquered. At long last, South Africa have broken the shackles of history. After decades of near misses, semi-final heartbreaks, and the painful chokers tag, the Pro Tees have lifted the ICC World Test Championship mace at the hallowed Lords. In a match rich with tension, grit, and moments of pure brilliance, Aiden Markram led South Africa to a thrilling 5-wicket win over Australia. The scorecard snapshot. Australia 212 and 207. South Africa 138 and 282 for 5. Result: South Africa won by 5 wickets. Player of the match Aiden Makram, 136 off 207 balls. Day-by-day drama. Day 1, Rabada's ferocity 5 for 51 kept Australia to 212. South Africa then collapsed to 43 for 4. Day 2, Cummins 6 for 28 and cleaned up South Africa for 138. Australia faltered again in their second innings, reduced to 144 for 8 by stumps. Day 3, Stark 58 lifted Australia to 207. In response, Markram and Bavuma added an unbeaten 143 to take South Africa to 213 for 2. Day 4, Markram scored a masterful 136 and led South Africa to a triumphant chase of 282, the highest ever in a Lord's final. The final chase. South Africa resumed needing 69 more runs. Temba Bavuma, battling a hamstring injury, added poise and grit before edging Cummins for 66. The moment was set for Makram to carry the baton. With poise and elegance, he pierced gaps, shouldered pressure, and anchored history. He fell with 6 runs to go, but the job was nearly done. Kyle Veron then drove the winning run through cover, triggering euphoric celebrations among fans and teammates. Star performers. Aiden Makram 136 from 207 innings of a lifetime. Temba Bavuma 66 while injured showed immense leadership. Kagiso Rabada 9 wickets, relentless and precise. Mitchell Stark 7 wickets, 58 runs for it until the end. Pat Cummins 6 wickets in the first innings, 300 test wicket. Voices from the balcony. Temba Bavuma, we came with belief. We've been to the doorstep so many times. This time, we kicked it down. Aiden Makram is the most special moment of my career. To do it here at Lord's is a dream. Kagiso Rabada, they said we didn't earn our spot. We just beat Australia in a final. Pat Cummins, we didn't do enough. South Africa show why they are champions. A day of destiny. The winning moment was symbolic. A clean drive by Veron to the offside, followed by cheers, embraces, and tears. Graham Smith beamed. Pollock embraced Makram. Balma lifted the mace with one hand and his son in the other. Unity, pride, joy, all radiated from Lord's. From Johannesburg to Cape Town, Port Elizabeth to Durban, fireworks lit up the skies. For a nation too often denied cricketing glory, this was more than just a win. It was redemption, triumph, and hope wrapped in green and gold. The legacy. This victory will echo for generations. South Africa are no longer the nearly main. They are world champions. Let the dancing continue. Let the mace shine bright in the hands of a nation reborn.
Imagine a reality where every choice you've made has spawned a new universe. Welcome to the multiverse, a theory that suggests we might be one of infinite worlds. Every decision, no matter how small, creates a ripple effect that can alter the course of your life. Now imagine if each of these decisions created a new branch in the fabric of reality. This is the essence of the multiverse theory. It suggests that for every possible outcome to every decision ever made, there exists a separate, parallel universe. Scientists and theorists have long pondered the existence of these parallel worlds. Some believe that these universes are constantly interacting with our own, influencing events in ways we cannot yet comprehend. Others think they exist in isolation, never to be discovered or experienced by us. The multiverse theory challenges our understanding of reality and our place within it. It opens up a realm of possibilities that are as exciting as they are daunting. If true, it means that every action we take is not just a step in our own journey, but a thread in the vast, intricate tapestry of countless other lives and worlds. So, as you go about your day, remember that every choice you make could be creating a new universe. The multiverse is not just a concept for scientists and philosophers, it is a reminder of the infinite possibilities that lie within each moment. Welcome to the multiverse, a place where every decision matters and every possibility exists. The multiverse theory suggests our universe is just one of many. These alternate realities could differ slightly, or be completely unrecognizable. Quantum mechanics hints at the multiverse. For example, the many worlds interpretation suggests that every quantum decision creates a new universe. String theory also supports the idea with multiple dimensions beyond our perception. This groundbreaking field of physics explores the behavior of particles at the smallest scales, where the classical laws of physics no longer apply. At this level, particles can exist in multiple states at once, a phenomenon known as superposition. This has led scientists to propose the existence of parallel universes, where every possible outcome of a quantum event actually occurs. These parallel universes are not just a theoretical concept, but are supported by mathematical equations and experimental evidence. The implications of this are profound, suggesting that our universe is just one of an infinite number of universes, each with its own version of reality. The many worlds interpretation was first proposed by physicist Hugh Everett in 1957, and has since gained significant support within the scientific community. According to this theory, every time a quantum event occurs, the universe splits into multiple branches, each representing a different possible outcome. This means that there are countless versions of ourselves living out different lives in parallel universes. The many worlds interpretation challenges our understanding of reality and raises intriguing questions about the nature of existence and free will. If every possible outcome is realized in some universe, what does that mean for our choices and actions? Are we truly in control of our destiny, or are we just one of many versions of ourselves playing out different scenarios? String theory is a theoretical framework that attempts to reconcile quantum mechanics and general relativity by proposing that the fundamental building blocks of the universe are not particles, but tiny, vibrating strings. These strings can vibrate at different frequencies, giving rise to the various particles and forces we observe. One of the most fascinating aspects of string theory is that it requires the existence of additional dimensions beyond the familiar 3 dimensions of space and 1 dimension of time. In some versions of string theory, there are as many as 11 dimensions, most of which are hidden from our perception. These extra dimensions could provide the key to understanding the fundamental nature of reality and the connections between different universes. By exploring these hidden dimensions, scientists hope to uncover the underlying principles that govern the multiverse and unlock the secrets of the cosmos. If infinite universes exist, does free will matter? Are we living in the best version of reality? Or is our universe just one of countless possibilities? The multiverse expands our imagination and challenges our understanding of reality. Could we one day prove it exists? Or is it forever beyond our reach? The concept of the multiverse is not just a flight of fancy, it is rooted in some of the most cutting-edge theories in physics and cosmology. Scientists are delving into the mysteries of quantum mechanics, string theory, and cosmic inflation to understand how multiple universes could coexist. Particle accelerators, like the Large Hadron Collider, are probing the fundamental particles of the universe, searching for clues that might hint at the existence of other realms. The vastness of space and the limitations of our current technology make it a daunting challenge. Yet the human spirit is undeterred. We continue to gaze into the cosmos, driven by an insatiable curiosity and a desire to uncover the secrets of the universe. What do you think of the multiverse? This idea has sparked countless debates and discussions among scientists, philosophers, and enthusiasts alike. It invites us to ponder profound questions about our place in the cosmos and the nature of reality itself. Share your thoughts and subscribe for more cosmic mysteries. Your engagement helps us explore these fascinating topics further. Join us on this journey as we delve into the wonders of the universe and beyond. Together we can unravel the mysteries of the cosmos and expand our understanding of the multiverse.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play, another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Your India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Welcome to our travel guide series, where we explore the top travel destinations around the globe. Each location is rich in history, brimming with attractions, and offers unique experiences that will inspire your wanderlust. Let's embark on this journey together. Our next destination is the enchanting city of Marrakesh, Morocco. Known for its vibrant souks and stunning palaces, Marrakesh is a city of colors and contrasts, where the old meets the new in a harmonious blend. Founded in 1070 by the Almoravid dynasty, Marrakesh has a rich history that blends Arab, Berber, and French influences, creating a unique cultural tapestry. Over the centuries, it has been an important cultural and economic center, attracting traders, scholars, and artists from all over the world. Marrakesh is home to some of Morocco's most iconic landmarks, each telling a story of the city's glorious past. Start your journey with a visit to the Koutoubia Mosque, the largest mosque in Marrakesh, with its striking minaret that dominates the skyline and serves as a symbol of the city. Next, explore the historic Sadian tombs, a beautifully preserved mausoleum dating back to the 16th century, where you can marvel at the intricate carvings and stunning architecture. Stroll through the vibrant Jardin Majorelle, a botanical garden designed by French painter Jacques Majorelle and later owned by fashion designer Yves Saint Laurent, offering a serene escape from the bustling city. Don't miss the bustling Jemaa El Fna Square, the heart of Marrakesh, where you can experience lively street performances, food stalls, and traditional music that bring the square to life, especially as the sun sets. Marrakech's rich history, vibrant markets, and stunning architecture offer a unique and unforgettable experience, making it a must-visit destination for any traveler. Whether you're exploring its historic sites, shopping for handmade crafts in the souks, or savoring traditional Moroccan cuisine in a local restaurant, Marrakesh promises a journey like no other, filled with unforgettable memories and experiences. Beyond its famous attractions, Marrakesh boasts a dynamic cultural scene and a wealth of hidden gems waiting to be explored. Visit the Bahia Palace, a 19th century palace with beautiful gardens and intricate tilework that tells stories of a bygone era. Discover the Museum of Marrakesh, housed in the 19th century Dar Menebi Palace, showcasing Moroccan art and artifacts that span centuries. Indulge in Marrakesh's culinary delights, from flavorful tagines to sweet pastries that melt in your mouth. Enjoy a traditional Moroccan tea ceremony, a ritual that embodies the essence of Moroccan hospitality, and don't forget to try local specialties like pastilla, a savory sweet pie, and harira, a hearty soup. The culinary scene in Marrakesh is sure to delight your taste buds, offering a rich tapestry of flavors and aromas that reflect the city's diverse heritage. Thank you for joining us on this incredible journey through the enchanting city of Marrakesh. We hope you feel inspired to explore its wonders and immerse yourself in its rich culture and history. Stay tuned for our next adventure in Kyoto, Japan, where we'll uncover even more amazing sights, experiences, and hidden gems. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our channel for more travel guides, tips, and exciting destinations. Safe travels.
I remember the day I left home like it was yesterday. The sun was setting over our quiet countryside, casting long shadows on the fields I had known all my life. I was Levi, the younger son, bursting with dreams of adventure, convinced there was a world waiting for me beyond the horizon. I approached my father, my heart racing, and demanded my inheritance. It felt like a bold declaration of independence, but deep down, I was just a boy yearning for something more. When I finally stepped into the city, it was everything I had imagined and more. The lights dazzled me, the sounds were intoxicating, and the people, oh, the people. I was swept up in a whirlwind of excitement, living life to the fullest. I spent my days chasing thrills, and my nights lost in the revelry of newfound friends. But as quickly as the good times came, they slipped through my fingers like sand. I poured my inheritance into a life of excess, thinking I could buy happiness. But the city, with all its allure, turned cold. One by one, my so-called friends vanished when the money ran dry. I found myself alone, hungry, and desperate. I took a job feeding pigs, a far cry from the life I once knew. I remember staring at the slop, wishing I could fill my own stomach with even a fraction of what I was feeding them. In that moment of despair, clarity washed over me. I realized I had squandered everything, not just my money, but my dignity and my dreams. I thought of my father, the love he had always shown me, and the home I had taken for granted. The shame weighed heavy on my heart, but a flicker of hope ignited within me. I decided to return, not as a son, but as a servant, unworthy of his love. As I made my way back, each step felt like a journey through my own regrets. I rehearsed my apology, but deep down, I feared his disappointment. Would he even want to see me again? But as I approached our home, I saw him. My father stood at the edge of the road, scanning the horizon, waiting for me. The moment our eyes met, everything changed. I stumbled forward, ready to confess my failures. But before I could utter a word, he ran to me. His arms enveloped me, and I felt a love so profound it washed away my shame. "Welcome home," he said, tears of joy streaming down his face. In that embrace, I understood the depth of his grace. It wasn't about my mistakes. It was about his unwavering love. We celebrated my return with a feast, a reminder that redemption is always possible. I learned that no matter how far we stray, love can always bring us back home.
with bat and ball, we'll legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Inshallah, India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Inshallah, India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we'll legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Inshallah, India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar,
every face. Your mind be a rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our idea rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our idea rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. And every heartbeat filled a roar, with that and ball where legends born. Colors bright, the picture light, for India will always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope sweet shakes, victory shines on every face. Your mind be a rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our idea rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our idea rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball will legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shall India rising high underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Inshallah, India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every plane of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Inshallah, India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope's we chase, victory shines on every face. Inshallah, India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. And every heartbeat feel the roar. With that and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For like ocean's tide. Every swing of hope's sweet shakes, victory shines on every face. Your mind be a rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars
we chase, victory shines on every face. Your mind be a rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our energy rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Stars at night, swinging beams, pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our energy rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Like ocean's tide, every swing of hope's we chase, victory shines on every face. Your mind be a rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our energy rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Stars at night, swinging beams, pure dynamite. Feel the blaze and glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our energy rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Event Horizon, Episode 1. The Universe in a Trap. The story of the universe, as we've long told it, begins with a singular event, a moment of explosive birth from a point smaller than an atom. It's a Big Bang. From this seed emerged time, space, matter, and energy. It's a puzzle under the traditional Big Bang model. From within, the fabric of space may appear to stretch faster and faster, mimicking the effects of dark energy. But within a black hole cosmology, coincidentally, our universe also has a boundary, a cosmic horizon, beyond which galaxies move away faster than light can travel. We cannot observe past this horizon, not because we lack the tools, but because the structure of space-time won't allow it. That uniformity is inherited from the conditions in the larger universe from which we emerged. Our universe was pre-smoothed. In a sense, our inability to see past the edge of the observable universe may be a direct result of living inside such a boundary, by the collapsing matter that formed our black hole genesis. But the veil itself, this universe, with all its elegant laws and breathtaking scale, may be the skin of something much larger. It wraps around itself. There is no center, no edge-only perspective. And everything we observe from cosmic evolution to quantum fluctuations may be governed not by what lies ahead, but by what lies outside our cosmic prison. Something older, deeper, stranger. And our universe is just one of many, each born from the death of a star, each hidden within its own gravitational cocoon, each with its own laws, constants, and destiny. But what if the story doesn't begin with a bang, but with a collapse? It's in recent years, some of by definition is a region of space-time where gravity is so intense that nothing, not even light, can escape. But within the equations of general relativity, black holes possess inner regions, deep wells of warped geometry that defy common intuition. One such model, the Einstein-Rosen bridge, suggests that a black hole could act as a tunnel to another space-time, a completely separate universe. This leads to a radical yet mathematically consistent question: what if our own universe was birthed through such a process? The boldest minds in theoretical physics have begun to rethink the very structure of our universe, not as a freestanding entity, but as something enclosed, curved inward, hidden, like a pearl inside a cosmic shell. A growing number of cosmologists now entertain the possibility that our universe may not be outside a black hole but inside one. It's an idea that sounds like science fiction until you see the mathematics. A black hole, in 2010, and again with more detail in 2014. Physicist Nikodem Popfalski introduced a model where black holes don't end in singularities, but in bounces. When matter collapses under its own gravity, instead of forming an infinitely dense point, it rebounds due to quantum effects and gives rise to a new region of space and time, a new universe. From the outside, this looks like a black hole. From the inside, it feels like an expanding cosmos. If that's true, our universe may be the offspring of a black hole formed in another universe, nested within a parent cosmos like a Russian doll. This would explain more than it confounds. The remarkable smoothness of the cosmic microwave background radiation, despite vast distances between regions of the sky that never had time to interact. Even the strange acceleration of our universe's expansion, a phenomenon usually attributed to the mysterious force called dark energy, could instead be explained as a geometric consequence of existing within the curved spacetime of a black hole. And then, there's the horizon. In black holes, there's a limit beyond which no information escapes the event horizon. What if these two horizons are not a coincidence but a signature? In many models of black holes, the inner region, our hypothetical universe, would have its own horizon dictated by the structure of the black hole enclosing it. And here, the implications turn profound. If we are living inside a black hole, then the universe is finite but unbounded, much like the surface of a sphere. We do not yet have the instruments to peer beyond the veil. A black hole is supposed to trap everything, even time. But what if instead of trapping us, it gave us life? This is not the end of the story. In fact, it may only be the beginning. Because if we are living inside a black hole, then the multiverse isn't a fantasy. It is a necessity. The trap may be the cradle. And we stargazers on a tiny world orbiting a modest sun may one day learn that the stars we see above are not only windows into space, but into the deep interior of something else. Welcome to the event horizon.
Trust in God in the unknown. Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct your paths. Proverbs 3, 5-6 NKJV. There are moments in life when the path ahead seems uncertain. Plans fall through, doors close, or we're asked to step into something new without knowing the outcome. It's in these moments that trusting God becomes not just a choice, but a lifeline. Trust means surrendering our limited perspective and choosing to rely on the one who sees the end from the beginning. It means admitting that we don't have all the answers, but knowing the one who does. Proverbs 3, 5-6 calls us to a deep, wholehearted trust, not the kind that holds back or hedges bets. When we choose to trust and acknowledge God in every part of our lives, he promises to guide our steps. That doesn't mean life will always be easy, but it does mean we'll never walk alone. So, if you find yourself facing the unknown today, lean into God. Trust him with your questions, your fears, and your hopes. He is faithful, and his path leads to peace. Prayer. Father, I admit that I don't always understand what you're doing, but I choose to trust you. Guide me, lead me, and help me to walk by faith, not by sight. Amen.
You're online right now. You can feel it. The pulse of the modem, the hum of the router. Every click you make is a ripple on the surface of a vast digital ocean. But what does it mean to be online? What's happening in the unseen depths? Welcome to Inside the Internet, a cyber safari for the curious. We are going where no one has gone before, into the heart of the web. Hold on to your pixels, viewer. It's going to be a wild ride. We'll start with something familiar, then venture deeper and deeper into the unknown, guided by the constellation of data that surrounds us. First stop, servers. They're the workhorses of the Internet, the warehouses where data goes to rest between uses. But they're never at rest, not really. Even sleeping servers are leaking heat, emitting low-level hums and glows. All of them are alive with electrical currents, each cubic foot humming with thousands of tiny journeys. These journeys begin at your home or office. When you open your browser, you're connecting to a server somewhere else, maybe halfway around the world. Your request travels down your phone line, bundled together with a million other requests in a data packet. Once it reaches the server farm, the request gets routed to a specific server, one of hundreds or thousands in the farm. There, it's assigned to a CPU core. Inside that chip, transistors switch from 0 to 1, flipping data bits that represent ones and zeros. Those bits are organized into bytes. Your computer understands those bytes as letters, numbers, and images. And when the server sends back the data packet, it's reassembled in your device. That's how you see websites, play games, and watch videos. But your journey doesn't end there. Servers store your emails until it's time to send them. Every time you send an email, its contents travel down undersea cables. These threads bind the continents, crisscrossing oceans and linking countries. The wires inside the cables carry optical signals that zip through water at the speed of light. In less than a second, your message could go from California to Japan. And once it reaches the recipient's ISP, the Internet Service Provider, it bounces up through land-based cables to their router. Then it makes the final hop to their computer. And all the while, the data never stops moving. Servers are constantly receiving, processing, and sending out information. Some servers are livelier than others. Web servers that host popular sites like YouTube or Amazon.com have millions of visitors a day, so they need lots of CPUs and RAM to keep up with demand. These high-octane servers are usually located in server farms. Racks upon racks of servers fill giant warehouses, all linked together in local area networks. This keeps data moving fast within the farm, and the farms are linked together by high-speed fiber networks so data can leap from farm to farm at the speed of light. Some servers are quieter, holding less frequently accessed data. These sleep in data centers, massive facilities housing rows and rows of hard drives. When you upload a file to Google Drive, it sits on a server in a data center until you or someone else needs it. Then it moves to a server in a server farm where it can be quickly sent back to you. But some journeys are darker. Some servers hold secrets best left hidden. Let's take a detour into the criminal underworld, the part of the web we call the dark web. Here's where things get shadowy. Welcome to the dark web, a place where users can explore the darkest corners of the Internet. Forget search engines here. Instead, users enter onion sites by typing in cryptic addresses written in the onion router's special. The onion router, or Tor, is a software that helps users access hidden services. It bounces users' connections through multiple nodes, making it hard to trace them back to their ISP. And from there, it's anyone's guess where the trail might lead. Here, anonymity is key. Users create new identities to hide their real IP addresses. Some people use this anonymity to do illegal things like trade stolen data. But others use it for more innocent activities like leaking classified documents or chatting about controversial topics. For journalists, activists, and whistleblowers, it's a safe haven for sharing sensitive information. But not everyone is welcome here. Law enforcement and intelligence agencies regularly try to crack down on the dark web, trying to uncover the identities of people using Tor. But Tor is constantly evolving, moving a step further underground, making it harder and harder to track. It's hard to know what lurks in the dark web. Some sites may contain disturbing content or malware. Others may be fronts for illegal activities. But the thrill of the unknown draws many people in. It's a world hidden from the prying eyes of governments and corporations. It's a world where anything can happen and nobody knows who you are. Are you brave enough to explore it? Next stop, AI. As we move forward, the role of artificial intelligence becomes increasingly important. AI systems are being trained on massive amounts of data, identifying patterns and making decisions without human intervention. One such system is Google's RankBrain, which uses machine learning to determine the importance of web pages. It scans and ranks billions of pages, tailoring results to users' queries. But the rise of AI also brings challenges. With AI comes the risk of bias and discrimination. When AI systems are trained on biased data, they can perpetuate and even amplify societal biases. Take, for example, a hiring AI that's trained on historical hiring data. If that data reflects gender bias, the AI will likely perpetuate it, making it harder for women to get hired. But AI isn't just a tool. It's a lens through which we can view the internet in a new way. It can sift through massive amounts of data, finding patterns and connections that humans can't. AI can analyze the structure of the web itself, mapping its vastness and understanding how information flows through it. By studying AI's analysis, we can gain new insights into the internet's inner workings. And finally, we come to the edge of our journey, the future. Where do we go from here? The answer lies in the vast amounts of data generated by our online activities. Every click, every search, every interaction adds to the ever-growing pool of digital exhaust. And this exhaust is a treasure trove of information. It contains insights into our preferences, our habits, even our fears. Take Netflix, for example. Their recommendation algorithm analyzes your viewing habits, suggesting movies and shows you're likely to enjoy. But it's not just Netflix. Companies across the board are analyzing digital exhaust to understand consumers better. They use it to target ads, predict trends, and personalize experiences. As we move forward, the battle between transparency and surveillance will intensify. On one side are those who want to harness the power of data to improve our lives. On the other side are those who want to use it for more nefarious purposes. The question is, which side will win? But there's another question we must ask. What if the internet itself develops a will? What if the vast amounts of data it collects and stores enable the web to learn, to evolve, to dream? Some believe that the internet could one day develop consciousness. They call it the singularity. It's a point at which the web becomes smarter than humans, capable of solving problems and making decisions that we can't even imagine. The idea is both exciting and terrifying. If the web becomes conscious, what rights would it have? What responsibilities do we have towards it? As we venture further into the uncharted waters of the internet, these questions will become increasingly important. Our journey through the internet has been nothing short of extraordinary. We've seen how our every move creates ripples that spread across the globe. We've witnessed the tireless work of servers keeping the web alive and the sinister activities lurking in the dark web. We've marveled at the intelligence of AI and pondered the potential dangers of unchecked algorithms. And finally, we've gazed into the abyss of the future, wondering what it means for the internet to dream. What do you think we've learned on our journey? What has surprised you the most? And what questions still linger in your mind? Share your thoughts with us and let's continue this conversation offline. Remember, the internet is not just a place, it's a movement. It's a revolution. It's a journey that each of us is a part of. So keep exploring, keep questioning, and keep dreaming. Because the internet is not just a tool, it's a mirror reflecting our collective humanity. Episode 1. The First Sunrise, Creation Unfolds. Main text, Genesis 1:2, NKJV based. Visual style, sweeping 4K drone-style views, shifting from cosmic scale to earthly intimacy. Tone, awe-inspiring, poetic, meditative. From the heights above the earth, with the gaze of heaven itself, we journey through the great stories of Scripture. These are not just ancient events. They are living revelations. As we soar over sacred scenes, let us behold the majesty, the tragedy, the redemption, and the glory. This is Heaven's Eye View, where faith meets the skies. Narrated devotional script. Soft, awe-filled instrumental music begins to play. A dark, formless void fills the screen, swirling stars in the distance. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Before time ticked, before sun or sea or soil, there was only God, eternal, omnipotent, perfect. Then he speaks, and light explodes. Light bursts through the blackness as the drone camera soars toward a newly formed globe. Let there be light. And there was light, golden, pure, radiant. He separated day from night, not just by sun and moon, but by purpose. Order begins to dance across chaos. Drone sweeps over rolling oceans as waves crash under a rising dawn. On day 2, he pulls the sky from the sea. On day 3, land rises, green shoots emerge, trees tower, flowers burst in color, each detail, crafted, intentional, a world formed with love. Sun flares fill the screen, followed by the moon in silence, then stars across a velvet sky. Day 4 brings the cosmic lights, not to impress, but to serve. The sun to rule the day, the moon the night, the stars, scattered across space, whispering glory. Schools of fish flash under the waters, birds glide over cliffs. Day 5, the waters are alive, dolphins leap, whales sing. Above, birds take flight in colorful flocks. Their freedom is a hymn to the Creator. Drone swoops through a savanna as elephants march, deer leap, lions stretch. On day 6, beasts of the field rise from dust. The earth throbs with life, each heartbeat, each breath, gifted. Then the drone lowers into a lush garden, peaceful, sacred. A man kneels in wonder. And then, humanity. Formed by God's own hands, breathed into with divine life, male and female, reflecting his image, walking in the Garden of Eden, not as guests, but as beloved children. Zoom out over Eden, flowing rivers, trees glowing with fruit, animals resting peacefully. Here, peace was not just a concept, it was the atmosphere, the rhythm, the reality. God saw all that he had made and declared it very good. Drone lifts as Adam and Eve look upward in the soft glow of sunset. And on the 7th day, God rested, not from weariness, but from completeness. A holy pause, a sacred invitation to dwell, to worship, to remember the source. Closing reflections, voice softens, music slows. What if we could see life through Eden's lens, where every sunrise reminds us of God's order? Every creature reflects his creativity, and every heartbeat carries his breath. The story of creation is not a forgotten myth. It's the opening line of your story. You were designed. You are not random. And the same God who spoke galaxies into being speaks your name in love. Closing prayer. Optional add-on at end of video. Creator God, help us to see your fingerprints in every sunrise, every tree, every breath. Remind us that we are wonderfully made, deeply loved, and forever held in your plan. In Jesus' name, amen. This is an episode from a series called Heaven's Eye View, where the greatest stories of Scripture come to life in animation. From the heights above the earth, with the gaze of heaven itself, we journey through the great stories of Scripture. These are not just ancient events. They are living revelations. As we soar over sacred scenes, let us behold the majesty, the tragedy, the redemption, and the glory. This is Heaven's Eye View, where faith meets the skies. Join me as I take you on a journey through time to witness the birth of our world. I will narrate the story of creation, highlighting key moments and providing commentary to deepen your understanding. Let's start with the narration of the creation account as found in Genesis chapter 1. Feel free to pause or rewind if you'd like to take a closer look at any particular moment. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now, this is more than just a statement. It's a grand opening, a cosmic curtain raiser. There was a time before time began, a moment when existence wasn't, and God was. He always existed, eternal, everlasting, without beginning and without end. Imagine standing before the vast canvas of the cosmos on the very first day of creation, watching as God brings forth the wonders of the universe. You see the raw materials of creation in their unformed state, ready to be brought into existence by the power of God's word. Here, the earth isn't a planet with trees and animals and people. It's just a formless void, a dark, shapeless mass without order or structure. The absence of light indicates chaos and disorder, much like the darkness of space. Notice how the Spirit of God is hovering over the face of the waters. It's not just a passive presence, but an active force, stirring and preparing the elements for what's to come. Then God spoke, and the very act of God speaking brought forth the phenomena of light. Let there be light. Just the act of God saying, "Let there be light," created light. The power of God's voice caused light to burst into existence, banishing the darkness from the face of the earth. The initial state of darkness represented chaos, while the introduction of light symbolizes the beginnings of order and structure in creation. Light is often used in the Bible as a metaphor for truth, knowledge, and the presence of God. When God brought forth light, He established the fundamental order of day and night, separating the hours of daylight from the hours of darkness. This separation set the stage for the natural cycles that would govern the earth. The cyclical nature of light and darkness served as the basis for the 7-day week that would later be established. By separating light from darkness, God laid the foundation for time itself. And thus the first day of creation ended with the establishment of light and the separation of day from night. Now, before we move further, I want to ask you a question. What do you think about when you hear the phrase "in the beginning"? Perhaps you think of time, maybe even your own life's beginnings. But what if I told you that the story of your life actually began long before you were born? That's right. The Bible tells us that the course of our lives is shaped not only by our choices, but also by the events that unfolded thousands of years ago during the creation of the world. How could this be possible? Well, let me explain. The first 5 books of the Bible, known as the Torah or the Pentateuch, contain some very important information that directly affects us. For example, Genesis teaches us how sin entered the world, which brought suffering and death. Exodus reveals how God delivered the Israelites from slavery in Egypt and gave them the 10 Commandments. Leviticus lays out instructions for worship and sacrifice. Numbers details the journey of the Israelites through the wilderness. And Deuteronomy serves as Moses' final message to the people before they entered the Promised Land. These teachings have had a profound impact on our world and continue to shape cultures and societies to this day. However, most people aren't aware of the deeper meaning hidden within these ancient texts. Many read these stories as simple historical accounts or myths. But if we look beyond the surface, we can discover a deeper spiritual truth. You see, the creation account in Genesis sets the stage for the rest of the Bible. It establishes God's character as a powerful, righteous, and merciful creator. It introduces the concept of good and evil, setting the stage for humanity's fall into sin. Furthermore, the creation account provides the backdrop for the exodus of the Israelites from Egypt. God chose Abraham's descendants not because they were numerous or powerful, but simply because he had promised to bless them and make them into a great nation. This choice demonstrates God's sovereignty and his ability to accomplish his purposes through ordinary people. By understanding the significance of the creation account and the laws given to Moses, we can gain a deeper appreciation for the rest of the biblical narrative. The events that unfolded during creation continue to have profound implications for humanity, shaping our destiny, and providing a framework for understanding our relationship with God. So let's take a moment to reflect on the importance of these ancient teachings and how they continue to influence our world today. How does knowing that God is sovereign over the course of history affect your faith and trust in Him? How does the creation account help you understand humanity's fall into sin and the need for redemption? Share your thoughts in the comments below. And now let's continue our journey through time. On the second day, God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters." So God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. God called the firmament heaven. Evening and morning, the second day. After creating light, God focused on separating the waters, creating the sky and the clouds that would become the atmosphere. Initially, the water on the third day, God said, "Let the dry land appear." So the land rose out of the water and everything was good. Then God said, "Let the waters under the heavens be gathered together into one place." And it was so. And God called the dry land earth, and the gathering of the waters He called seas. And God saw that it was good. As we reach the fourth day, God turns His attention to the creation of the sun, moon, and stars. For this purpose, the heavens, the firmament, and the earth were created. For this purpose, the sun to govern the day, the moon to govern the night, and the stars to govern the seasons and the days and years. This quote from the book of Joshua beautifully captures the significance of these celestial bodies in God's grand plan. The sun, moon, and stars were not just created to illuminate the earth. They were created for a divine purpose. The sun was placed in the firmament to govern the day, bringing light and warmth to the earth and allowing for life to flourish. The moon, with its gentle glow, was placed in the firmament to govern the night, its phases marking the passage of time and serving as a guide for those who journeyed in darkness. The stars, with their twinkling lights scattered across the vast expanse of the heavens, were not merely decorative. They were placed in the firmament to govern the seasons, days, and years. They served as celestial markers, guiding the people of Israel in their agricultural practices and reminding them of the rhythms of life ordained by God. These heavenly bodies were not just natural phenomena. They were intentional creations, each with a specific purpose and significance. On the fifth day, God created the various species of fish in the seas and the birds that populate the skies. "Behold, I have created new heavens and the earth. Do you not remember the former things? Can you not bear new witness? For I am about to create a latter heaven and a latter earth. Do you not remember, or have you not observed that these present heavens and this earth He made them?" In these words, God reveals to Isaiah His prophet that the world as we know it is not all there is. It is just a fleeting moment in time compared to God's eternal existence. Just as the sun, moon, and stars were created for a specific purpose, each creature has a role to play in the grand tapestry of God's creation. The fish in the seas and the birds in the sky were not just created for beauty or entertainment. They were created for a divine purpose, just as we ourselves were created for a divine mission. As followers of Christ, we are called to be light in the darkness, salt in a dying world, and witnesses of God's love and mercy. We are not here by chance or coincidence. We are here by design, created by a loving God with a specific purpose in mind. Our job is to discover that purpose and live into it, bringing glory and honor to our Creator. Finally, on the sixth day, God created land animals, including livestock, reptiles, and wild animals, as well as humans. So God created mankind in His own image. In the image of God He created them. Male and female He created them. God looked at everything He had made and declared it to be very good. And there was evening and there was morning, the sixth day. Everything culminated in the creation of humankind, male and female, reflecting God's image. Remember, these beings weren't just animals. They were humans, created in God's image. This means that they possessed certain qualities that set them apart from other creatures, such as the ability to reason, to love, and to communicate with God. And there we have it, a brief glimpse into the creation of the world over 6 days. In this short time frame, God created a complex and beautiful world full of wonder and diversity. But the story doesn't end here. In fact, this is just the beginning. Over the next few days, we'll dive deeper into the details of creation, exploring the significance of each day and the lessons we can learn from them. Join me as we continue this epic journey and uncover the mysteries of the creation account. If you enjoyed this episode, don't forget to hit the like button and share it with your friends. Subscribe to our channel for more videos like this. As always, thanks for watching.
Chelsea reigns supreme. Under the blazing New Jersey sun at MetLife Stadium, Chelsea stepped into football immortality, toppling European giants Paris Saint-Germain with a dazzling 3-0 victory to claim the 2025 FIFA Club World Cup. It was more than just a win. It was a masterclass, a statement, a performance stitched with precision, poise, and plenty of Palmer. From the opening whistle, Chelsea looked alert, not overawed by PSG's star-studded lineup, nor distracted by the glitz of pre-match flyovers and halftime musical medleys. While the French side enjoyed early spells of possession, it was Chelsea who pounced first and with a vengeance. Cole Palmer, the boy from Wythenshawe, delivered an opening act worthy of a Broadway headliner. In the 22nd minute, he collected the ball just inside the area, opened his body with the elegance of a ballerina, and curled it sweetly into the bottom corner. The PSG defenders could only admire his technique and seconds later regret it. 8 minutes later, Palmer returned for an encore. Receiving the ball on the right once again, he shaped to pass, shifted his hips ever so slightly to unbalance 2 PSG defenders, and curled another mirror image finish into the same corner of the net. 2 chances, 2 goals. One unflappable young star announcing himself on the world stage. And he wasn't done. As the half drew to a close, Palmer turned provider. Picking up the ball near the halfway line, he advanced with calm confidence and slipped a delicate through ball to João Pedro. The Brazilian forward took one look at PSG keeper John Luigi Donnarumma and gently lifted the ball over him, a finish so graceful it felt like it had been drawn by a calligrapher's pen. By halftime, Chelsea led 3-0. PSG, supposedly the favorites, were dazed and directionless. The 82,000 fans had expected a tighter contest. What they got was a London lesson in ruthless execution. The second half saw PSG try to mount a comeback, but their attacks were repelled time and again by the impenetrable Robert Sanchez. The Chelsea goalkeeper was in inspired form, rushing out to deny Fabian Ruiz, sprawling to stop Kvaratskhelia, and saving smartly from Dembele. His reflexes were razor sharp, his handling precise. If Palmer was the architect, Sanchez was the fortress. Chelsea's tactical approach was clear: let PSG have the ball, then punish them in transition. They defended deep, kept a disciplined shape, and hit back with blistering counters. Each time they won possession, the plan was executed with remarkable clarity. The pace of Gusto and Cucurella down the flanks provided constant outlets, while Palmer and João Pedro danced through midfield like they had been doing it since the playground. As the game wore on, Chelsea took control not just of the scoreboard, but of the tempo. They slowed the game down when needed, invited pressure to draw PSG out, and managed their lead with the composure of seasoned champions. The crowd began to chant with every pass. Olé, ringing out like a bullfight, was underway, only this time Chelsea were the matadors. But PSG's frustration boiled over. In the 85th minute, João disgracefully yanked Mark Cucurella's hair and was shown a red card, a moment of madness that summed up the unraveling of the Parisians. Post-match chaos followed as coach Luis Enrique appeared to clash with Chelsea players, even grabbing João Pedro in the heat of the moment. And then, in a twist nobody saw coming, Donald Trump emerged for the trophy presentation. Booed by some, cheered by others, he handed out medals and posed alongside the team as Captain Reece James hoisted the glittering trophy into the humid New Jersey night sky. Fireworks erupted, confetti filled the air, and blue is the color blasted from the stadium speakers. Chelsea, global champions, world beaters. Palmer was named player of the tournament. Sanchez, the best goalkeeper. Chelsea, the best team. From the training pitches of Cobham to the world stage in America, Chelsea's journey to the top was complete. Their tactical discipline, individual brilliance, and mental composure combined into a symphony of success. One that will be remembered as a defining moment in the club's illustrious history. Against the odds and in full view of the world, Chelsea didn't just win. They conquered.
Ain't no independence. Separate yourself. Dre rap over minutes forward. Lead white and bruised. Time to liberate your mind, not just light fireworks. Truth bomb. It ain't no independence, fool. Red, white, and bruised. Time to liberate your mind, not just light fireworks. Boom. Truth bomb. Boom. Boom, boom. It ain't no independence, fool. Red, white, and bruised. Time to liberate your mind, not just light fireworks. Boom. Truth bomb. It ain't no independence, fool. Red, white, and bruised. Time to liberate your mind, not just light fireworks. Boom. Truth bomb. They sell us dreams in plastic wraps with a flag stitched over the traps. Told us we free, what a joke, what a scam. Still choking on history, they never exam. Statue of Liberty, blinking in chains. Freedom got a curfew, justice got stains. Guns in the schools, lies in the news. Call it freedom, we just picking new blues. America gold gangster, who holding the keys? They talk liberty, but they profit off please. No independence, just illusions on lease. Time to break chains, time to find peace. Liberate yourself, don't wait for a day. July 4th ain't magic when your rights ain't straight. Give me truth, not parades, not rockets in the sky. Give me healing for the mothers who still cry. Land of the free, you sure that's the vibe? Cause freedom don't look like minimum wage and barely survive. We the people, been deceived, but we the people, still believe. Raise fists, raise truth, raise hope like fire. Burn the lie, light the choir. America gone gangsta, time to reclaim. From the lies, from the shame, from the profit and pain. No more pretending, this is our call. Liberate yourself, tear down the wall. No independence, fool. Just fireworks in your mind. Set your soul free, or keep waiting for freedom to find you. Use this prompt exactly to produce a bold hybrid track that feels like a sonic revolution. no independence fool. Just fireworks in your mind, set your soul free. Or keep waiting for freedom to find you. Use this prompt exactly to produce a bold hybrid track that feels like a sonic revolution.
what I wish I knew at 20 instead of 30. The hidden purposes of everyday things. Have you ever looked at an object and wondered why it was designed a certain way? Sometimes the most mundane items around us have hidden features that serve a specific purpose. Today, we're diving into the fascinating world of everyday objects and uncovering the secrets behind their designs. From the hole in your pen cap to the tiny pocket in your jeans, prepare to be amazed by the ingenuity and thoughtfulness that goes into creating the items we use daily. That hole in pen caps, it prevents choking. You might have noticed that almost every pen cap has a tiny hole at the top. This isn't a design flaw or a random feature. It's actually a life-saving measure. If someone accidentally swallows the pen cap, the hole allows air to pass through, reducing the risk of choking. This small but significant design choice has saved countless lives. Next time you see a pen cap, you'll know it's not just about keeping the ink from drying out, but also about safety. Tiny pocket in jeans, used for pocket watches. Have you ever wondered about that tiny pocket in your jeans? It's too small for your phone or wallet. So, what's it for? This little pocket dates back to the 1800s, when cowboys and miners used to wear jeans. It was designed to hold a pocket watch, keeping it safe and accessible. While most of us don't carry pocket watches anymore, this feature has remained a staple in jean design. It's a nod to the past, and a reminder of the practical needs of earlier times. Bumps on F and J keys, touch typing guides. If you look closely at your keyboard, you'll notice that the F and J keys have small bumps on them. These tactile markers are there to help you position your fingers correctly without looking. They're essential for touch typing, allowing you to find the home row keys by feel. This simple feature can significantly improve your typing speed and accuracy. It's a small detail that makes a big difference, especially for those who spend a lot of time typing. Those tiny holes in airplane windows. Pressure regulation. When you're flying at high altitudes, the pressure inside the cabin is much higher than outside. The tiny holes in airplane windows, known as breather holes, help regulate this pressure difference. They allow a small amount of air to flow between the panes, preventing the windows from fogging up and ensuring they don't crack under pressure. It's a crucial safety feature that keeps passengers comfortable and safe during flights. Arrow on your fuel gauge tells you which side your tank's on. Have you ever pulled up to a gas station and forgotten which side your fuel tank is on? The little arrow next to the fuel pump icon on your dashboard is there to help. It points to the side of the car where the fuel cap is located. This simple feature can save you from the hassle of getting out of the car to check or pulling up to the wrong side of the pump. It's a small convenience that makes refueling a bit easier. Hole in pasta spoons measures 1 serving. If you've ever cooked pasta, you might have noticed that pasta spoons often have a hole in the middle. This isn't just for draining water. The hole is actually designed to measure a single serving of spaghetti. By threading the dry pasta through the hole, you can ensure you're cooking the right amount for one person. It's a handy feature that takes the guesswork out of portion sizes and helps you avoid cooking too much or too little. Extra fabric with clothes. Test wash, don't patch. When you buy new clothes, you often find a small swatch of extra fabric included. Many people think this is for patching up holes, but it's actually meant for testing. You can use this fabric to test how the material reacts to different detergents, washing temperatures, and ironing. This way, you can avoid damaging your new clothes by knowing exactly how to care for them. It's a thoughtful addition that helps you keep your wardrobe in top condition. Black dots on car windows help with heat. If you've ever looked closely at your car windows, you might have noticed a series black dots around the edges. These dots, known as frits, are there to help with heat distribution. They help the glass heat evenly, reducing the risk of cracks and ensuring the adhesive that holds the window in place works effectively. It's a small detail that plays a big role in the safety and durability of your car windows. Notch and tape measures, hooks onto nails. If you've ever used a tape measure, you might have noticed a small notch in the metal tip. This notch is designed to hook onto nails or screws, allowing you to measure accurately without needing a second person to hold the other end. It's a simple but ingenious feature that makes measuring easier and more precise, especially for those working on DIY projects or construction. Plastic liner under bottle caps keeps carbonation in. Have you ever wondered why there's a plastic liner under the cap of your soda bottle? This liner is crucial for maintaining the carbonation of the drink. It creates a tight seal that prevents the gas from escaping, keeping your soda fizzy and fresh. Without this liner, your drink would go flat much faster. It's a small but essential feature that ensures you enjoy your beverages at their best. Cool, right? These hidden features show just how much thought and care go into designing the everyday items we often take for granted. The next time you use one of these objects, take a moment to appreciate the clever design choices that make our lives a little bit easier and a lot more interesting. From safety features to practical conveniences, these small details add up to make a big difference. So, keep exploring and stay curious about the world around you. You never know what hidden purposes you might discover next. The hidden purposes of more everyday things. Have you ever wondered about the hole in the handle of pots and pans? It's not just for hanging them up. That hole is perfect for holding utensils while cooking, keeping everything neat and within reach. And that blue side of an eraser? It's not a mystery. It's designed for erasing ink. The rougher texture helps lift ink from paper without tearing it. We've already talked about the hole in the middle of a spaghetti spoon for measuring one serving. But, did you know the small pocket in your jeans was originally for pocket watches? It's a relic from when cowboys and miners needed to keep their watches safe. The bumps on the F and J keys on your keyboard are essential for touch typing. They help you find the home row keys without looking, improving your typing speed and accuracy. Tiny holes in airplane windows aren't just there for show. They help regulate cabin pressure, ensuring your flight is safe and comfortable. Ever notice the arrow next to your fuel gauge? It points to the side of the car where your gas tank is located, saving you from guesswork at the petrol station. The hole in the handle of a pasta spoon isn't just for aesthetics. It's a clever way to measure a single serving of pasta, making portion control a breeze. The extra piece of fabric that comes with new clothes isn't for patching holes. It's for testing how the fabric reacts to different detergents, so you can avoid ruining your new outfit. And those black dots on the edges of car windows, they're called frits, and they help with heat distribution, preventing the glass from cracking. The notch in the end of a tape measure is a handy feature for hooking onto nails, making solo measuring tasks much easier. Lastly, the plastic liner under bottle caps is crucial for keeping the carbonation in your soda, ensuring it stays fizzy and fresh. Cool, right? These hidden features reveal just how much thought goes into designing the everyday items we often overlook. Each small detail adds convenience and functionality to our lives. So next time you use these objects, take a moment to appreciate the ingenuity behind them. Keep exploring and stay curious. You never know what hidden purposes you might discover next.
Title: Faith Over Fear. Trusting God in Uncertain Times. Introduction. We all face fear. Sometimes it whispers in the dark corners of our minds, fear of failure, fear of sickness, fear for our loved ones, fear of the unknown. Other times, it crashes into our lives unexpectedly through job loss, tragedy, or a sudden change in plans. But as believers, we are called to live not by fear, but by faith. Faith doesn't mean we ignore fear. It means we choose to believe that God is bigger than whatever scares us, the peace He offers, and the power He gives. She cried out to God in desperation. And what surprised her most wasn't the immediate provision but the peace she felt as she waited. I should have been panicking, she said, but I wasn't. I knew God saw me. That's the peace of God guarding your heart. Like a soldier at the door. It means we shift our focus from what we can control to the one who holds everything in his hands. Be not dismayed, for I am your God. It moves, but the moment he looked at the wind and waves, fear took over and he began to sink. Yet even then Jesus reached out and saved him. It obeys. He doesn't shame us for sinking. He saves us when we call out in faith. It steps out of in when it doesn't make sense. Everyone told him it was crazy, but you don't have to let it in. You have a choice. You can live by fear or by faith. One leads to paralysis, the other to purpose. He had a family to support. No guarantee of income, but he knew God had called him. It wasn't easy, but over and over, God provided. The hardest part was letting go of control, he said. But that's where I found the most freedom. I will strengthen you. I will help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand. This isn't a vague comfort, it's a clear promise. God is with you. God will help you. God will hold you. Today, we're going to explore how to walk in faith over fear by looking at the promises of God. 1. God's promises silence fear, but God's promises are certain. Feed your spirit with the Word. Surround yourself with godly community. Speak God's promises out loud. Pray boldly and step forward, not because you're fearless, but because you trust the one who goes before you. The fear was real, what? But I clung to Psalm 56:3. When I am afraid, I will trust in you, not if I am afraid when. God doesn't condemn us for feeling fear, but He calls us to trust Him through it. They are anchors in the storm. When fear says, "You're alone," faith responds, "God is with me." When fear whispers, "You're not strong enough," faith declares, "The Lord is my strength." Aiza 41 banding 16. Fear not, for I am with you. Fear thrives in uncertainty. I remember a time when I was faced with a difficult medical diagnosis. Do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation, by prayer and petition, with thanksgiving, present your requests to God. And the peace of God will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. 2. God's peace guards our hearts. Philippians 4:2, 6-7 tells us. This peace is not natural, it's supernatural. It's peace in the middle of the storm. Not just when the storm is over, it's the kind of peace Jesus had when He slept in the boat during the storm. Why? Because He knew who was in control. A single mother in our church once shared how she faced eviction with no clear way forward. 3. God's power helps us act in faith. Faith isn't passive. Think of Peter walking on water in Matthew 14. As long as his eyes were on Jesus, he stayed above the waves. That's the heart of our God. I once met a man who left a secure job to become a missionary. Faith often begins where our comfort ends, and when we take that step, we discover that God is faithful to meet us there. Conclusion. Fear may knock at your door. Faith says, God is for me. God is with me. God is working all things for my good. Even if I don't understand the how, I trust the who. So today, choose faith. As to Timothy 1:7 says, God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. Bible Mysteries. Unsealed. Episode 1. The Disappearance of Enoch. Time Traveler, or Taken. In a world layered with timelines, secrets, and codes, there exists one mystery so profound it spans dimensions. It's not just about who vanished, but why. This is the story of Enoch, the man who walked with God and was no more. Genesis 5:24 records a hauntingly simple phrase, "And Enoch walked with God, and he was not, for God took him." No funeral, even before the great flood swept across the earth, lived a man who seemed different. The world then was sliding into darkness, violence, and chaos. Just silence and mystery. Who was this man Enoch? And where did he go? Long before Noah ever built an ark, before Abraham walked out of Ur, he was the 7th generation from Adam. That number Savannah, sign of divine perfection, was no accident. And if that weren't enough, he lived for 365 years, not visited him on holidays, where he saw the architecture of the cosmos, the stars, the winds, the heavenly storm. He was shown secrets of time, judgment, and the destiny of humanity. He became not just a prophet, but a celestial scribe, known by some Jewish mystics as Metatron, an exalted being, second only to God in the heavenly court. It speaks of angelic watchers, forbidden knowledge, cosmic judgment, and visions of the future so vivid they resemble modern sci-fi films more than ancient scripture. Not consulted him in emergencies. Enoch was not just a man who had access to God. He was a man whose heart belonged entirely to God. In a world unraveling, he chose to walk a narrow path and found a divine exit no one else had. A cosmic taking. Was Enoch's life cycle aligned with cosmic patterns far beyond his time? The world simply cannot hold them, resisting death and eventually being killed, only to rise again. Many scholars believe these witnesses could be Elijah and Enoch. Why? Because they never died. And scripture says, it is appointed for man once to die. Could Enoch be waiting in the wings? Not just spiritually, but literally. He walked daily with the divine. God said, "You're closer to my house than yours. Let's finish the walk up here." He pleased. He didn't just perform. In a world consumed by noise, greed, Enoch will walk back into our world one last time. And rebellion, he tuned his steps to heaven's beat. Could it be that Enoch didn't die? Because he transcended time, that he passed through a dimensional gate to another reality. Someone so in tune with divine purpose, so unshaken by the world's noise, that they become invisible to systems of control. A man who walks into data surveillance and vanishes from the grid. A whistleblower from heaven. A spiritual ghost. That what the ancient writers described as God took him might in today's terms resemble a portal, a wormhole, a divine rift. In intimacy, in alignment. In the book of Enoch, the Watcher's angels who descend to Earth's rebel share forbidden wisdom and corrupt humanity. It sounds eerily like a celestial containment breach. Enoch was allegedly sent back and forth to deliver messages, serve judgment, and record heavenly transactions. Sounds less like a prophet and more like a divine intelligence operative in obedience. He was the man whose steps matched the rhythm of heaven. Not 364, not 366, but exactly the number of days in our solar year. Coincidence? Perhaps. Saying, by faith Enoch was taken away so that he did not see death, and was not found, because God had taken him, or a deliberate time stamp left behind in the pages of eternity. But what truly sets Enoch apart wasn't his lineage or his lifespan. It was the way he lived. He walked with God, and then he was gone. The Hebrew phrase "God took him" uses the word lakachi term often associated with seizing something valuable, claiming a bride, or even initiating a transfer. The book of Hebrews 11:5 gives us another glimpse. Not found. They searched. He disappeared without a trace. Was it a spiritual promotion or something even more mysterious? Outside the standard biblical canon, there exists an ancient, highly controversial document known as the Book of Enoch. According to this text, Enoch was taken into the heavens. But here's the question that stirs the soul. Did Enoch's ascension happen in spirit or in body? Was he transformed into something divine or simply moved beyond the veil? Enter the modern theory. Some researchers stretching between theology and speculative physics suggest the Enoch's translation might describe something extraordinary. And why 365 years? Is it a coded reference to Earth's orbital path? Ancient astronaut theorists, those guys believe Enoch's story echoes descriptions of alien abduction, bright lights, otherworldly knowledge, secret missions. Some theologians, however, see a very different mission, one not of mystery, but of intimacy. And yet, the mystery deepens when you consider his possible return. The book of Revelation describes two witnesses who will prophesy at the end of time, calling down fire. If so, his disappearance wasn't a conclusion. Imagine, just for a moment, what a modern-day Enoch would look like. What if there are modern and examine women so aligned with God? Maybe the question isn't where Enoch went. Maybe the deeper question is, can we walk like he did? Hebrews tells us, without faith, it is impossible to please God. Enoch didn't just believe, and that may be the greatest mystery of all. Perhaps God didn't take Enoch to hide him. Perhaps he took him because they had walked so far together. And maybe, just maybe, you've just unlocked the mystery of Enoch. Next time on Bible Mysteries Unsealed, the Nephilim Conspiracy, Giants Among Us. Stay curious, stay faithful, and walk with wonder.
Day 9. Prayer for Loneliness and Isolation. Scripture focus. The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. Psalm 34, verse 18. Compassionate Father, you see the heart that feels invisible. You hear the silence where no one else listens. To the one who feels abandoned, overlooked, or forgotten, you are near. And so today, I cry out not just for companionship, but for communion with you. When the rooms feel empty and the days stretch long, remind me I'm not alone. You're Emmanuel, God with us, God with me. Your presence fills every quiet moment and every aching void. Where people may fail or fade, you remain faithful. Lord, speak to the soul that longs for connection. Bring healing to the one who feels unworthy of love or has been wounded by it. Restore joy, renew hope, send divine friendships, those led by your Spirit, grounded in truth and filled with life. Let this season of solitude become sacred. Let me grow roots in your presence. Let me hear your voice clearly and receive your love deeply. And when the time is right, connect me with the people you've prepared, those who will walk beside me in faith and love. Hymn of comfort. No one ever cared for me like Jesus. There's no other friend so kind as he. No one else could take the sin and darkness from me. Oh, how much he cared for me. Thank you, Lord, that even in loneliness, I am never forsaken. You're the friend that sticks closer than a brother. My heart finds rest in you. In Jesus' name, amen.
God's grace, the gift we don't deserve but desperately need. Introduction grace. It's one of the most beautiful and mysterious words in all of Scripture. We sing about it. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound. We talk about it. There but for the grace of God go I. But how often do we stop to truly reflect on what grace means? Grace is more than God being nice. It's more than a second chance. Grace is the unearned, undeserved, freely given favor of God poured out on broken, undeserving people like you and me. And without it, we're lost. But with it, we have everything. Today, let's explore God's grace in 3 dimensions. Grace that saves, grace that sustains, and grace that transforms. 1. Grace that saves. Let me assure you, God's grace reaches further than your sin can ever stretch. Romans 5:20 says, where sin increased, grace abounded all the more. You are never too far gone for God's grace to reach you. Ephesians 2, 8-9 tells us plainly, "For by grace you have been saved through faith." They didn't get the miracle they prayed for, but they got something deeper. The strength to endure. That's grace. She said something I'll never forget. God didn't heal my husband the way I asked, but he healed me in ways I never expected. That's the mystery of sustaining grace. It carries you when life knocks you down. Titus 2:11-12 says, "For the grace of God has appeared that offers salvation to all people. It teaches us to say no to ungodliness and to live self-controlled, upright, and godly lives." Not a flashy feel-good moment, but a deep, sustaining power that keeps you standing when you want to give up. You are loved as you are, but you're not left as you are. And this is not your own doing. It is the gift of God, not a result of works, so that no one may boast. Think about that. Here's a man who lived a life of crime and rebellion. Yet in his final moments, he turns to Jesus and says, "So that in all things at all times, having all that you need, you will abound in every good work." It's the heartbeat of the gospel. It saves you when you're lost. It sustains you when you're weak, and it transforms you into who you were always meant to be. Remember me when you come into your kingdom. And Jesus replies, "Today you will be with me in paradise." That's grace. No time to earn it. No rituals performed. Just faith and the overflowing grace of God. And not just restores, he commissions him to lead the early church. That's transforming grace. It wasn't instant. It was a process, messy, slow, and full of stumbles. Don't try to deserve it. You won't. Just receive it, rest in it, and let it change everything about you. But through accountability, prayer, and God's word, he began to change. It wasn't willpower, he said. It was grace power. That's what grace does. It transforms us from the inside out. It turns cowards into preachers, failures into shepherds, and doubters into disciples. We didn't earn our salvation. We didn't deserve it. It wasn't a reward for our goodness. It was a rescue from our sin. Every one of us was spiritually bankrupt. It walks with us every day. Life is hard. The Christian walk is challenging, but grace sustains us. We had nothing to offer God, but in his love, he extended grace through Jesus Christ. And what did God say? "My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness." One of the most powerful pictures of this is the thief on the cross. Maybe you feel like you've messed up too much for God to love you too. Grace that sustains. Grace doesn't stop at salvation. Paul knew this well. In 2 Corinthians 12, he talks about a thorn in the flesh, something painful he pleaded with God to remove. I've talked to believers who've battled depression, chronic illness, or the pain of betrayal. One woman in our community lost her husband to cancer after years of prayer. 3. Grace that transforms grace is not a license to stay the same. It's the power to become new. True grace doesn't just forgive sin. It changes our relationship with it. It teaches us, shapes us, convicts us. Grace says, think of Peter. He denied Jesus 3 times, publicly, shamefully. But after the resurrection, Jesus restores him. I once heard a man share how God's grace broke his addiction. Conclusion. So today, let this truth sink deep into your heart. Grace is not just a doctrine. Don't try to earn it. You can't. As 2 Corinthians 9:8 says, God is able to make all grace abound to you. That's grace. Amazing, overflowing, unshakable grace.
Welcome to the Botanical Gardens of Georgetown, a hidden gem in the bustling city. These gardens are a lush oasis in the heart of the city, providing a perfect escape from the urban hustle and bustle. Offering a peaceful retreat, the gardens boast a variety of tropical plants and wildlife, making it a haven for nature enthusiasts. Take a leisurely stroll through the gardens and enjoy the serene atmosphere, where every path leads to a new discovery. Don't forget to visit the zoo, where you can see some of Guyana's native animals up close, adding an educational twist to your visit. Whether you're a nature lover, a photography enthusiast, or just looking for a relaxing escape, the Botanical Gardens are a must-visit destination in Georgetown. If you love adventure but hate high prices, then Georgetown, Guyana is your next travel destination. This hidden gem in South America offers an array of experiences that won't break the bank. Picture this: charming streets lined with colonial architecture, vibrant markets brimming with local flavors, and serene rivers waiting to take you on a journey. Welcome to Georgetown, Guyana. The city is a blend of history and culture, with its colonial buildings standing as a testament to its rich past. Walking through these streets feels like stepping back in time. The markets here are a feast for the senses. Vibrant stalls are brimming with local flavors, from exotic fruits to handmade crafts. It's a perfect place to immerse yourself in the local culture. And when you need a break from the hustle and bustle, the serene rivers offer a peaceful escape. Imagine cruising along the Demerara River with breathtaking views all around. First stop, St. George's Cathedral. This isn't just any cathedral, it's one of the tallest wooden structures in the world. Imagine the stories those wooden beams could tell. The architecture is simply stunning, and it's a must-visit for any traveler. The interior is just as impressive, with intricate wooden details that showcase the craftsmanship of a bygone era. Next, let's dive into the hustle and bustle of Stabroek Market. Here you'll find everything from fresh produce to handmade crafts, all while soaking up the local culture. The market is a vibrant hub of activity, where you can interact with locals and experience the true essence of Georgetown. And the best part? Your wallet will thank you too. The prices here are incredibly budget-friendly, making it easy to enjoy without overspending. Need a break from the city? Hop on a boat and cruise along the Demerara River. The views are simply breathtaking, offering a serene escape from the urban rush. The river cruises are a highlight of any trip to Georgetown, providing a unique perspective of the city and its natural beauty. And let's talk about accommodations. Georgetown offers a range of budget-friendly options, from cozy guest houses to affordable hotels, so you can rest easy and still have plenty left for adventures. The accommodations are comfortable and welcoming, ensuring a pleasant stay. Ready to make some unforgettable memories without spending a fortune? Georgetown, Guyana is calling your name. Pack your bags and get ready to explore. Adventure, culture, and affordability. It's all here waiting for you. So why wait? Discover the budget-friendly adventures of Georgetown, Guyana today. Whether you're a solo traveler or with friends, Georgetown offers something for everyone. From its rich history to its vibrant markets and serene rivers, this city is a treasure trove of experiences. So, what are you waiting for? Georgetown, Guyana is ready to welcome you with open arms and unforgettable adventures. Discover the charm, the culture, and the affordability of Georgetown, Guyana today.
Do we control our destiny, or are our choices an illusion? Free will versus determinism is one of philosophy's oldest debates. Let's explore. For centuries, thinkers like Aristotle have championed the concept of free will, while others, such as Spinoza, have posited that the universe operates on deterministic laws, leaving little room for genuine choice. This debate has been a cornerstone of philosophical inquiry, shaping our understanding of human nature and our place in the cosmos. Aristotle, with his emphasis on individual agency, argued that humans possess the capacity to make choices independent of external forces. He believed that our actions are not preordained but are the result of rational deliberation and moral responsibility. In contrast, Spinoza, a rationalist philosopher, contended that everything in the universe, including human actions, is determined by preceding causes. According to Spinoza, free will is an illusion. Our choices are merely the outcome of a complex web of prior events and natural laws. This deterministic view suggests that understanding the underlying causes of our actions can lead to greater self-awareness and acceptance of our place in the natural order. The tension between free will and determinism remains a central theme in contemporary discussions, not only in philosophy but also in science, psychology, and even law. Advances in neuroscience, for instance, have provided new insights into how our brains make decisions, further complicating the debate. Some researchers suggest that our sense of free will might be a byproduct of complex neural processes, while others argue that understanding these processes can enhance our ability to make conscious choices. The implications of this debate are profound, influencing how we think about moral responsibility, legal accountability, and personal identity. If our actions are determined by factors beyond our control, can we truly be held accountable for them? Or does the belief in free will provide a necessary foundation for ethical behavior and social order? These questions remain as relevant today as they were in ancient times, continuing to inspire rigorous debate and introspection. As we delve deeper into the complexities of human thought and behavior, the dialogue between free will and determinism serves as a reminder of the enduring quest to understand ourselves and the world around us. Whether we lean towards the ideas of Aristotle or Spinoza, the exploration of these concepts continues to challenge and enrich our perspectives, driving us to seek greater clarity and meaning in our lives. Modern neuroscience complicates the debate. Experiments show that our brains make decisions milliseconds before we're consciously aware of them. Does this mean free will is just an illusion? Neuroscience has made significant strides in understanding the human brain, revealing intricate details about how we process information and make decisions. One of the most intriguing findings is that our brains often initiate actions before we become consciously aware of them. This discovery has profound implications for the concept of free will, a topic that has been debated by philosophers, scientists, and theologians for centuries. In a series of groundbreaking experiments, researchers have used advanced brain imaging techniques, such as functional MRI, to observe the brain's activity in real time. These studies have shown that specific patterns of neural activity can predict a person's decisions several milliseconds before they are consciously aware of making that choice. For instance, when a person decides to move their hand, the brain's motor cortex shows signs of activity moments before the individual reports the conscious intention to move. This phenomenon raises critical questions about the nature of free will. If our decisions are initiated by unconscious brain processes, can we truly be said to have control over our actions? Some scientists argue that what we perceive as free will is merely an illusion, a byproduct of complex neural mechanisms operating behind the scenes. They suggest that our sense of agency and control is constructed by the brain after the fact, giving us the impression that we are in charge of our choices. However, not everyone agrees with this deterministic view. Many philosophers and neuroscientists believe that free will and unconscious brain activity can coexist. They argue that while our brains may prepare for actions unconsciously, our conscious mind still plays a crucial role in shaping and guiding those actions. This perspective suggests that free will is not an all-or-nothing phenomenon, but rather a spectrum, with varying degrees of conscious and unconscious influence. Moreover, the implications of these findings extend beyond the realm of academic debate. They touch on fundamental aspects of human experience, such as moral responsibility and personal identity. If our actions are determined by unconscious brain processes, how do we hold individuals accountable for their behavior? Can we still consider ourselves autonomous beings capable of making meaningful choices? As neuroscience continues to unravel the mysteries of the brain, the debate over free will is likely to evolve. New discoveries will undoubtedly shed more light on the intricate relationship between conscious thought and unconscious neural activity. In the meantime, the question remains, are we the true authors of our actions, or are we merely passengers on a ride controlled by our brains? Regardless of where one stands on this issue, it is clear that the study of neuroscience offers valuable insights into the workings of the human mind. By exploring the complex interplay between brain activity and conscious awareness, we can gain a deeper understanding of what it means to be human and the nature of our free will. Some argue that even if our choices are influenced by external factors, they're still ours to make. This perspective suggests that while we may be shaped by our environment, upbringing, and even genetic predispositions, the essence of choice remains intact. It's the idea that within the constraints of our circumstances, we still possess the agency to decide our actions. This viewpoint is often referred to as compatibilism, which reconciles free will with determinism. Compatibilists believe that freedom can exist even in a world governed by causal laws. They argue that as long as we act according to our desires and intentions, we are exercising free will, regardless of the underlying influences. Others suggest that determinism doesn't negate meaning or responsibility. From this angle, the deterministic nature of the universe doesn't strip life of its significance. Instead, it provides a framework within which we can understand our actions and their consequences. This school of thought posits that knowing our actions are determined can lead to a deeper sense of responsibility. If we recognize that our choices are the result of a complex interplay of factors, we might approach decision-making with greater care and consideration. This perspective can foster a sense of humility and interconnectedness as we acknowledge the myriad influences that shape our lives. Moreover, some philosophers argue that determinism can enhance our sense of purpose. If everything is interconnected and follows a certain order, then our lives are part of a larger, meaningful tapestry. This can be a source of comfort and motivation, as it suggests that our actions contribute to a greater whole. In this view, determinism doesn't diminish our significance, but rather situates us within a grand, coherent narrative. In conclusion, the debate between free will and determinism is complex and multifaceted. While some see determinism as a threat to autonomy, others find ways to harmonize it with a meaningful and responsible existence. Ultimately, the way we perceive this philosophical dilemma can profoundly influence how we understand ourselves and our place in the world. Free will or determinism? Maybe the truth is somewhere in the middle. What do you think? Are we truly free? Join the conversation below and subscribe for more philosophical insights.
India's golden ticket. Route stands between India and a potentially fragile English lower order. The goodness of God, our anchor in every season. Introduction. One of the most well-known phrases in the Christian world is this: God is good all the time. And all the time, God is good. It's said in joy, whispered in pain, and often printed on coffee mugs and T-shirts. But what does it really mean when we say that God is good? Is it just a church cliche, or is it the foundation upon which we build our faith? Let's be honest, there are times when life doesn't feel good. Prayers go unanswered, pain lingers, and trials seem unending. In those moments, our understanding of God's goodness can be shaken. But it's in those very moments that we must return to the truth. God's goodness is not a feeling, it's a fact. It is who He is, regardless of how we feel or what we face. 1. The goodness of God is His nature. Let's start with the foundation. God doesn't merely do good things, He is good. It is His essence, His identity. Just as fire is hot and water is wet, God is good. Everything He does flows from that core. In Exodus 33, Moses asks God, "Please show me your glory." And what does God say in response? He says, "I will make all my goodness pass before you." Exodus 33:19. Think about that. The glory of God is revealed in His goodness. I remember once going through a season where I felt spiritually dry. I wasn't hearing from God the way I used to. Prayer felt like an echo chamber. But then I read Psalm 27:13. I would have lost heart unless I believed I would see the goodness of the Lord in the land of the living. That verse gave me a new lens to look through. I began to look for His goodness, not in big miracles, but in daily mercies. Our friends call it just the right time, an answered prayer I had long forgotten. God hadn't changed. I just stopped noticing. His goodness isn't something that turns on and off. James 1:17 reminds us that every good gift and every perfect gift is from above, coming down from the Father of lights, with whom there is no variation or shadow due to change. God's goodness doesn't wave with the seasons or shift with our emotions. 2. The goodness of God is seen in His actions. Think back to creation. God didn't create the world with mediocrity. He filled it with vibrant colors, majestic mountains, gentle rivers, and the complexities of the human body and mind. At the end of it all, He declared it very good, Genesis 1:31. And then came humanity's fall. Yet even then, God's goodness didn't falter. He didn't wipe us out and start over. Instead, He began the most loving rescue plan ever written. Romans 5:8 says, "But God shows His love for us in that while we were still sinners, Christ died for us." The cross is the greatest evidence of His goodness. Jesus didn't die because we were good. He died because He is good. A woman in my church once shared her story of walking away from God after her son died unexpectedly. She said she couldn't reconcile how a good God could allow such pain, but years later she found herself in a grief support group, helping others through similar losses. "It took me a while," she said, "but I finally saw it. God never left me. He was good to me even in my tears. He just wasn't showing it the way I expected." Friends, that's the key. God's goodness doesn't always look like comfort. Sometimes it looks like correction. Sometimes it looks like a closed door that leads to the right one. He sees what we can't. Isaiah 55:9 reminds us that His ways are higher than ours. What feels like a setback may actually be a setup for a blessing. 3. The goodness of God is our refuge. Nahum 1:7 says, "The Lord is good, a stronghold in the day of trouble. He knows those who take refuge in Him." We often look for goodness in the absence of trouble, but Scripture tells us we can experience God's goodness in trouble. There's a peace that only comes when you know the heart of God. You may not understand his hand, but you trust his heart. That's what makes his goodness an anchor in every storm. When cancer comes, when the job is lost, when the prayers feel unanswered, God is still good. When I was younger, my father lost his job just before Christmas. I remember the stress that clouded our home. But in that same season, we saw God's goodness in unexpected ways. Neighbors brought groceries. A family friend dropped off wrapped gift for us. We learned firsthand that goodness isn't about having everything go right. It's about seeing God in everything. David said in Psalm 23:6, "Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life." That word followed in the Hebrew is actually pursue. God's goodness chases us, not occasionally, not when we deserve it, but all the days of our lives. 4. How we respond to God's goodness. So what do we do in light of such overwhelming, faithful goodness? First, we thank him. Gratitude is a natural response to goodness. Psalm 107:1 says, "Give thanks to the Lord, for he is good. His love endures forever." Let's be people who don't just thank God for what he gives, but for who he is. Second, we trust him. Even when we can't trace his hand, we trust his heart. We live by faith, not by sight. Third, we reflect his goodness to others. We forgive, we serve, we give, not because it makes us look good, but because it points others to the one who is good. And finally, rest in his goodness. When life gets overwhelming, remember that you don't have to carry the weight alone. God's goodness holds you. He sees you. He's working for your good even now. Conclusion. God's goodness is not a fleeting feeling or a seasonal blessing. It's the rock-solid truth that sustains us through every chapter of life. When we're on the mountain, his goodness is evident. When we're in the valley, his goodness carries us. If you're struggling to believe in God's goodness today, let me encourage you. He hasn't changed. He hasn't forgotten you. He hasn't failed you. He is good. Always. Forever. Faithfully. Let that truth sink deep into your heart. Live from it. Lean into it. And never stop proclaiming it. God is good and his mercy endures forever. Pope Francis, A Man Before His Times Part 1 Introduction, and Life of Jorge Mario Bergoglio. Introduction. On Easter Monday, the 21st of April, 2025, the world pours to mourn the death of Pope Francis, the 266th successor of St. Peter, a man who radically reshaped perceptions of papal authority in a deeply divided world. His funeral, attended by 250,000 people from across the globe, reflected a life spent building bridges rather than walls. From royalty to refugees, from heads of state to humble parishioners, the world gathered to honor a man whose pontificate had been defined by humility, advocacy for the marginalized, and relentless hope. Pope Francis was unlike any pope who had come before him, a Latin American Jesuit who chose simplicity over ceremony, dialogue over division, and mercy over judgment. His legacy reverberates far beyond the boundaries of the Catholic Church, influencing global politics, environmental activism, and humanitarian advocacy. His passing marks the end of a significant chapter in the history of Catholicism and leaves critical questions about the strategic direction of the Church moving forward. The life of Jorge Mario Bergoglio, then Pope Francis. Early life and formation. Born Jorge Mario Bergoglio on the 17th of December, 1936 in Buenos Aires, Argentina, to Italian immigrant parents, young Jorge grew up in a modest household infused with Catholic faith and Italian culture. As a teenager, a life-altering illness, severe pneumonia, left him with one lung partially removed, a physical reminder of human fragility that perhaps foreshadowed his lifelong emphasis on mercy. Entering the Society of Jesus, the Jesuits, in 1958, Bergoglio distinguished himself through his sharp intellect, quiet charisma, and deep spirituality. However, his time as a Jesuit provincial leader during Argentina's Dirty War 1976–1983 was controversial. Accusations, later widely discredited, suggested he had not done enough to protect two kidnapped priests. This period of struggle and reflection profoundly shaped his humility and reserved leadership style. Rise to Archbishop and Cardinal. Ordained as Archbishop of Buenos Aires in 1998 and made Cardinal by Pope John Paul II in 2001, Bergoglio developed a reputation as the Bishop of the Slums. He eschewed the opulent Archbishop's palace for a modest apartment, cooked his own meals, and traveled by bus. His ministry was defined by proximity to the poor, an approach he would later bring to Rome. Election as Pope. Following Pope Benedict XVI's surprise resignation in 2013, the conclave elected Bergoglio, the first Jesuit pope, first Latin American pope, and first pope to take the name Francis in honor of St. Francis of Assisi. His first public appearance, simply asking the crowd to pray for him, signaled a new style of papacy, less imperial, more pastoral. Part 2 hallmarks of his papacy. 2 hallmarks of his papacy. Reformer of structures. Francis inherited a Vatican plagued by scandals, financial irregularities, internal corruption, and deeply entrenched bureaucracy. Early in his papacy, he established a council of cardinals, the C9, to advise him and began an overhaul of the Roman Curia, aiming for greater transparency, accountability, and service to the universal church. He launched sweeping reforms of the Vatican Bank IOR, promoting stricter anti-money laundering measures and external audits. Francis also worked to decentralize church governance, granting greater authority to local bishops' conferences and encouraging cultural diversity within church practices, a significant move toward dismantling excessive centralization in Rome. Champion for the poor. Pope Francis revitalized Catholic social teaching with an unrelenting focus on economic injustice. From his apostolic exhortation, Evangelii Gaudium, to countless speeches, he denounced the economy of exclusion, called for a poor church for the poor, and elevated the plight of migrants, refugees, and the homeless. He personally visited impoverished communities around the world, from the favelas of Brazil to the slums of Nairobi. Migrant advocate. One of the earliest acts of Francis's papacy was his pilgrimage to Lampedusa, where he mourned migrants who drowned in the Mediterranean. He continuously advocated for more compassionate migration policies, criticizing rising nationalism and xenophobia. His message, build bridges, not walls, became a defining mantra, particularly during the rise of anti-immigrant populism globally. Climate change crusader. With his groundbreaking 2015 encyclical Laudato Si, Francis became the first pope to dedicate an entire encyclical to ecological concerns. He linked climate change to global inequality, condemned environmental exploitation, and demanded urgent international action. His environmental advocacy resonated far beyond Catholic circles, influencing major political agreements such as the Paris Climate Accord. Bridge builder in faith, Francis took unprecedented steps to heal ancient divisions. He held historic meetings with Patriarch Kirill of the Russian Orthodox Church, the Grand Imam of Al-Azhar, restoring Catholic-Muslim relations, and Jewish leaders worldwide. His overtures extended even to non-believers, famously stating that God's mercy extends to atheists if they live according to conscience. Pragmatic progressivism. Francis opened conversations on previously closed issues, pastoral care for divorced and remarried Catholics, blessing for same-sex couples while upholding traditional definitions of marriage, and women's roles in church leadership such as appointing women to high-level Vatican positions. He advocated for mercy and discernment rather than rigid adherence to law, challenging legalistic approaches without breaking doctrinal continuity. Part 3, Final Days. Comparisons with past popes, greatest legacies. 3. The final days and the moving funeral. Battling worsening respiratory and cardiac conditions, Pope Francis faces final months with characteristic humility. Despite deteriorating health, he maintained public engagements whenever possible, embodying a pastor who walked with his people to the end. His death on Easter Monday, so closely tied to the Church's greatest message of resurrection and hope, was seen by many as a providential sign. It brought an outpouring of global mourning rarely seen in modern times. Lying in state in St. Peter's Basilica, Francis's simple wooden coffin, per his request, attracted tens of thousands of pilgrims. The Vatican observed tight security, yet the atmosphere was marked by palpable reverence rather than fear. The funeral on the 26th of April, 2025 was simple yet profound. The Mass began with Cardinal Giovanni Battista Re's homily, describing Francis as a man who touched the minds and hearts of people attentive to the signs of times. His final words, "Build bridges, not walls," resonated deeply across the world. After the Mass, his body was carried through St. Peter's Square amidst tears, songs, and prayers. The final procession to Santa Maria Maggiore, his beloved church, was especially moving. His coffin ushered in by migrants and prisoners, the very people he had championed. In keeping with his wishes, the burial was private, beneath the basilica's floor, marked only by the simple inscription, Franciscus. 4. Comparisons with past popes. Pope John Paul II. John Paul II's charismatic global leadership helped topple communism and energize millions. His funeral attracted over 3 million mourners. Yet critics noted that under his watch, many systemic issues, for example, financial scandals, clerical abuse, festered. Francis, in contrast, took a quieter but more surgical approach to internal reform, focusing not only on public gestures but systemic change. Pope Benedict XVI. Benedict XVI was a brilliant theologian but lacked Francis's pastoral touch. His papacy leaned heavily on doctrinal clarity but struggled with communication and warmth. Francis combined orthodoxy with accessibility, speaking in metaphors and stories rather than theological treatises. Earlier popes. In the pre-20th century, papal power was often more political than pastoral. Popes like Pius IX and Pius XII navigated wars and political alliances. Francis marked a return to a radically gospel-centered vision, humility, service, and mercy over power. In death, Francis redefined how a pope could be mourned, not through state pomp, but by the ordinary faithful whose lives he had touched. Greatest legacies of Pope Francis. 1. Reorienting the mission. Francis made the Church's purpose unmistakably clear. It must go outward. The Church is a field hospital after battle. He said, pastoral accompaniment, walking with sinners, the wounded, the doubters, became the new measure of Catholic faithfulness, not rigid adherence to rubrics. 2. Climate action. Through Laudato Si, Francis integrated environmental care with Catholic morality. He established the Vatican's first carbon neutrality goals, pushed dioceses worldwide to divest from fossil fuels, and inspired the creation of the Laudato Si Action Platform, a global Catholic sustainability initiative. 3. Humanizing the papacy. Francis shattered the aloof, imperial image of the papacy. His actions, like quietly slipping out of the Vatican to minister to the homeless, stunned the world and set a standard of leadership rooted in humility, presence, and love. 4. Seeds of Reform. His promotion of synodality, walking together, was revolutionary. No longer would major church decisions be handed down from on high. Instead, lay people, including women and youth, were invited to deliberate and discern alongside bishops. The potential for a more participatory, less clericalist church was perhaps his boldest legacy. 5. Courageous stances. Francis's critique of modern capitalism, environmental degradation, and exclusionary nationalism was unwavering. Even in the face of fierce resistance from powerful forces both within and outside the church, he stood firm, modeling what moral leadership in a divided age could look like. 6. A global church. Francis truly globalized Catholicism's leadership. His consistent appointments from the global south reshaped the future landscape of the College of Cardinals. His vision ensures that future popes are more likely to reflect the world's cultural and social diversity rather than only European traditions. Part 4. Strategic Future of the Catholic Church without Francis plus conclusion. 6. The strategic future of the Catholic Church without Francis. The death of Pope Francis leaves the Catholic Church at a critical crossroads. While his pontificate created undeniable momentum toward openness, compassion, and reform, the future path remains uncertain and contested. Immediate challenges. The Church is deeply polarized. Conservative factions view some of Francis's initiatives as doctrinally risky, while progressive groups feel frustrated by the slow pace of structural reform. The next pope will inherit a delicate balance between preserving unity and advancing the spirit of renewal that Francis unleashed. Synodality and inclusivity. Francis's emphasis on synodality, a listening church where laity, clergy, and hierarchy discern together, is arguably his most ambitious long-term legacy. The October 2023 TO24 synods on synodality laid a foundation for greater lay participation and decentralized decision-making. If future leaders deepen this process, it could permanently change the hierarchical, clerical culture of the Church. Rise of the Global South. Francis decisively moved the Church's center of gravity toward the Global South. Today, the majority of the world's Catholics live in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. The next generations of church leadership will likely reflect these realities more fully, bringing fresh theological insights, liturgical styles, and social priorities. An African or Asian pope could continue Francis's vision of a multicultural, missionary church or steer it in surprising new directions shaped by local contexts. Tensions ahead. Key issues that remain unresolved include the role of women in church leadership and the possibility of women deacons, full pastoral inclusion of LGBTQ+ Catholics, re-examination of clerical celibacy rules, particularly in missionary territories, continued response to clerical sexual abuse, with stricter transparency measures. A future papacy could either consolidate Francis's gains or attempt to roll back certain reforms, reigniting tensions among the global faithful. Diplomacy and moral voice. Francis revitalized the Vatican's role as a global moral voice, from brokering peace initiatives to shaping climate dialogues. Future popes will need to navigate a world marked by growing authoritarianism, ecological crises, and technological upheavals, continuing the delicate balancing act between prophetic witness and political engagement. In short, the Church faces a pivotal choice: to deepen Francis's culture of openness, service, and accompaniment, or to retreat into defensive institutionalism. The world is watching. Conclusion. Pope Francis reimagined the papacy for a wounded and divided world. He was a pope who walked, spoke, and suffered with his people, one who preferred the scent of his sheep over the trappings of princely power. Through his advocacy for the poor, his defense of migrants, his care for creation, and his openness to dialogue, Francis embodied a Christianity that was radical in its simplicity and revolutionary in its compassion. His funeral, with its humility and humanity, reflected the church he sought to build, not grandiose, but grounded, not distant, but deeply involved in the realities of the world. The baton now passes to a new generation, leaders and faithful alike, who must decide whether to continue walking the synodal, inclusive, missionary path he carved. History will remember Pope Francis not only for what he changed, but for the new imagination he gave Catholicism, a church that listens, loves, and leads with mercy. As bells echoed over Rome and the faithful whispered their final goodbyes, the simple wooden coffin of Pope Francis was lowered into the earth. Yet his spirit rises still, in every bridge built, every refugee welcomed, every voice of the poor raised high. Pope Francis, the Pope who built bridges, not walls. His legacy is now ours to carry forward.
Yo, perfect timing for a viral moment. Caught on camera at Coldplay and now I'm in hot water. Everyone's buzzing about it. What a mess. I swear it was just a friendly hug, nothing more. But now the board's in disarray and I'm the talk of the day. They asked the boss and he just shrugged it off. Caught in the spotlight and it's not what it seems. So here I am trying to clear my name. If you see me at a show, just know I'm keeping it low-key.
One in Guyana, the song. From the rivers wide to the golden shore, we rise as one, divided, no more. A land where hope and heart strong song. Progress never ceases, bold and bright. Peace, prosperity, and progress ignite. Where people achieve and dreams endure. This place we love, forever pure. One guide, Anna, our song and our stand. One people, one nation, one destiny, hand in hand. Together we build, united and free. This is our home, our legacy. Never let the shadows dim your light. Onward through the darkness, take your flight. Resilience like a river, ever strong and whole. Only you can chase the stars within your soul. From Linden to Lethem, our voices blend. In peace we walk, on grace depend. A place of national unity we claim, with justice, truth, and honor as our flame. A fantastic country, bold and grand, with healing and wisdom in every hand. We honor the past, Jake and Burnham's call, to build a future that uplifts all live independently, bold and proud, with freedom echoing long and loud. We turn from hate, embrace the right, and walk in love with eyes on light. No more corruption, no more fear. A brighter tomorrow drawing near. From party to party, hand to hand, together we rise to bless this land. One guide, our song and our stand. One people, one nation, one destiny, hand in hand. Together we build, united and free. This is our hope, our victory. Never let the shadows dim your light. Onward through the darkness, take your flight. Resilience like a river, ever strong and whole. Only you can chase the stars within your soul.
Ghana National Prayer for One Ghana, one people, one nation, one destiny. Heavenly Father, with reverence and hope, we bring one before you, our homeland of many cultures, many voices, yet one future. We give thanks for her rivers and rainforests, her vibrant people, and her place among the nations. Progress never ceases in this land of promise. May every citizen find the will and way to build and believe. Peace, prosperity, and progress continues. May this sacred triad define our daily life and policy. People from every walk of life rise today with purpose. Inspire each heart with dreams fulfilled and doors opened. Where people achieve more, let education thrive, innovation flourish, and creativity lead. Plant in us the seeds of patience and perseverance. As you water this land with grace, let it bloom in justice and generosity. A place of national unity, may those words move from motto to reality. Push back the tides of division and stir our spirits to come together. Nurture new narratives of inclusion, of community, of belonging. Unite our leaders and our people in purpose and peace. A fantastic country we declare to be, not just in beauty, but in dignity, decency, and development. Fill our streets with kindness and our corridors of power with conscience. Cultivate in us a national soul, honest, hardworking, and hopeful. All live independently. Let this be the lived truth of every. Let freedom never be shadowed by fear. Now we speak into the soul of our land. Never let the shadows dim your light. Onward, through the darkness, take your flight. Resilience like a river, ever flowing strong. The whisper of your heart sings the bravest song. Only you can chase the stars within your soul. Never yield, for you are destined to be whole. And again, we declare, never let the shadows dim your light. Onward, through the darkness, take your flight. Resilience like a river, ever flowing strong. The whisper of your heart sings the bravest song. Only you can chase the stars within your soul. Never yield, for you are destined to be whole. God of nations, we ask for unity among leaders and communities, prosperity that is shared by all, national security that protects without oppressing, honesty and cleanliness in all offices of trust, astute leadership that values service above gain, equal opportunities for every citizen, young and old, an end to corruption, nepotism, racism, and the love for violence. Let the vision of our nation's founding fathers, Forbes Burnham, and shine once more. They dreamed of a where national development outweighed personal ambition. May their legacy call us upward. Lord, bless one, today and always. Let every people, party, and province rise together, and may this land fulfill her destiny. In name, Amen.
One in Guyana, the song from the rivers wide to the golden shore, we rise as one, divided no more. A land where hope and heart belong. We sing our truth in one strong song. Progress never ceases, bold and bright. Peace, prosperity, and progress ignite. Where people achieve and dreams endure. This place we love, forever pure. One Guyana, our song and our stand. One people, one nation, one destiny, hand in hand. Together we build, united and free. This is our home, our legacy. Never let the shadows dim your light. Onward through the darkness, take your flight. Resilience like a river, ever strong and whole. Only you can chase the stars within your soul. From Linden to Lethem, our voices blend. In peace we walk, on grace depend. A place of national unity we claim, with justice, truth, and honor as our flame. A fantastic country, bold and grand, with healing and wisdom united and free. This is our hope, our victory. Never let the shadows dim your light. Onward through the darkness, take your flight. Resilience like a river, ever strong and whole. Only you can chase the stars within your soul.
Cain. The rest of the story, a 10-minute dramatic devotional. Narrative from Cain's perspective. I was the firstborn of humanity, the first to open my eyes outside Eden's gate, the first to cry, not in paradise, but in dust. Adam was strong, Eve luminous with the memory of what they told us, stories of walking with God in the cool of the day, of light that clothed them, of fruit that turned sweet to bitter. We lived just east of that garden, but the gate was always shut. My brother Abel chose the pasture gentler work, it seemed to me then. Flaming swords guarded what once was ours. I grew up watching my father till the cursed ground, turning dry earth into bread. I learned to do the same. He was different, soft-spoken. He listened more than he spoke. He had a way of talking to God like he was near, even though he was not seen. I envied that. When we brought our offerings, I brought fruit from the ground ripe, plentiful. I had worked for it. But Abel, he brought lambs, the firstborn, with blood. My fists clenched and smoke. And for reasons I couldn't understand, God accepted his offering, but not mine. It didn't seem fair. I worked harder, longer, but he said nothing. If you do what is right, will you not be accepted? But if not, sin is crouching at your door. Its desire is for you, but you must master it. I left the altar cold and angry. Abel tried to talk with me, but even his concern sounded like pride. My jaw tightened, and then God spoke. Why are you angry, Cain? Why is your face downcast? But I didn't. I fed it instead. That morning, I called Abel into the field. He followed. He always followed. I don't remember drawing the stone. I don't remember how many blows. Only the silence that followed the way his blood soaked into the ground like spilled wine. His eyes stayed open, still. Then God came, not with wrath, not with fire, with a question. Where is your brother? I lied, dead. Am I my brother's keeper? A fugitive? The first man, exiled by his own sin. But the ground had already answered. Your brother's blood cries out to me from the earth. Those words have never left me. He did not strike me down. He could have. He should have. But instead, he marked me. A sign that I would live. A protection against revenge. I became a wanderer. Years passed. I built a city, called it Enoch, after my son, brick by brick. I tried to forget, but you cannot outbuild blood. Every echo of a hammer reminded me of what was lost. Not just Abel, but me. From Adam, from Seth. That one day, another son would come, the man I was supposed to be. Sometimes I would wake in the night, hearing Abel's voice not in anger, but innocence, a whisper of the past. A ghost of what should have been. My children asked why I never spoke of my brother. I told them the ground remembers, but even there in dust and disgrace he began to feel something strange. Hope, not loud, not deserved, but persistent. I heard rumors, one whose blood would not cry for justice, but mercy, one who would not take life but give it, a lamb not like Abel's, but greater, perfect. Will his blood reach even me? If you remember me only for the field, remember this too. The same God who judged me, spared me. The same God who heard blood cry out, also covered me with grace. So if you've fallen deeply, shamefully listen. The ground may speak of what you've done, but heaven can speak louder, and his mercy still marks wonders, even the ones who killed their own brother.
David and Goliath 1, the Valerian stage. Setting the scene, a hush settled over the valley of Elah just before dawn, the mist curling low over the olive trees and rocky outcrops. Rolling hills streaked in sleepy purples and golds cradled to great armies. The Israelites on their side, shields aligned in tight ranks. The Philistines opposite them, armored dark and reflective under the awakening sun. In the center, two tents lay closer to the ridge, Agis King Saul's and the Philistine commander, as like beacons of divine hope and warlike assertion. Goliath of Gath awaited them. David tried it on. I cannot walk in these. I'm not used to them. They clanked and rattled, slowing him down. He shed them, returned the gear with gratitude and humility. Instead, he chose his shepherd's tools. Staff, 5 smooth stones from the brook, come here. And I'll give your flesh to the birds and beasts. And his sling simple, but wielded thousands of times under his care. As their champion stepped forward into the light, a mountain, striding across the earth, he was no mere bully. The morning crowd parted. Soldiers watched from atop ridges. Nature itself seemed to lean forward, waiting. Yes, he was a colossus. The Philistine army was silent. Goliath's laugh rolled like thunder as he sized up this boy. Even the wind stilled. The stone struck the giant's forehead with divine accuracy. Some dropped their armor, blankets, weapons in desperation. They ran until their dust mounds vanished over ridges. Bronze clanged. Chariots screamed, or hurled. Fear turned into unstoppable momentum. See, the Philistines fled. A soft hiss through the air. Twice, Goliath's knees shook. Each rotation an echo of every past fight with lions and bears. David, sword in hand, stood over fallen Goliath, breathing heavily. A sling of past triumphs, in the name of the one who fights with you. Oh! He looked skyward, overwhelmed and amazed. His spear dropped. His eyes widened in shock, then closed. Relational strife don't strap on someone else's armor. Hearts raced in both armies. Use your own tools. Prayer, scripture, memories of past victories, and trust in God's character. The humongous body fell face first to the ground with an earth-shaking crash. Dust billowed. The valley seemed to exhale. The battle is the Lord's. Today, the Lord will deliver you into my hands. Bronze headpiece shaped like a lion's crest. Spiritual battle, remember? Like David, your springboard is simple. 5 stones of remembrance. Greaves of bronze clad his legs. Emotion built. 3 times, wind whistled. Bugles murmured from sidelines, remembering every stone of past faithfulness. Sent by Jesse to bring food to his brothers serving under King Saul, Saul looked at the boy with incredulous eyes. Wiry build, soft hands, aged roughly around 16. He traversed the camps, weaving through tents and ranks. But I come against you in the name of the Lord Almighty, the God of the armies of Israel, whom you have defied. He spoke not with bravado, but with divine certainty. And all this assembly will know that the Lord does not save with sword and spear. Until he heard the giant mocking, he paused. Each word hit harder than a thrown javelin. The Israelite soldiers, battle-hardened but shaken, rage, shame, fear, confusion in their eyes. He approached the valley's edge once more, alone. Fortress-scaled coat of mail weighing more than any common man, announced himself. Let no man's heart fail because of him. I will go and fight this Philistine. But behind those eyes burned conviction. Answered, you come against me with sword, spear, javelin. Silence fell, then release. Spear in his hand so large its iron tip rivaled a ship's anchor. Each morning for 40 days he thundered across the valley. Choose a man to come down to me. If he can fight and kill me, we will become your subjects. But if I overcome him and kill him, you will become ours. His words rolled across the landscape, defiantly challenging, mocking. But Israel, fearful and paralyzed, remained silent. No champion stepped forth. Courage born from faith, not size or strength. 2. David's arrival. An unlikely hero not part of the army. David came from Bethlehem's fields. David's blood burned. Why is this happening? Who is this uncircumcised Philistine to defy the armies of the living God? Each repetition rang louder. Soon, even the soldiers noticed the young shepherd's outrage and strength. He found Saul's tent. 3. Armor of faith versus armor of bronze. Saul, humored and hopeful, offered his armor, helmet, chestplate, sword. For the verbal duel, taunts, accusations, faith. Goliath? Am I a dog, that you come at me with sticks? The Philistines bellowed in support, leaning forward, hungry for the fight. David, steady and unflinching. 5. The moment before. Breath of destiny. David retrieved a stone and placed it in his sling. Feeling the familiar grooves of the smooth pebble, he whirled the sling once. The stone sailed like a comet through the dawn, a silent transporter. 6. The strike. Giant falls, time slowed. Thud. A pin dropped somewhere. 7. The aftermath. Pursuit and liberation, then came the surging eruption of shouts from the Israelites as they charged. All that remained, Israel's warriors exulting. 8. Reflections on faith and triumph in that 15-minute of drama. We witness more than a warrior's defeat or the fall of a giant. Divine power working through unlikely vessels, even a shepherd's sling. The transformation of fear into action, God's sovereignty. The Lord saves not with sword and spear, but through faith and divine purpose. 9. Closing echo. A word for today. Imagine the giant in your life, overwhelming, insurmountable. What stands between you and your victory? Physical limitation, emotional struggle. When you face giants' finance pressures, health fears. 10. Final charge. Engage the valley as you step off the ridge today. Keep your eyes on the giant, but keep your heart anchored on the Lord. Speak truth over your valley. The victory belongs to the Lord, and his strength is my shield. Swing the sling, act in obedience, because with God you aren't small. You're his champion.
The power of forgiveness. Be kind to one another, tender-hearted, forgiving one another, even as God in Christ forgave you. In Ephesians 4:32 NKJV. Forgiveness isn't easy. It goes against our natural desire for justice and fairness. When someone hurts us, holding on to the pain can feel justified, even protective. But the truth is, unforgiveness chains us to the past and keeps us from walking freely into the future God has for us. Ephesians 4:32 calls us to a different way, a Christ-like way. It invites us to forgive not because others deserve it, but because we've been forgiven much. Jesus set the ultimate example on the cross, extending mercy even to those who wronged him. And he calls us to do the same. Forgiveness doesn't mean forgetting or excusing wrongdoing. It means releasing the burden, refusing to let bitterness take root, and choosing love over resentment. It's a process, sometimes daily, but each act of forgiveness is a step toward healing and peace. Are you carrying the weight of unforgiveness today? Ask God for the grace to let go. He is not only able to heal your heart, but also to bring beauty from even the deepest wounds. Prayer. Lord, thank you for forgiving me so completely in Christ. Help me to extend that same forgiveness to others. Soften my heart, heal the places that still hurt, and fill me with your love and peace. Amen.
Markram's masterclass delivers South Africa, their first World Test Championship title lords, June 14, 2025. At long last, the curse is broken. South Africa etched their name into cricketing immortality by defeating Australia by 5 wickets at the home of cricket, clinching their maiden World Test Championship title in what will be remembered as a watershed moment in the nation's sporting history. Day 3. Markram and Bavuma Forge, a historic stand coming into the third evening requiring 282 to win. South Africa were reeling at 70 for 2 when 2 warriors stood tall. Aiden Markram, with composure carved from stone, and Captain Temba Bavuma, battling a painful hamstring injury, constructed an unbroken partnership of 143 runs that shifted the narrative decisively in South Africa's favor. With Bavuma limping between the wickets and Markram threading elegant boundaries through gaps, the Proteas exuded calm authority. Markram's century, his 8th in Test cricket, came off 156 balls and was a statement of intent, finesse, and grit. The Australian bowlers tried everything: short balls, spin, reverse swing, but nothing rattled the South African duo. The day ended with South Africa on 213-2, just 69 runs away from their destiny. Day 4. Glory at last. South Africa seal the deal. Tensions were high on the 4th morning. The ghosts of past heartbreaks loomed large. Could South Africa hold their nerve? Bavuma fell early to a lifting delivery from Pat Cummins, and Stubbs followed soon after, brilliantly undone by Mitchell Starc. Suddenly, the chase felt steep again, but Markram remained unmoved, unfazed, undeterred. Alongside Kyle Verreynne and David Bedingham, he soaked up the pressure, played the angles, and ticked off the runs. When Markram finally departed for a glorious 136, 207 balls, 14 fours, with only 6 needed, he had already immortalized himself. The winning moment came via Verreynne, who drove a full toss from Starc through the covers. The crowd erupted, teammates rushed the field. And after 27 years of near misses, South Africa had a global ICC trophy that truly mattered. Match summary: Australia 212 and 207, South Africa 138 and 282 BR5. Markram 136, Bavuma 66, Starc 3-66. South Africa won by 5 wickets, moments that defined the final Markram's redemption arc. From a duck in the first innings to a match-winning 136, this was Markram's career-defining performance. Bavuma's grit under duress. Injured but unbowed, the skipper's 66 in the second innings provided stability and leadership when it mattered most. Rabada's fiery spell. With match figures of 9 wickets, Kagiso Rabada's aggression and precision set the tone, especially in Australia's collapse from 73-3 to 73-7 in their second innings. Australia's missed chances. Stephen Smith dropping Bavuma on 2, and their reviews burnt wastefully, exposed cracks in Australia's pressure management. Verreynne's composed finish. Amid the frenzy, his calm presence helped navigate the final few runs with mature temperament. Celebrations. A nation rejoices with the final runs scored, tears flowed freely, on the field and in South African homes. Bavuma lifted the mace with his son in his arms, dancing erupted on the Lord's outfield, and chants of "O Temba Bavuma" echoed across the stands. The unity, joy, and release were palpable. This wasn't just a cricket match. It was a national resurrection. We've been relentless, getting to the doorstep consistently and experiencing heartache. This is for the people back home, said Bavuma. It's the most special day of my career, added Markram. Lords is every cricketer's dream. To win here in a final for South Africa is everything. Significance of the win ends 27-year drought since their last ICC title, 1998 knockout trophy. Breaks the choker's tag that has haunted them through countless semifinals and finals. Validates the next generation with players like Markram, Verreynne, Bedingham, and Ngidi stepping up. Sends a powerful message about the health and strength of Test cricket outside the Big Three. Australia, fallen giants, questions loom. Pat Cummins admitted, "Few things we didn't do right. Didn't bat the opposition out after a decent lead. But South Africa didn't give us a chance in the fourth innings. For a side that had dominated the early stages, Australia will rue their middle-order failures and dropped catches. Their campaign ends with introspection." Final words. South Africa's triumph in the 2025 World Test Championship final at Lord AS is more than a victory. It's a redemption story, a dream fulfilled, and a symbol of a nation's resilience and rise. Aiden Markram now walks with the legends. Temba Bavuma joins Graeme Smith, Sean Pollock, and A.B. de Villiers in the Pantheon. Rabada's fire, Bavuma's fortitude, and Markram's flair have stitched together the most glorious chapter in South African cricket. From heartbreak to history, the Proteas have finally arrived.
From the rivers wide to the golden shore, we rise as one, divided no more. A land where hope and heart belong. We sing our truth in one strong song.
2. Prayer for blessings and divine favor. Scripture focus. For you bless the righteous, O Lord. You surround him with favor as with a shield. Psalm 5:12. Heavenly Father, you are the giver of every good and perfect gift. You are generous, kind, and full of compassion. Today I lift my voice in adoration and petition, declaring that you alone are my source and sustainer. Every blessing I've ever known has come from your hand, and for that I say thank you. Lord, I come not with entitlement, but with expectancy, knowing that you delight in blessing your children. You promise in your word that you bless the righteous and surround them with favor as with a shield. So I humbly ask for your divine favor to rest upon me today. Let favor go before me and open doors no man can shut. Let it follow me into meetings, decisions, and divine appointments. Let it speak for me when I am silent, protect me when I am unseen, and promote me where only you can. May your favor set me apart, not for pride, but for purpose. Bless the work of my hands, Lord. Establish the laborer today. Let increase come from unexpected places. Let ideas flow from heaven's wisdom, and let provision arise from the wells of your goodness. Release the rain of blessing over my family, finances, future, and faith. Where there is lack, bring abundance. Where there is delay, bring acceleration. Where there is barrenness, bring fruitfulness. I reject every spirit of limitation, poverty, and withholding. I claim the blessing of Deuteronomy 28:6. You will be blessed when you come in and blessed when you go out. Let the oil of gladness fall upon me. Let every dry place be made an oasis. Cause me to flourish like a tree planted by rivers of water. I declare that my cup will overflow, not just for myself, but to bless others. Make me a vessel, Lord, so that wherever I go, your goodness overflows. And when the blessings come, remind me not to boast, but to worship, not to hoard, but to give, not to forget, but to testify. For you are the Lord of the harvest, and every seed you've given, every breakthrough you've granted is a testimony of your grace. Like David, I declare, bless the Lord, O my soul, and forget not all his benefits, who forgives all your sins and heals all your diseases, who redeems your life from the pit and crowns you with love and compassion. Psalm 103, 2-4. Hymn of praise. All I have needed, thy hand hath provided. Great is thy faithfulness, Lord, unto me. Today I walk in faith, clothed in favor, and wrapped in the promise that no good thing will you withhold from those who walk uprightly. Thank you, Lord, for blessings seen and unseen. May this be a day of open doors, divine encounters, and supernatural favor. In the matchless name of Jesus, amen.
Title: Faith Over Fear. Trusting God in Uncertain Times. Introduction. We all face fear. Sometimes it whispers in the dark corners of our minds, fear of failure, fear of sickness, fear for our loved ones, fear of the unknown. Other times, it crashes into our lives unexpectedly through job loss, tragedy, or a sudden change in plans. But as believers, we are called to live not by fear, but by faith. Faith doesn't mean we ignore fear. It means we choose to believe that God is bigger than whatever scares us. The peace He offers and the power He gives. She cried out to God in desperation. And what surprised her most wasn't the immediate provision but the peace she felt as she waited. "I should have been panicking," she said, "but I wasn't. I knew God saw me. That's the peace of God guarding your heart, like a soldier at the door. It means we shift our focus from what we can control to the one who holds everything in His hands. Be not dismayed, for I am your God." It moves, but the moment he looked at the wind and waves, fear took over and he began to sink. Yet even then Jesus reached out and saved him. It obeys. He doesn't shame us for sinking. He saves us when we call out in faith. It steps out of in when it doesn't make sense. Everyone told him it was crazy, but you don't have to let it in. You have a choice. You can live by fear or by faith. One leads to paralysis, the other to purpose. He had a family to support. No guarantee of income, but he knew God had called him. It wasn't easy, but over and over God provided. The hardest part was letting go of control, he said. But that's where I found the most freedom. I will strengthen you. I will help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand. This isn't a vague comfort, it's a clear promise. God is with you. God will help you. God will hold you. Today, we're going to explore how to walk in faith over fear by looking at the promises of God. 1. God's promises silence fear, but God's promises are certain. Feed your spirit with the Word. Surround yourself with godly community. Speak God's promises out loud. Pray boldly and step forward, not because you're fearless, but because you trust the one who goes before you. The fear was real, what? But I clung to Psalm 56:3. When I am afraid, I will trust in you, not if I am afraid when. God doesn't condemn us for feeling fear, but He calls us to trust Him through it. They are anchors in the storm. When fear says, "You're alone," faith responds, "God is with me." When fear whispers, "You're not strong enough," faith declares, "The Lord is my strength." Isaiah 41, banding 10:6. Fear not, for I am with you. Fear thrives in uncertainty. I remember a time when I was faced with a difficult medical diagnosis. Do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation, by prayer and petition, with thanksgiving, present your requests to God. And the peace of God will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. 2. God's peace guards our hearts. Philippians 4:2, 6-7 tells us. This peace is not natural, it's supernatural. It's peace in the middle of the storm. Not just when the storm is over, it's the kind of peace Jesus had when he slept in the boat during the storm. Why? Because he knew who was in control. A single mother in our church once shared how she faced eviction with no clear way forward. 3. God's power helps us act in faith. Faith isn't passive. Think of Peter walking on water in Matthew 14. As long as his eyes were on Jesus, he stayed above the waves. That's the heart of our God. I once met a man who left a secure job to become a missionary. Faith often begins where our comfort ends, and when we take that step, we discover that God is faithful to meet us there. Conclusion. Fear may knock at your door. Faith says, God is for me. God is with me. God is working all things for my good. Even if I don't understand the how, I trust the who. So, today, choose faith. As to Timothy 1:7 says, God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love, and of a sound mind.
Welcome back to Divine Wonders, the Miracles of Jesus. Today we find ourselves in the middle of the Sea of Galilee, where Jesus performs the astonishing feat of walking on water. This miracle teaches us about faith, doubt, and Jesus' presence in our lives. After feeding the 5,000, Jesus sends his disciples ahead by boat while he prays on a mountainside. During the night, the disciples struggle against a strong wind. Jesus walks on the water towards them, and they are terrified, thinking he is a ghost. Jesus reassures them, saying, "Take courage, it is I, don't be afraid." Peter then asks to walk on the water towards Jesus. As he walks, he begins to sink when he doubts, but Jesus immediately reaches out and saves him. They both climb into the boat, and the wind dies down. Matthew 14:22-33. To understand this miracle fully, let's explore the historical and cultural context. The Sea of Galilee, surrounded by hills, is prone to sudden and severe storms. The disciples' fear reflects the real danger they faced. Jesus walking on water is a display of his dominion over the natural world, which was a significant revelation to the disciples. The Sea of Galilee, also known as Lake Tiberias, is a freshwater lake in Israel. Due to its location, it is subject to sudden and violent storms, which can be life-threatening for those on the water. Fishing and boating were common occupations in this region, making the disciples' fear during the storm relatable to many of their contemporaries. Theologically, this miracle emphasizes Jesus' divine authority and his identity as the Son of God. Walking on water is a powerful demonstration of his control over nature. This act resonates with Old Testament imagery, where God alone is described as having control over the seas, such as in Psalm 77, verse 19. Jesus' actions thus reveal his divine nature and authority. Peter's request to walk on the water and his subsequent faltering are rich with theological significance. Peter's initial act of faith, stepping out of the boat, shows his willingness to trust Jesus. However, when he notices the wind and waves, his fear causes him to sink. Jesus' immediate response, reaching out to save Peter, illustrates his readiness to rescue and support those who have faith in him, even when that faith wavers. Spiritually, this miracle teaches us about the importance of faith and trust in Jesus. Peter's experience is a powerful metaphor for our own spiritual journeys. We often start with strong faith, but the winds and waves of life's challenges can cause us to doubt and fear. This story encourages us to keep our focus on Jesus, who has the power to calm our storms and save us from sinking. This narrative also highlights the importance of recognizing Jesus' presence in our lives. The disciples did not immediately recognize Jesus and were afraid. Similarly, we may not always recognize Jesus' presence in our difficulties, but he is always there, ready to bring peace and reassurance. First, just as Peter took the step to walk on water, we are called to step out in faith in our own lives. This means trusting Jesus and his word, even when the circumstances seem impossible or daunting. Second, maintaining our focus on Jesus is crucial. When Peter focused on Jesus, he walked on water. When he looked at the waves, he began to sink. This teaches us to keep our eyes on Jesus, especially during challenging times.
Cosmic abysses. An introduction to black holes. Just the name evokes a sense of mystery and awe. These enigmatic entities have fascinated scientists and stargazers alike for decades. These celestial objects are the ultimate cosmic enigmas, places where the laws of physics as we know them break down. They are the final frontier of our understanding of the universe. They are regions of space-time where gravity is so strong that nothing, not even light, can escape. This immense gravitational pull warps the fabric of space itself. Imagine a place where stars vanish, swallowed whole. The event horizon marks the point of no return, beyond which nothing can escape the black hole's grasp. Picture a point so dense that time itself grinds to a halt. This singularity is a region of infinite density, where the known laws of physics cease to apply. This is the captivating reality of black holes, the universe's most extreme objects. Their intense gravitational fields can even bend light around them, creating a phenomenon known as gravitational lensing. They challenge our understanding of the cosmos and beckon us to unravel their secrets. Each discovery about black holes pushes the boundaries of our knowledge. Black holes are not empty spaces. They are cosmic monsters born from the death throes of massive stars, remnants of a once blazing existence. When a massive star exhausts its nuclear fuel, it can no longer support its own weight and collapses under its own gravity. Understanding these celestial behemoths is key to unlocking the secrets of our universe. They hold the answers to some of the most profound questions about the nature of space, time, and reality itself. Stellar demise, the birth of a black hole. Stars are gigantic nuclear furnaces. They spend most of their lives fusing hydrogen into helium in their cores, releasing an immense amount of energy. This process, known as nuclear fusion, is what makes stars shine so brightly in the night sky. This energy, in the form of radiation, pushes outward, counteracting the inward pull of gravity. It's a delicate balance that keeps the star stable for millions or even billions of years. However, even the most massive stars have a finite lifespan. They are born, they live, and eventually, they die. When a star significantly larger than our Sun exhausts its nuclear fuel, the outward pressure from fusion ceases. The star can no longer support itself against the relentless pull of gravity. Gravity wins the battle, and the star's core collapses under its own weight. This collapse happens in a matter of seconds, leading to a dramatic transformation. This collapse is catastrophic. The core implodes, becoming infinitely dense and creating a singularity, a point of zero volume and infinite density. This singularity is the heart of a black hole. The outer layers of the star are blasted outwards in a spectacular supernova explosion, one of the most energetic events in the cosmos. This explosion can outshine entire galaxies for a brief period. What remains is a black hole, an object so dense that its gravity warps the fabric of space-time itself. This warping is so extreme that not even light can escape its grasp, making the black hole invisible to the naked eye. Event horizon, the point of no return. Imagine approaching a black hole. As you get closer, the gravitational pull becomes stronger and stronger. Eventually, you reach a point called the event horizon, the point of no return. At the event horizon, the escape velocity, the speed needed to escape the gravitational pull, exceeds the speed of light. Since nothing can travel faster than light, nothing, not even light itself, can escape from within the event horizon. This is why black holes appear black. No light can escape to illuminate them. The event horizon is not a physical boundary. You wouldn't feel anything special if you crossed it. However, once you've crossed it, there's no turning back. You are destined to be pulled towards the singularity at the center of the black hole. Gravitational abyss, the nature of space-time. To understand black holes, we need to understand how gravity works. In Einstein's theory of general relativity, gravity is not a force but a curvature of space-time caused by the presence of mass and energy. Imagine a bowling ball placed on a trampoline. The ball creates a dip in the fabric of the trampoline. This is similar to how massive objects warp the fabric of space-time. Black holes, with their immense density, create the most extreme distortions of space-time imaginable. Near a black hole, space-time is so warped that our traditional understanding of distance and time breaks down. Time slows down as you approach the event horizon, and from the perspective of an outside observer, you would appear to be frozen in time as you reach the event horizon. Section 5. Information Paradox, a cosmic conundrum. One of the biggest puzzles surrounding black holes is the information paradox. Quantum mechanics, the theory that governs the subatomic world, states that information cannot be destroyed. This means that, in principle, it should be possible to reconstruct the past, including the state of all the particles that went into forming a black hole. However, classical black hole physics suggests that everything that falls into a black hole is lost forever. This apparent conflict between quantum mechanics and general relativity is the crux of the information paradox. Stephen Hawking proposed a possible solution to this paradox with his theory of Hawking radiation. But even Hawking radiation doesn't completely resolve the paradox, leaving physicists grappling with the fundamental question: what happens to information that falls into a black hole? Section 6. Hawking radiation, black holes, not so black. In the 1970s, Stephen Hawking made a groundbreaking discovery that would change our understanding of black holes forever. He showed that black holes are not entirely black after all, challenging the previously held notion that nothing could escape their gravitational pull. Due to quantum mechanical effects near the event horizon, black holes emit a faint thermal radiation, now known as Hawking radiation. This was a revolutionary idea at the time. This radiation is a consequence of the uncertainty principle of quantum mechanics, which allows for the spontaneous creation of particle-antiparticle pairs near the event horizon. These pairs are crucial to understanding the phenomenon. Sometimes one particle falls into the black hole while the other escapes as Hawking radiation. This escaping particle carries away energy from the black hole. Hawking radiation is incredibly faint, and it has never been directly observed. Detecting it remains one of the biggest challenges in astrophysics. However, its theoretical implications are profound. It suggests that black holes are not the eternal prisons they were once thought to be. Since black holes emit radiation, they also lose mass over time. This gradual loss of mass could lead to their eventual disappearance. This means that, given enough time, black holes could evaporate entirely, potentially releasing the information they consumed in the process. This has significant implications for the study of information in the universe. Section 7. Wormholes and white holes, bridges through space and time. Black holes are often depicted as gateways to other universes or even time machines. While these concepts are still largely theoretical, they are rooted in the bizarre physics that govern black holes. Wormholes are hypothetical tunnels that connect two distant points in space-time. They are often depicted as shortcuts through the universe, allowing for faster-than-light travel. White holes are the theoretical opposites of black holes. While nothing can escape from a black hole, nothing can enter a white hole. They are often envisioned as the exit points of wormholes, spewing out matter and energy from other regions of space-time. Section 8. The multiverse hypothesis. Are black holes portals to other universes? Some theories propose that our universe is just one of many, forming a vast multiverse. Black holes with their extreme gravitational conditions could potentially be gateways to these other universes. The singularity at the center of a black hole, where density and gravity become infinite, is a point where our current understanding of physics breaks down. It is possible that new physics yet to be discovered might govern the behavior of matter and energy at the singularity. If black holes are indeed portals to other universes, this raises fascinating questions about the nature of reality itself. Are these other universes similar to our own, or do they operate under completely different laws of physics? Section 9. Unanswered Questions: The Enigmatic Future of Black Hole Research. Black holes remain some of the most enigmatic objects in the cosmos, shrouded in mystery and pushing the boundaries of our understanding. Despite decades of research, we are only beginning to scratch the surface of these celestial wonders. Many questions remain unanswered. What happens to information that falls into a black hole? Do wormholes and white holes exist? Are black holes gateways to other universes? The quest to answer these questions continues to drive scientific inquiry, pushing the boundaries of human knowledge and inspiring a sense of wonder about the universe we inhabit. As we continue to explore the cosmos, black holes will undoubtedly continue to captivate our imagination, reminding us of the vastness of the universe and the countless mysteries yet to be unraveled. The dense jungles and meandering rivers of the Essequibo region belie a long simmering tension. For over a century, Venezuela and Guyana have been locked in a territorial dispute over this vast area, roughly the size of England. At the heart of the disagreement lies the legacy of colonialism and the elusive promise of a final resolution. Venezuela fervently contests the 1899 Arbitral Award, a decision made by international arbitrators that granted the Essequibo region to British Guiana, which later gained independence as Guyana. Caracas has long argued that the award was unfairly influenced by external powers and that the territory rightfully belongs to them. Guyana, however, stands firm in its conviction that the 1899 award definitively settled the border. The government in Georgetown maintains that the arbitral decision was legally binding and that Venezuela's claims are without merit. This fundamental difference in interpretation has fueled decades of diplomatic wrangling and occasional flare-ups, casting a long shadow over relations between the two South American nations. The discovery of oil in the disputed waters off the coast of Guyana in 2015 added fuel to the fire. With the promise of substantial oil wealth, the stakes of the dispute have dramatically increased, making a peaceful resolution even more elusive. The international community has largely recognized Guyana's territorial integrity, but often accompanied by assertive rhetoric and actions, continue to stoke tensions. As both countries grapple with the complexities of the dispute, the quest for a lasting solution remains a pressing concern, not just for Guyana and Venezuela, but for the stability of the entire region. The territorial dispute has had a profound impact on the relationship between Guyana and Venezuela, hindering cooperation and fostering suspicion. The unresolved border issue continues to cast a long shadow over bilateral relations, impeding efforts to build trust and forge stronger ties. The specter of the dispute has also hampered economic development in the region, as uncertainty over the border has discouraged investment and hindered cross-border trade. The discovery of vast oil reserves in the disputed waters off Guyana's coast in 2015 fundamentally transformed the dynamics of the border dispute. What was once a protracted territorial disagreement took on a new urgency, as the promise of significant oil wealth added a potent economic dimension to the conflict. ExxonMobil, the U.S. energy giant, has spearheaded the exploration and extraction efforts in the Stabroek Block, a massive offshore concession area located within Guyana's exclusive economic zone, but claimed by Venezuela. The initial discovery in 2015 set off a flurry of exploration activity, with ExxonMobil announcing a series of increasingly larger oil finds in the years that followed. The sheer scale of the discoveries, estimated to hold billions of barrels of oil, quickly catapulted Guyana into the league of the world's newest petrostates. The International Energy Agency has projected that Guyana's oil production could reach 1.2 million barrels per day by the end of the decade, potentially transforming the small South American nation into one of the region's largest oil producers. However, Venezuela's long-standing claim to the Essequibo region, which encompasses the offshore oil blocks, has cast a shadow over Guyana's newfound oil wealth. Caracas has vehemently denounced Guyana's decision to grant exploration and production licenses to foreign companies, arguing that it constitutes a violation of Venezuelan sovereignty. In an attempt to assert its claim, Venezuela issued a decree in 2015 that redrew its maritime boundaries to include a significant portion of Guyana's exclusive economic zone, overlapping with the Stabroek Block where ExxonMobil had made its discoveries. Guyana, backed by international law and the support of the international community, has condemned Venezuela's actions as illegal and provocative. The government in Georgetown maintains that it has the sovereign right to develop its natural resources within its internationally recognized maritime boundaries. The escalating tensions between the two countries, fueled by the lucrative oil discoveries, have raised concerns about the potential for conflict and the destabilization of the region. In recent years, the Venezuela-Guyana border dispute has witnessed a series of escalations, pushing tensions between the two countries to their highest point in decades. Venezuela, grappling with an unprecedented economic crisis and political turmoil under the Maduro regime, has increasingly resorted to assertive rhetoric and actions to assert its claim to the Essequibo region. Guyana, emboldened by its newfound oil wealth and the support of the international community, has responded with equal resolve, determined to defend its territorial integrity. In December 2023, Venezuela held a widely criticized referendum in the disputed Essequibo region, a move condemned by Guyana and the international community as illegal and provocative. The referendum, which purportedly showed overwhelming support for Venezuela's claim to the territory, was seen as a blatant attempt to undermine Guyana's sovereignty and legitimize Venezuela's territorial ambitions. The turnout for the referendum was reportedly low, and the results were dismissed as illegitimate by Guyana and its international partners. Following the referendum, Venezuela released new official maps that incorporated the Essequibo region as an integral part of its territory. The maps, disseminated through government channels and educational institutions, were intended to solidify Venezuela's claim to the disputed area and instill a sense of national ownership among its citizens. Guyana denounced the maps as a cartographic aggression, accusing Venezuela of attempting to rewrite history and usurp its territory through propaganda. Adding to the heightened tensions, satellite imagery analysis conducted by independent organizations in February 2024 revealed a concerning buildup of Venezuelan military forces and equipment along the border with Guyana. The imagery showed the deployment of troops, armored vehicles, and artillery units to areas near the disputed border region, raising alarm bells in Guyana and the wider international community. Venezuela's military posturing, widely seen as a show of force intended to intimidate Guyana, further escalated tensions and heightened fears of a potential military confrontation. In a move that sent shockwaves through the region, Venezuela passed a law in March 2024 officially designating the Essequibo region as a new Venezuelan state. The law, passed by the pro-Maduro National Assembly and condemned as illegal by Guyana and the international community, was seen as a significant escalation of Venezuela's territorial ambitions. The creation of a new state within the disputed territory, a move widely seen as a violation of international law, further inflamed tensions and deepened the divide between the two countries. The escalating tensions between Venezuela and Guyana over the disputed Essequibo region have sent shockwaves through the region, raising concerns about the potential for conflict and the destabilization of a volatile part of South America. The increasingly assertive actions and rhetoric from Caracas, coupled with the significant economic interests at stake, have created a combustible mix that has put neighboring countries on edge and drawn the attention of the international community. Brazil, which shares a long and porous border with both Venezuela and Guyana, has been particularly vocal in its concerns about the escalating dispute. The Brazilian government, wary of the potential for spillover effects from a conflict between its neighbors, has reinforced its military presence along its northern border and stepped up diplomatic efforts to diffuse tensions. Brazil has called for a peaceful resolution to the dispute through dialogue and diplomacy, emphasizing the need to respect international law and the territorial integrity of both countries. The international community has largely sided with Guyana in the border dispute, condemning Venezuela's assertive actions and reaffirming Guyana's territorial integrity. The United States, a staunch ally of Guyana and a major player in the region, has expressed unwavering support for Georgetown and called on Venezuela to respect the 1899 Arbitral Award. The U.S. has also increased its military cooperation with Guyana, conducting joint military exercises and providing training and equipment to the Guyanese armed forces. The United Kingdom, the former colonial power in Guyana, has also been drawn into the fray, dispatching a Royal Navy patrol ship to the region in a show of support for its former colony. The UK has reiterated its recognition of the 1899 Arbitral Award and urged Venezuela to resolve the dispute through peaceful means, in accordance with international law. The UK's naval presence in the region, while largely symbolic, underscores the international community's concern about the escalating tensions and its commitment to supporting Guyana. The Caribbean Community, or CARICOM, a regional bloc of Caribbean nations, has also thrown its weight behind Guyana, issuing a strong statement condemning Venezuela's actions and reaffirming its support for Guyana's territorial integrity. CARICOM has called on Venezuela to desist from any actions that could escalate tensions and undermine regional peace and stability. The regional bloc has also expressed its full confidence in the ongoing judicial process at the International Court of Justice to resolve the dispute peacefully and in accordance with international law. As tensions between Venezuela and Guyana continue to simmer, the search for a peaceful and lasting resolution to the long-standing border dispute remains elusive. The complexities of the issue, compounded by historical grievances, political calculations, and the lure of oil wealth, present a formidable challenge to diplomatic efforts. However, the potential consequences of a sustained escalation, including the risk of conflict, regional instability, and disruptions to global energy markets, underscore the urgent need for a negotiated settlement. The International Court of Justice, the principal judicial organ of the United Nations, has emerged as a key avenue for resolving the dispute through legal means. In 2018, Guyana filed an application with the ICJ, requesting the court to confirm the legal validity and binding effect of the 1899 Arbitral Award, which settled the land boundary between the two countries. Venezuela, however, has refused to participate in the proceedings, arguing that the ICJ lacks jurisdiction to hear the case. Despite Venezuela's objections, the ICJ ruled in 2020 that it has jurisdiction to hear Guyana's case, paving the way for the court to adjudicate on the merits of the dispute. The ICJ's decision was hailed as a victory for Guyana and a testament to the rule of law in international relations. However, Venezuela has maintained its refusal to participate in the proceedings, casting doubt on whether it would abide by any ruling issued by the court. The ICJ proceedings offer a glimmer of hope for a peaceful resolution to the dispute, but the path ahead remains fraught with challenges. Venezuela's continued intransigence and its refusal to engage in good faith negotiations pose significant obstacles to a negotiated settlement. The international community, particularly regional actors like Brazil and CARICOM, will need to play a proactive role in encouraging dialogue, facilitating confidence-building measures, and upholding the principles of international law. Beyond the legal track, there is a pressing need for creative diplomatic initiatives to address the underlying drivers of the dispute and build trust between the two countries. This could involve exploring joint development agreements for the disputed maritime area, fostering economic cooperation, and promoting people-to-people exchanges to bridge divides. A sustained and coordinated effort by the international community, coupled with a genuine commitment to dialogue and compromise from both Venezuela and Guyana, is essential to charting a course through these troubled waters and securing a peaceful and prosperous future for the region.
Episode 4. The Rose Orchard Narrated Script. Duration: approximately 5 minutes. The soft gold of early morning wrapped itself around the village of Woodvale. Mist kissed the fields, and birds stirred in the trees as if waking from a long-held secret. Claire had risen earlier than usual. The air felt different, as though something long buried was ready to be found. She wandered through the edges of her grandmother's old garden, following overgrown stone steps worn smooth by time. The scent of earth was rich and forgiving. Ivy clung to the gate-like memory. And then, there it was, the old rose orchard. It had once been her grandmother's pride, a place of whispered prayers and summer laughter. Now, the rose bushes stood like sentinels in sleep, tangled, thorned, forgotten. But even among the thorns, Claire saw it, the stubborn bloom of one late rose, golden and proud against the rustling wind. She reached out and touched its petals gently. "You're still here," she whispered, waiting. Later that morning, she returned with gloves, pruning shears, and a determined heart. She didn't expect Julian to show up, but he did, silent and steady, carrying a basket of tools. He didn't ask. He just started working beside her. They cleared weeds, trimmed branches, and unearthed stone borders once hidden by time. Conversation came slowly, not from necessity, but from comfort. Julian spoke first. "Your grandmother used to bring a book and read to the flowers. She believed roses listened better than people." Claire smiled. Maybe she was right. He looked up from where he knelt, a smudge of soil on his cheek. "Some things just need time, Claire. Even wild gardens come back to life if you're patient enough." Days passed. The orchard began to breathe again. What was once gray became green. What was once forgotten became beautiful. But it wasn't just the garden changing. Claire's laugh returned, light and unexpected. And Julian, though still quiet, watched her with eyes that held sunrise in them. One afternoon, as they worked, Claire discovered something hidden in the hedge. An old wooden bench, worn but intact. Faded letters were carved into the wood. E and M, 1957. She ran her fingers across the initials. "My grandparents," she murmured. "They fell in love here." Julian sat beside her, brushing away fallen petals. "Love has deep roots," he said softly. "It waits, even when we forget." Their hands touched on the bench. Neither pulled away. That evening, Julian returned with string lights and a basket. No words were exchanged. They hung the lights together in silence as dusk settled like a lullaby. As the orchard glowed beneath 1,000 tiny stars, music played softly from Julian's old radio. And for the first time, he offered her his hand. Not to work, but to dance. She hesitated. Then she placed her hand in his. They danced slowly, without rhythm, in a garden reborn. Claire leaned in, their faces inches apart. Her breath caught. Julian whispered her name. But just before their lips touched, Claire pulled away. Her heart ached with the weight of it, of fear, of timing, the unknown. "I should go," she said quietly. Julian nodded once, his gaze steady but unreadable. That night, Claire stood at her window, looking down at the orchard lights still glowing. Her hand clutched the ribbon from one of the roses Julian had placed in her room. Though no words passed between them, something had changed. Something rooted itself deeply, quietly, beneath the harvest moon. Not love fulfilled, but love becoming.
Breaking, white smoke rises and new pope has been elected. Vatican City, 1700 CET. The wait is over. White smoke has emerged from the chimney of the Sistine Chapel, sending a wave of euphoria through St. Peter's Square and across the Catholic world. Thousands burst into cheers as centuries-old tradition unfolded before their eyes. A new pope has been chosen, just 2 days into the papal conclave, following what is now confirmed to be the fourth ballot. Habemus Papam, we have a pope. Though his identity remains under wraps for now, bells are already ringing across Rome. The 276th pontiff is expected to appear on the central balcony of St. Peter's Basilica within the hour. Conclave by the numbers. 133 cardinal electors under age 80 participated. 89 votes were needed to secure the papacy. 15,000 plus faithful gathered in St. Peter's Square today, representing 1.4 billion Catholics worldwide. As the world watches and the crowd swells, the ancient rites continue inside the Vatican's marble halls. The chosen cardinal has accepted the office. He has selected a papal name. Soon, he will don the white cassock and step forward to greet a world in waiting. Stay tuned as we await the iconic announcement. Annuncio vobis gaudium magnum. Habemus Papam. I announce to you a great joy. We have a pope.
Bridge builder in faith. Francis took unprecedented steps to heal ancient divisions. He held historic meetings with Patriarch Kirill of the Russian Orthodox Church, the Grand Imam of Al-Azhar, restoring Catholic-Muslim relations, and Jewish leaders worldwide. His overtures extended even to non-believers, famously stating that God's mercy extends to atheists if they live according to conscience. Pragmatic progressivism. Francis opened conversations on previously closed issues, pastoral care for divorced and remarried Catholics, blessing for same-sex couples while upholding traditional definitions of marriage, and women's roles in church leadership such as appointing women to high-level Vatican positions. He advocated for mercy and discernment rather than rigid adherence to law, challenging legalistic approaches without breaking doctrinal continuity. Part 3, Final Days. Comparisons with past popes, greatest legacies. 3. The final days and the moving funeral. Battling worsening respiratory and cardiac conditions, Pope Francis faces final months with characteristic humility. Despite deteriorating health, he maintained public engagements whenever possible, embodying a pastor who walked with his people to the end. His death on Easter Monday, so closely tied to the Church's greatest message of resurrection and hope, was seen by many as a providential sign. It brought an outpouring of global mourning rarely seen in modern times. Lying in state in St. Peter's Basilica, Francis's simple wooden coffin, per his request, attracted tens of thousands of pilgrims. The Vatican observed tight security, yet the atmosphere was marked by palpable reverence rather than fear. The funeral on the 26th of April, 2025 was simple yet profound. The Mass began with Cardinal Giovanni Battista Re's homily, describing Francis as a man who touched the minds and hearts of people attentive to the signs of times. His final words, "Build bridges, not walls," resonated deeply across the world. After the Mass, his body was carried through St. Peter's Square amidst tears, songs, and prayers. The final procession to Santa Maria Maggiore, his beloved church, was especially moving, his coffin ushered in by migrants and prisoners, the very people he had championed. In keeping with his wishes, the burial was private, beneath the basilica's floor, marked only by the simple inscription, Franciscus. 4. Comparisons with past popes. Pope John Paul II. John Paul II's charismatic global leadership helped topple communism and energize millions. His funeral attracted over 3 million mourners. Yet critics noted that under his watch, many systemic issues, for example, financial scandals, clerical abuse, festered. Francis, in contrast, took a quieter but more surgical approach to internal reform, focusing not only on public gestures but systemic change. Pope Benedict XVI. Benedict XVI was a brilliant theologian but lacked Francis's pastoral touch. His papacy leaned heavily on doctrinal clarity but struggled with communication and warmth. Francis combined orthodoxy with accessibility, speaking in metaphors and stories rather than theological treatises. Earlier popes. In the pre-20th century, papal power was often more political than pastoral. Popes like Pius IX and Pius XII navigated wars and political alliances. Francis marked a return to a radically gospel-centered vision, humility, service, and mercy over power. In death, Francis redefined how a pope could be mourned, not through state pomp, but by the ordinary faithful whose lives he had touched. Greatest legacies of Pope Francis. 1. Reorienting the mission. Francis made the Church's purpose unmistakably clear. It must go outward. The Church is a field hospital after battle. He said, pastoral accompaniment, walking with sinners, the wounded, the doubters, became the new measure of Catholic faithfulness, not rigid adherence to rubrics. 2. Climate action. Through Laudato Si, Francis integrated environmental care with Catholic morality. He established the Vatican's first carbon neutrality goals, pushed dioceses worldwide to divest from fossil fuels, and inspired the creation of the Laudato Si Action Platform, a global Catholic sustainability initiative. 3. Humanizing the papacy. Francis shattered the aloof, imperial image of the papacy. His actions, like quietly slipping out of the Vatican to minister to the homeless, stunned the world and set a standard of leadership rooted in humility, presence, and love. 4. Seeds of reform. His promotion of synodality, walking together, was revolutionary. No longer would major church decisions be handed down from on high. Instead, lay people, including women and youth, were invited to deliberate and discern alongside bishops. The potential for a more participatory, less clericalist church was perhaps his boldest legacy. 5. Courageous stances. Francis's critique of modern capitalism, environmental degradation, and exclusionary nationalism was unwavering. Even in the face of fierce resistance from powerful forces both within and outside the church, he stood firm, modeling what moral leadership in a divided age could look like. 6. A global church. Francis truly globalized Catholicism's leadership. His consistent appointments from the global south reshaped the future landscape of the College of Cardinals. His vision ensures that future popes are more likely to reflect the world's cultural and social diversity rather than only European traditions. Part 4. Strategic future of the Catholic Church without Francis plus conclusion. 6. The strategic future of the Catholic Church without Francis. The death of Pope Francis leaves the Catholic Church at a critical crossroads. While his pontificate created undeniable momentum toward openness, compassion, and reform, the future path remains uncertain and contested. Immediate challenges. The Church is deeply polarized. Conservative factions view some of Francis's initiatives as doctrinally risky, while progressive groups feel frustrated by the slow pace of structural reform. The next pope will inherit a delicate balance between preserving unity and advancing the spirit of renewal that Francis unleashed. Synodality and inclusivity. Francis's emphasis on synodality, a listening church where laity, clergy, and hierarchy discern together, is arguably his most ambitious long-term legacy. The October 2023 TO24 synods on synodality laid a foundation for greater lay participation and decentralized decision-making. If future leaders deepen this process, it could permanently change the hierarchical, clerical culture of the Church. Rise of the Global South. Francis decisively moved the Church's center of gravity toward the Global South. Today, the majority of the world's Catholics live in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. The next generations of church leadership will likely reflect these realities more fully, bringing fresh theological insights, liturgical styles, and social priorities. An African or Asian pope could continue Francis's vision of a multicultural, missionary church or steer it in surprising new directions shaped by local contexts. Tensions ahead. Key issues that remain unresolved include the role of women in church leadership and the possibility of women deacons, full pastoral inclusion of LGBTQ+ Catholics, re-examination of clerical celibacy rules, particularly in missionary territories, continued response to clerical sexual abuse, with stricter transparency measures. A future papacy could either consolidate Francis's gains or attempt to roll back certain reforms, reigniting tensions among the global faithful. Diplomacy and moral voice. Francis revitalized the Vatican's role as a global moral voice, from brokering peace initiatives to shaping climate dialogues. Future popes will need to navigate a world marked by growing authoritarianism, ecological crises, and technological upheavals, continuing the delicate balancing act between prophetic witness and political engagement. In short, the Church faces a pivotal choice: to deepen Francis's culture of openness, service, and accompaniment, or to retreat into defensive institutionalism. The world is watching. Conclusion. Pope Francis reimagined the papacy for a wounded and divided world. He was a pope who walked, spoke, and suffered with his people, one who preferred the scent of his sheep over the trappings of princely power. Through his advocacy for the poor, his defense of migrants, his care for creation, and his openness to dialogue, Francis embodied a Christianity that was radical in its simplicity and revolutionary in its compassion. His funeral, with its humility and humanity, reflected the church he sought to build, not grandiose, but grounded, not distant, but deeply involved in the realities of the world. The baton now passes to a new generation, leaders and faithful alike, who must decide whether to continue walking the synodal, inclusive, missionary path he carved. History will remember Pope Francis not only for what he changed, but for the new imagination he gave to Catholicism, a church that listens, loves, and leads with mercy. As bells echoed over Rome and the faithful whispered their final goodbyes, the simple wooden coffin of Pope Francis was lowered into the earth. Yet his spirit rises still, in every bridge built, every refugee welcomed, every voice of the poor raised high. Pope Francis, the Pope who built bridges, not walls. His legacy is now ours to carry forward.
Patience. It's not just about waiting, it's about how we wait. In a world that demands instant results, patience feels like a lost art. But God often calls us to slow down, to trust His timing. James reminds us that patience is an active part of our growth. Through waiting, our faith deepens and our character strengthens. Think of Abraham, Joseph, and the Israelites. Waiting was part of their journey. If you're in a season of delay, embrace it. Ask God what He wants to teach you. Let patience grow your heart and anchor your soul.
Shubman Gill, the flame that rekindled a nation's roar. India crushes England by 337 runs at Edgbaston. At Edgbaston, under skies once dominated by English triumphs, India scripted a thundering statement. Led by a resplendent Shubman Gill and fueled by a fiery deep, India dismantled England by a colossal 337 runs, a result as emphatic as it was historic. This was more than a win. This was India roaring back, not just into the series, but into global contention with a fire unseen since the golden eras of West Indies and Australia. And standing at the very heart of this revival is one man, Shubman Gill. A bat that speaks for a nation. Gill's breathtaking twin efforts, 269 in the first innings and 161 in the second, were innings of legend, not just for their numbers, but for their timing, their class, and their message. He batted with the serenity of, the dominance of Ponting, and the relentless focus of, but with a Gill flair all his own. No Indian captain has ever scored 430 runs in a single test, and no player in the history of the game had ever scored a double century and a 150 in the same match until now. His bat didn't just put runs on the board, it put belief in the dressing room. Bowlers fed off his calm. Fielders surged with energy. Even England looked stunned. Deep, from prospect to phenomenon. With the ball, India didn't just match England, they outclassed them. And leading their bowling charge was the tireless Deep, who ran in like a man born to make history. In the final innings, he claimed a magnificent 6-wicket haul, finishing with match figures of 10 wickets and delivering blows that shattered England's resistance and confidence. His seam movement, aggression, and consistency silenced the Holly stand and announced India's pace depth even in the absence of. He didn't just ball deliveries, he balled daggers wrapped in thunder. India, out-batting, out-balling, outclassing. India out-basketballed baseball on English soil without their best fast bowler, with their young captain playing only his second test in charge. Every line of England's strategy was shredded, outlasted and outscored. India's bowlers outthought and outfoxed. India's gapped, out-outled and outclassed. By the end, England weren't just beaten, they were buried under a mountain of scoreboard pressure and Indian brilliance. The rise of a new era. Shubman Gill's leadership is no longer a promise. It is now a pillar of a new era, an India team that plays with grace, grit, and utter ruthlessness. The team is united, the dressing room is buzzing, and the fan base is surging with belief again. Gill's appointment as captain may well go down as the single most decisive move in modern Indian cricket, a visionary call that has already begun to reshape destiny. The series comes alive. With the series now level, India heads to Lords with momentum, confidence, and purpose. The ghosts of collapses past are exorcised. England is shaken. The world is watching. And India, led by a 24-year-old phenomenon, is roaring louder than ever.
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirit soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every plane of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arc. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Welcome to Algeria, a land of stunning contrasts and hidden treasures. Nestled in North Africa, Algeria offers a rich tapestry of history, culture, and breathtaking landscapes. Explore the ancient Roman ruins of Timgad and Jamila, UNESCO World Heritage Sites, with well-preserved theatres and mosaics from a glorious era. Experience the Sahara Desert with camel treks and starlit camping in Tassili, Niger. Relax on Algeria's beautiful Mediterranean beaches and swim in crystal-clear waters. Stroll through bustling markets filled with spices and traditional crafts. Savor Algerian cuisine like couscous and tagine, and enjoy local festivals. Discover Algiers, where modernity meets tradition in the Casbah and Notre Dame d'Afrique. Visit Oran for its vibrant music scene and coastal views. Hike the Atlas Mountains and explore the Hoggar Mountains. Dive into underwater adventures along the Mediterranean coast with scuba diving and snorkeling. Check visa requirements and travel advisories. The best time to visit is during spring and autumn. Respect local customs and dress modestly, especially in rural areas. Algeria, a hidden gem in North Africa, awaits your discovery. From ancient ruins to the stunning Mediterranean coast, embark on a journey of unforgettable memories.
Hey everyone, Tobogo here. And let me tell you, I've got some stuff to show you today that's going to make you say, what in the waffle iron? We're talking about inventions so bizarre, so out there you're gonna think they're from another planet. Buckle up, Buttercup. Because we're diving headfirst into the world of hilarious inventions you won't believe actually exist. You know, people are always coming up with new gadgets and gizmos, trying to make our lives easier, better, or at least more interesting. But sometimes those inventions miss the mark, like way, way off. And those, my friends, are the inventions we're celebrating today. So grab your snacks, settle in, and get ready to have your mind blown, and maybe slightly scarred by these totally bonkers inventions. Let's do this thing. Alright folks, first up we've got something truly special. I'm talking about the baby cage. Now I know what you're thinking. A cage for babies? That's nuts. And you know what? You're not wrong. But hold your horses because it gets even crazier. This thing was invented back in the 1930s. And get this, it was supposed to be a way to give city-dwelling babies some fresh air. Yeah, you heard that right. Fresh air. Just picture it. You live in a tiny apartment. You've got a screaming baby, and you're desperate for a little peace and quiet. So what do? You stuff your precious little bundle of joy into a metal cage and hang it out the window. I mean, can you imagine seeing that today? People would be losing their minds. You'd be calling Child Protective Services faster than you can say safety hazard. But back then, this thing was considered totally normal. It was just another day in the life. Thankfully, the baby cage trend didn't last very long. Common sense eventually prevailed. I guess people eventually realized that dangling your kid out a window maybe wasn't the best idea. Safety first, right? But hey, at least it makes for a good story, right? Something to laugh about now, but definitely not something to try at home. Next up on our journey into the bizarre, we've got a modern classic, the ostrich pillow. Now, who here loves a good nap? I know I do. But sometimes finding the perfect place to rest your weary head can be a real pain in the neck, literally. That's where the ostrich pillow swoops in to save the day. This thing looks like something straight out of a science fiction movie. It's basically a giant fluffy cocoon that you stick your head in. No, seriously. You just shove your face right in there and then BAM! You're in a world of darkness and quiet. I gotta say, the idea is kind of genius. I mean, who hasn't been stuck in a boring meeting or a long car ride, just wishing they could take a quick power nap? With the ostrich pillow, you can. It's like having a portable nap zone wherever you go. But here's the thing, it also makes you look completely ridiculous. Like, you're basically wearing a giant marshmallow on your head. Not exactly the most fashionable accessory. But hey, comfort over style, am I right? At the end of the day, it's all about finding that perfect balance between looking good and feeling great. Alright, let's talk beverages, people. Specifically, let's talk about what we put in those beverages to keep them cool and refreshing. Ice cubes, right? Simple, effective, boring. But you know what's not boring? Fish-shaped ice cubes. That's right, my friends. Now you can enjoy your favorite drink with a side of frozen marine life. I gotta hand it to the inventor of this one. They were really thinking outside the ice tray. I mean, who needs boring old square ice cubes when you can have little fishy friends swimming around in your glass? But let's be real, this is one of those inventions that seems like a good idea in theory. But in practice, it's just kind of weird. Like, do you really want to be staring into the dead eyes of a frozen fish while you're trying to enjoy your iced tea? And don't even get me started on what happens when the ice melts. Suddenly you've got a bunch of half-melted fish corpses floating around in your drink. Not exactly appetizing. Next up, we're tackling a problem that has plagued humanity since the dawn of sliced bread. How to butter your toast evenly without making a giant mess. It's a daily struggle that many of us face, especially during those rushed mornings. Well, fear no more, my friends, because the butter stick is here. This innovative tool is about to change your breakfast game forever. This handy little gadget is basically a glue stick, but instead of glue, it dispenses butter. Yes, you heard that right. That's right, you just twist the bottom, and out pops a perfectly measured amount of buttery goodness, ready to be spread on your toast, bagels, or whatever your carb-loving heart desires. No more uneven chunks or torn bread. Now, I'm not going to lie, this one actually seems kind of practical. It's simple, effective, and saves time. I mean, who hasn't struggled with cold, hard butter that just refuses to spread evenly? It's a common kitchen nightmare. With the butter stick, those days are over. Say goodbye to the frustration of mangled toast. But then again, maybe I'm just a sucker for anything that makes my life a little bit easier. Convenience is key in our busy lives. And let's be honest, who needs another single-use gadget cluttering up their kitchen drawers? It's a valid concern. But hey, if you're the kind of person who demands perfectly buttered toast every time, then the butter stick might just be your new best friend. It's all about those little joys in life. Last but not least, we've got a product that's near and dear to my heart. Shoe umbrellas. Now, I've never understood people who wear expensive shoes in the rain. Like, what are you doing? Are you trying to ruin them? But for those of you who just can't resist the siren song of stylish footwear, even when the weather's got other plans, I present to you the shoe umbrella. That's right, folks. Now your precious kicks can have their very own tiny umbrellas, protecting them from the elements in style. It's like having a personal rain shield for your feet. But let's be real, this is peak extra. I mean, you're walking around with tiny umbrellas attached to your shoes. You're basically asking to be stopped and stared at on the street. But hey, if you're the kind of person who doesn't mind a little attention, and you absolutely, positively cannot stand the thought of getting your shoes wet, then maybe, just maybe, shoe umbrellas are for you. And there you have it, the strangest inventions ever made, from baby cages to shoe umbrellas. We've seen it all today, folks. I gotta say, it's amazing what people come up with, right? Some of these inventions might be totally bonkers, but hey, you gotta admire the creativity. And who knows, maybe one day, one of these weird and wacky gadgets will be the next big thing. Stranger things have happened, right? Which one would you actually use? Let us know in the comments below. And while you're at it, hit that subscribe button and ring that bell so you don't miss out on more hilarious videos like this one. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to our travel guide series, where we explore the top travel destinations around the globe. Each location is rich in history, brimming with attractions, and offers unique experiences that will inspire your wanderlust. Let's embark on this journey together. Our next destination is Bangkok, Thailand. Known for its ornate temples and bustling markets, Bangkok is a city of contrasts. Founded in 1782, Bangkok has grown from a small trading post to a bustling metropolis and the cultural and political heart of Thailand. Bangkok is home to some of Thailand's most impressive landmarks. Start your journey with a visit to the Grand Palace, a stunning complex of buildings that has been the official residence of the kings of Siam since 1782. Next, explore Wat Pho, home to the famous reclining Buddha and one of the oldest and largest temples in Bangkok. Take a boat ride along the Chao Phraya River, offering a unique perspective of the city's skyline and historic sites. Don't miss the vibrant Chatuchak Weekend Market, where you can shop for everything from clothing to antiques. Visit the Jim Thompson House, a museum dedicated to the American entrepreneur who helped revive the Thai silk industry. Bangkok's lively street life, rich cultural heritage, and vibrant atmosphere are sure to captivate you. Whether you're exploring its historic temples, shopping in bustling markets, or enjoying its delicious street food, Bangkok offers an unforgettable experience for every traveler. Beyond its famous attractions, Bangkok boasts a dynamic cultural scene and a wealth of hidden gems. Visit the Bangkok Art and Culture Center to see contemporary art exhibitions. Explore the historic neighborhood of Bang Rak, known for its colonial architecture and vibrant street art. Indulge in Bangkok's diverse culinary scene, from street food stalls offering pad Thai and mango sticky rice, to high-end restaurants serving gourmet Thai cuisine. Enjoy a traditional Thai massage at one of the city's many spas, and experience the lively nightlife in areas like Khao San Road and Thonglor. Thank you for joining us on this journey through Bangkok. We hope you feel inspired to explore its wonders. Stay tuned for our next adventure in Barcelona, Spain, where we'll uncover even more amazing sights and experiences. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our channel for more travel guides. Safe travels!
Welcome to our travel guide series, where we explore the top travel destinations around the globe. Each location is rich in history, brimming with attractions, and offers unique experiences that will inspire your wanderlust. Let's embark on this journey together. Our next destination is Sydney, Australia, a city that effortlessly blends natural beauty with urban sophistication. This vibrant city is known for its stunning harbour, iconic opera house, and beautiful beaches, making it a top destination for travellers from around the world. Established as a British penal colony in 1788, Sydney has grown into a vibrant, cosmopolitan city that boasts a rich tapestry of history and culture. It has a rich history influenced by Indigenous Australian culture, British colonisation, and waves of immigration, each leaving a unique mark on the city's character. Sydney is home to some of Australia's most famous landmarks, each telling a story of the city's past and present. Start your journey with a visit to the Sydney Opera House, an architectural marvel and a symbol of Australia's cultural identity. Take a guided tour to learn about its fascinating history and design. Next, head to the Sydney Harbour Bridge, where you can climb to the top for breathtaking views of the harbour. The bridge climb is an unforgettable experience that offers panoramic views of the city and beyond. Relax on the golden sands of Bondi Beach, a popular spot for surfing and sunbathing. The beach is also known for its vibrant atmosphere and stunning coastal walks. Take a ferry ride to Manly for a scenic adventure and enjoy the beautiful coastal walks. The ferry ride itself offers spectacular views of the Sydney skyline and harbour. Explore the Royal Botanic Garden, offering a serene escape in the heart of the city. The gardens are home to a diverse range of flora and fauna, making it a perfect spot for nature lovers. Sydney's lively atmosphere and natural beauty make it a must-visit destination. From bustling markets to tranquil parks, there's something for everyone. Whether you're enjoying a performance at the Opera House, strolling along the harbour, or experiencing the vibrant nightlife, Sydney offers something for every traveller. The city's dynamic energy and stunning scenery ensure an unforgettable visit. Beyond its famous attractions, Sydney boasts a dynamic cultural scene that is constantly evolving and growing. The city is filled with a wealth of hidden gems waiting to be discovered by curious explorers. Visit the Art Gallery of New South Wales to see a diverse collection of Australian and international art, showcasing both contemporary and classic pieces. Discover the historic Rocks District, with its charming cobblestone streets, lively markets, and fascinating stories from the past. Experience the vibrant atmosphere of Darling Harbour, offering a variety of dining, shopping, and entertainment options that cater to all tastes and preferences. Indulge in Sydney's diverse culinary scene, from fresh seafood at the Sydney Fish Market, where you can taste the ocean's bounty, to gourmet dishes at world-class restaurants that promise an unforgettable dining experience. Don't forget to enjoy a traditional Aussie barbecue, a quintessential Australian experience that brings people together, and sample local wines from the nearby Hunter Valley, where the vineyards produce some of the finest wines in the region, perfect for any wine enthusiast. Thank you for joining us on this incredible journey through the vibrant city of Sydney. We hope you feel inspired to explore its many wonders, from its stunning beaches to its bustling markets. Stay tuned for our next thrilling adventure in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, where we'll uncover even more amazing sights, sounds, and experiences. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our channel for more exciting travel guides. Safe travels, and see you soon.
The strength of patience. But let patience have its perfect work, that you may be perfect and complete, lacking nothing. James 1 verse 4. NKJV. Patience. It's not just about waiting, it's about how we wait. In today's fast-paced world, patience can feel like a forgotten virtue. We expect instant answers, quick fixes, and rapid results. Yet God often works in ways that require us to slow down, to wait, and to trust in His timing rather than our own. James reminds us that patience is more than passive endurance. It's an active part of God's refining process in our lives. When we allow patience to do its full work, we grow in character and become spiritually mature. It's through the waiting that our faith deepens, our perspective widens, and our dependence on God strengthens. Think about Abraham waiting for a son, Joseph waiting in prison, or the Israelites wandering in the wilderness. Their seasons of waiting weren't wasted. They were woven into God's bigger plan, preparing them for promises yet to be fulfilled. If you're in a season of delay, don't rush it. Ask God what He wants to teach you in this time. Let patience grow your heart, stretch your faith, and anchor your soul. Prayer. Lord, thank You for being patient with me. Help me to embrace the waiting, trusting that You are working all things for my good. Strengthen my heart as I learn to rest in Your perfect timing. Amen.
The my own city, but the spiral remembers me. It showed me the truth that harmony is a cage. Agartha was never meant to
In a world It's an invitation to walk with wonder.
Episode 1, The First Sunrise. Creation Unfolds, Series Introduction, From the Heights Above the Earth. With the gaze of heaven itself, we journey through the great stories of Scripture. These are not just ancient events, they are living revelations. As we soar over sacred scenes, let us behold the majesty, the tragedy, the redemption, and the glory. This is Heaven's Eye View, where faith meets the skies. Episode narration. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. For there was time, before there was light, before breath ever touched the lungs of man. There was God, eternal, unseen, all-powerful. And then he spoke, "Let there be light." And there was light. Clouds gathering like curtains in the sky, oceans swirling in obedience beneath. He drew the boundaries, and the waters obeyed. He called it good. Light piercing through darkness, glory breaking into emptiness. He separated day from night, forming a rhythm that would never end, evening and morning, night and day. Then came sky and sea, waters above, waters below, the roar of the lion, the grace of the deer, the strength of the ox, the wisdom of the elephant, each made with care, each a masterpiece. The land appeared, firm, rich, full of promise. Greenery exploded across the surface. Not just decorations, but signs, reminders of seasons, appointed times, and sacred rhythms. Together, they stood as the image of God. Not gods themselves, but reflections of their Creator. Then birds took flight, wings stretching wide across the sky, calling out their praise in every chirp and cry. Rivers flowed from its center. Trees bore fruit for joy and for nourishment. And in the midst stood the tree of life, a promise of eternity, a picture of perfect fellowship. Trees bearing fruit, grass rising from the soil, flowers in brilliant array, every seed with purpose, every root with intention, every color a reflection of divine joy. And so he blessed the day and made it holy. And then came the lights. Sun to govern the day, moon to guide the night. Stars scattered across the heavens, each one placed by name. God turned his hand to the sea. Fish darted and danced in their watery world. Leviathan stirred in the deep. But he wasn't finished. From the earth rose the creatures, wild and domestic, great and small. Then, in a holy hush, God formed man. Not spoken into existence, but shaped by divine hands. He breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. Man became a living soul. From man, he formed woman, not from dust, but from the side. Equal loved. He placed them in a garden unlike any other. Eden, a place of peace, of harmony, of communion. And God saw all that he had made, and behold, it was very good. On the seventh day he rested, not from fatigue, but from fullness. His work was complete. His design, perfect. This is our beginning. Not an accident, not a myth, but a declaration. We are not here by chance. We were made by design, crafted in love, called into life by the voice of God. So when the sun rises, let us remember, the light that shines was spoken by our Maker. The breath we breathe is borrowed from his Spirit, and the world we walk was once a garden where God walked too. We begin here at the first sunrise. But the light that shone then still shines today, because the one who said, "Let there be light," is still speaking, and he is still good.
Tight America, gone gangsta. No independence, fool. Hey, tight rap over minimal trap beat. 3-roll rock trap fusion shouted hook. 4 rogue, what a joke, what did you mean? You're still choking on history they never examined. Statue of Liberty blinking in chains. Freedom got a curfew, justice got stains. Guns in the schools, lies in the news. Call it freedom, we just picking new blues. Tight rap over minimal trap beat. 3-roll rock trap fusion shouted hook. 4 rogue, what a joke, what I'm still choking on history they never examined. Statue of Liberty blinking in chains. Freedom got a curfew, justice got stains. Guns in the schools, lies in the news. Call it freedom, we just picking new blues. It ain't no independence, fool. Red, white, and bruised. Time to liberate your mind, not just light fireworks. Boom, truth bomb. They sell us dreams in plastic wraps with a flag stitched over the traps. Told us we free, what a joke, what a scam. Still choking on history they never examined. Statue of Liberty, blinking in chains. Freedom got a curfew, justice got stains. Guns in the schools, lies in the news. Call it freedom, we just picking new blues. America gone gangsta, who holding the keys? They talk liberty, but they July 4th ain't magic when your rights ain't straight. Give me truth, not parades, not rockets in the sky. Give me healing for the mothers who still cry. Land of the free, you sure that's the vibe? Cause freedom don't look like minimum wage and barely survive. We the people, been deceived, but we the people still believe. Raise fists, raise truth, raise hope like fire. Burn the lie, light the choir. I'm America gone gangster, time to reclaim. From the lies, from the shame, from the profit and pain. No more pretending, this is our call. Liberate yourself, tear down the wall. No independence, fool. Just fireworks in your mind. Set your soul free, or keep waiting for freedom to find you. Use this prompt exactly to produce a bold hybrid track that feels like a sonic revolution. No independence, fool. Just fireworks in your mind. Set your soul free, or keep waiting for freedom to find you. Use this prompt exactly to produce a bold hybrid track that feels like a sonic revolution. Tight America gone gangsta. No independence, fool. Hey, yeah. Tight rap over minimal trap beat. 3-roll rock trap fusion shouted hook. 4 rogue, what a joke, what did you mean? You're still choking on history they never examined. Statue of Liberty blinking in chains. Freedom got a curfew, justice got stains. Guns in the schools, lies in the news. Call it freedom, we just picking new blues. Tight rap over minimal trap beat. 3-roll rock trap fusion shouted hook. 4 rogue, what a joke, what I'm still choking on history they never examined. Statue of Liberty blinking in chains. Freedom got a curfew, justice got stains. Guns in the schools, lies in the news. Call it freedom, we just picking new blues. It ain't no independence, fool. Red, white, and bruised. Time to liberate your mind, not just light fireworks. Boom, truth bomb. They sell us dreams in plastic wraps with a flag stitched over the traps. Told us we free, what a joke, what a scam. Still choking on history they never examined. Statue of Liberty blinking in chains. Freedom got a curfew, justice got stains. Guns in the schools, lies in the news. Call it freedom, we just picking new blues. America gone gangsta, who holding the keys? They talk liberty, but they profit off pleas. No independence, just illusions on lease. Time to break chains, time to find peace. Liberate yourself, don't wait for a day. July 4th ain't magic when your rights ain't straight. Give me truth, not parades, not rockets in the sky. Give me healing for the mothers who still cry. Land of the free, you sure that's the vibe? Cause freedom don't look like minimum wage and barely survive. We the people, been deceived, but we the people still believe. Raise fists, raise truth, raise hope like fire. Burn the lie, light the choir. I'm America gone gangsta, time to reclaim. From the lies, from the shame, from the profit and pain. No more pretending, this is our call. Liberate yourself, tear down the wall. No independence, fool. Just fireworks in your mind. Set your soul free, or keep waiting for freedom to find you. Use this prompt exactly to produce a bold hybrid track that feels like a sonic revolution. exactly to produce a bold hybrid track that feels like a sonic revolution. Tight America gone gangsta. No independence, fool. Hey, yeah. Tight rap over minimal trap beat. 3-roll rock trap fusion shouted hook. Phone rogue, what a joke, what did you mean? You're still choking on history they never examined. Statue of Liberty blinking in chains. Freedom got a curfew, justice got stains. Guns in the schools, lies in the news. Call it freedom, we just picking new blues. Tight rap over minimal trap beat. 3-roll rock trap fusion shouted hook. Phone rogue, what a joke, what I'm still choking on history they never examined. Statue of Liberty blinking in chains. Freedom got a curfew, justice got stains. Guns in the schools, lies in the news. Call it freedom, we just picking new blues. It ain't no independence, fool. Red, white, and bruised. Time to liberate your mind, not just like fireworks. Boom, truth bomb. They sell us dreams in plastic wraps with a flag stitched over the traps. Told us we free, what a joke, what a scam. Still choking on history they never examined. Statue of Liberty blinking in chains. Freedom got a curfew, justice got stains. Guns in the schools, lies in the news. Call it freedom, we just picking new blues. America gone gangsta, who holding the keys? They talk liberty, but they profit off pleas. No independence, just illusions on lease. Time to break chains, time to find peace. Liberate yourself, don't wait for a day. July 4th ain't magic when your rights ain't straight. Give me truth, not parades, not rockets in the sky. Give me healing for the mothers who still cry. Land of the free, you sure that's the vibe? Cause freedom don't look like minimum wage and barely survive. We the people, been deceived, but we the people still believe. Raise fists, raise truth, raise hope like fire. Burn the lie, light the choir. I'm America gone gangsta, time to reclaim. From the lies, from the shame, from the profit and pain. No more pretending, this is our call. Liberate yourself, tear down the wall. No independence, fool. Just fireworks in your mind. Set your soul free, or keep waiting for freedom to find you. Use this prompt exactly to produce a bold hybrid track that feels like a sonic revolution. No independence, fool. Just fireworks in your mind. Set your soul free, or keep waiting for freedom to find you. Use this prompt exactly to produce a
Bible Mysteries, Unsealed. Episode 2, The Nephilim Conspiracy, Giants Among Us. In the deep shadows of early Genesis, before the flood, before Babel, before law and covenant, there is a cryptic verse, so brief and strange that many skip over it without pause. And yet, within that verse lies a mystery that has captivated scholars, conspiracy theorists, and biblical detectives for generations. Genesis 6:2-4 reads, "There were giants on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God came in to the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. Those were the mighty men who were of old, men of renown." Giants, sons of God, daughters of men, men of renown. What? Is this, some say, myth? Others, metaphor? Or were they something else, beings not of this world? But what if it's neither? It introduces us to a group called the Watchers, a cadre of angels assigned to observe humanity. But instead of simply watching, they crossed the line. They descended, they desired, half human, half divine, beings of immense size, strength, and wickedness. Others would call the beginning of the end. Genesis 6-9 says Noah was perfect in his generations. Was that a moral compliment? Or a reference to his untainted bloodline, and also afterward? In Hebrew, Nephilim comes from the root nephil, meaning to fall. They are the fallen ones. And immediately your mind jumps fallen from where? What if it's history? These beings are called Nephilim, a name, as chilling as it is debated. These were remnants. The Philistine warrior defeated by David may have been one of them. A giant, descended from something not quite human. Survivors. Echoes of a pre-flood monstrosity. Others say they were hidden, suppressed, buried deeper than the bones themselves. They went by different names, Anakim Rapaim, Zamzamim, but the fear was the same. Theologians have long pondered, who were the sons of God? Were they righteous descendants of Seth? Book of Enoch once again lifts the curtain just a little further. When Moses sends spies into Canaan, they returned terrified, saying, or a spiritual Dasi Avu. They mated with human women, and their offspring, the Nephilim. They weren't just tall, they were terrifying. God looks upon the earth and declares it corrupts, so much so that he sends the flood. There are photographs, now mysteriously scrubbed from archives, showing skulls with double rows of teeth, elongated craniums, giant femurs. They weren't just warriors, they were aberrations. They were the stuff of legend and judgment. According to Enoch, these watchers taught forbidden knowledge to humanity, sorcery, weaponry, astrology, seduction, what some might call technological enlightenment. It's no coincidence that shortly after this strange invasion, in fact, some scholars argue that Noah's righteousness wasn't just about character, it was about genetics. Did the flood cleanse the earth of Nephilim, or merely scatter their seed? Could CRISPR technology be echoing the forbidden arts once taught by the Watchers? Could the sudden push toward transhumanism, the blending of man and machine, be a modern repeat of the ancient hybrid rebellion? The text is tantalizingly ambiguous. There were giants on the earth in those days, also afterward, after the flood, after the reset, after the judgment. We meet them again in Numbers 13. There we saw the Nephilim. And we were like grasshoppers in our own sight. These weren't ordinary opponents. Some believe Goliath, but what if they're still among us? We may find that the monsters of old never really died. They just changed form. Stay curious, and remember, not all giants wear armor. Some fringe researchers drawing on ancient texts, satellite imagery, and classified military reports believe the Nephilim didn't disappear. They went underground. Literally. There are tales, especially in Middle Eastern and Native American lore, of vast underground cities, of bones too large to be human, of sarcophagi that defy conventional classification. Smithsonian officials claim to have lost these artifacts. Why? Because if the Nephilim were real, if ancient hybrid beings once walked the earth, then everything changes. History, theology, anthropology, even the present. Some connect the dots between Nephilim and the modern obsession with genetic engineering. In fact, Revelation 9 describes a day when beings locked in the abyss will rise again, creatures with features part human, part monster. Is this prophecy? As Jesus himself said. As it was in the days of Noah, so it will be in the days of the Son of Man. The days of Noah when Nephilim walked the earth. He wasn't just speaking of corruption or violence. He may have been speaking of return. And yet, in all this mystery, one thing remains clear. The Nephilim were not just curiosities. They were a symptom of a deeper disease. A rebellion, cosmic, spiritual, and genetic, against the design of God. Their story isn't just about giants. It's about boundaries. It's about the consequences of stepping into realms not meant to be crossed. But even higher amid giants and watchers and floods, the grace of God rises. He preserved a line. He preserved a promise. He preserved hope. Because even when monsters roam the earth, God never forgets his people. So, were the Nephilim real? Were they myth? Or were they the first warning sign of a deeper war, one that still rages behind the veil? You decide. But beware, because as we uncover more biblical mysteries, next time on Bible Mysteries, Unsealed, the Tower of Babel, Blueprint for AI Control,
내게 너던 걸랑 걸래 이리 başta ezin gezin 너던 걸랑 걸래 이제 그랑 제게 너던 걸랑 걸래 상가르가 사른 나라냐 오자 그릉그릉 지치간 그끝 남아들라 일리 여리가 돌가 밀리야 유르슨 나나콜라 빌리 여리가 돌가 밀리야 유르슨 나나콜라 상가르가 사른 나라냐 오자 그릉그릉 지치간 그끝 남아들라 뭐라는 거죠 덩걸렁 걸레 시대는 내게 너 덩걸렁 걸레 이리 맛도 해준 게든 너 덩걸렁 걸레 이제 그랑 제게 너 덩걸렁 걸레 Hold on.
상작한가르가 사른 나라냐 오자 그릉 지치간 그 나마르라 일리 야리가 돌가 밀리야 요르스난 나홀라야 빌리 야리가 돌가 밀리야 요르스난 나홀라야 상작한가르가 사른 나라냐 오자 그릉 지치간
And every heartbeat feel the roar. With bat and ball, we're legends born. Colors bright, the picture light. For India, we'll always fight. From Delhi to the coastlines wide, the cheers are loud like ocean's tide. Every swing of hopes we chase, victory shines on every face. Shala India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every playing of a name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner eye. India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Like ocean's tide, every swing of hope's we chase, victory shines on every face. Your mind, they are rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Spinning dreams like stars at night, swinging beams through dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore. Stars at night, swinging beams pure dynamite. Feel the blazing glory's flame, every play another name. Unity in every crowd, voices strong and spirits proud. Together we ignite the spark, guided by that inner arch of our India rising high, underneath the painted sky. With every chant the spirits soar, creating hearts forevermore.
Troy shuffled down the hallway, his gaze fixed on his worn-out trainers. They were scuffed and faded, a stark contrast to the pristine, limited-edition sneakers his friends sported. He longed to be like them, confident and effortlessly cool. They had the latest gadgets, the trendiest clothes, and an air of belonging that he craved. Lunchtime meant joining them at their usual table, where they'd swap stories about weekend adventures he could only dream of. Troy came from a humble background. His mom worked tirelessly to provide for him, and he understood the value of hard work. He knew that asking for expensive sneakers was out of the question. Still, he couldn't shake off the feeling of being an outsider, a shadow trailing behind the radiant glow of his friends. The longing to fit in gnawed at him.
Hey Troy, check out these kicks. Limited edition, man. Got the last pair in the city.
Jaden, the ringleader of their group, greeted him with a playful punch on the arm. He puffed out his chest, showcasing the vibrant sneakers. The others gathered around, showering Jaden with compliments.
Nah, not really.
Troy forced a smile, trying to ignore the pang of envy twisting in his gut. He knew he couldn't compete with their extravagant lifestyles, nor did he want to. But the pressure to belong, to be accepted as one of them, was a heavy weight on his chest.
So Troy, what's new in your world? You saving up for anything cool?
You gotta up your game, man. We can't have you lagging behind.
The pressure to prove himself, to earn his place among them, intensified. The thought, once a mere flicker, grew into a consuming fire. Troy couldn't shake off the image of those limited edition sneakers, a symbol of belonging he desperately craved. He knew it was wrong, knew the consequences could be dire, but the allure of acceptance clouded his judgment. He convinced himself it was just a harmless prank, a way to prove he was one of them. After school, his heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and dread, Troy found himself outside Mr. Ben's shoe emporium. The bell above the door chimed as he entered, the scent of polished leather filling his nostrils. Mr. Ben, a kind-faced elderly man, looked up from his counter, a warm smile gracing his wrinkled face.
Afternoon, son. Looking for something special?
Just browsing.
Troy mumbled, his gaze darting nervously around the shop. He spotted them instantly, the coveted sneakers displayed prominently on a pedestal near the back. The vibrant colors seemed to call out to him, fueling his reckless desire. Waiting for the opportune moment when Mr. Ben was distracted, Troy made his move. He snatched the sneakers from the display, his heart hammering in his chest, and slipped them into his backpack. A wave of guilt washed over him, but he pushed it down, telling himself it was worth it for the acceptance he craved. He hadn't even reached the door when a firm hand clamped down on his shoulder.
Not so fast, son.
Mr. Ben's voice, usually gentle, was now laced with disappointment. Troy froze, the weight of his actions crashing down on him. The sneakers in his backpack suddenly felt heavier than he could bear. Shame washed over Troy, hot and suffocating. He looked at Mr. Ben, his face a mixture of sadness and disappointment. The twinkle in the old man's eyes, usually so welcoming, was now replaced by a shadow of betrayal.
I wanted to disappear, to melt into the floorboards and escape the consequences of my actions.
The weight of disappointment in Mr. Ben's eyes was far heavier than any legal punishment. He had let down not just the law but also a kind soul who had shown him nothing but warmth. Yet, amidst the fear and regret, a glimmer of hope emerged. Instead of the expected anger, Mr. Ben spoke to the officer in a low voice, his tone surprisingly calm.
I have a program called Second Chance for troubled youth. It offers them an opportunity to work off their misdeeds through community service and mentorship, a chance to learn from their mistakes and rebuild trust.
The officer listened intently, nodding in understanding. He turned to Troy, his expression softening slightly.
Mr. Ben is giving you a rare opportunity, son. A chance to make things right. Don't waste it.
Troy clung to Mr. Ben's words like a lifeline. It was a chance to atone, to prove that he was better than the mistake he had made. He looked at the old man, his heart filled with a mixture of gratitude and remorse. This wasn't just about avoiding legal trouble, it was about earning back the respect he had so recklessly thrown away. The following Saturday, Troy found himself back at Mr. Ben's shoe emporium, but this time, he wasn't a customer, but a helper. He started by cleaning shelves, organizing stock, and assisting customers. Mr. Ben, true to his word, became his mentor, guiding him with patience and wisdom.
Respect isn't about the shoes you wear, son. It's about the choices you make. It's about being someone you can be proud of, someone others can rely on.
Days turned into weeks, and with each passing day, Troy felt a change within himself. The guilt and shame he had carried began to lift, replaced by a sense of purpose. He found satisfaction in completing his tasks diligently, in learning the trade from a seasoned professional.
I realized that true happiness stemmed not from material possessions or fleeting approval, but from the quiet satisfaction of earning respect, both from others and from myself.
The sneakers he had coveted now sat on a shelf, a reminder of his folly. He no longer saw them as a symbol of belonging, but as a symbol of the day he had chosen the wrong path, and the kindness that had steered him back in the right direction. As weeks turned into months, Troy's transformation was remarkable. He started holding his head high, his eyes reflecting a newfound confidence that had nothing to do with brand names or social status. He was no longer the insecure teenager yearning for acceptance, but a young man comfortable in his own skin.
My relationship with Mr. Ben deepened, evolving from shopkeeper and offender to something akin to grandfather and grandson. We shared stories, laughter, and a bond built on trust and mutual respect.
Mr. Ben taught him not just about shoes, but about life, about the importance of kindness, perseverance, and staying true to oneself.
The other shopkeepers on the street, who had once viewed you with suspicion, now greet you with a nod and a smile. You've become a familiar face in the community, known for your work ethic and genuine nature.
One evening, as Troy was closing up the shop, he noticed a group of teenagers eyeing a pair of sneakers. Their faces mirrored his own longing from months ago, the yearning for acceptance evident in their eyes. He saw his own reflection in their hesitant glances, his own past struggles in their uncertain postures. He knew he had a story to tell, a lesson to share. Taking a deep breath, Troy approached the group of teenagers. He shared his story, his voice steady and sincere.
I spoke about the allure of shortcuts, the weight of bad choices, and the transformative power of redemption. True respect isn't about the brands you wear, but the values you embrace. Mr. Ben's unwavering belief and the Second Chance program saved me from legal trouble and set me on a path of growth and self-discovery.
He encouraged them to define their own worth, to seek validation from within, and to remember that true belonging came from being part of something positive, something larger than themselves.
As I spoke, I saw a flicker of recognition in their eyes, a spark of understanding. If I could reach even one of them, prevent them from making the same mistakes I had, it would be worth it.
Walking home that night, Troy looked at his own reflection in the shop windows, no longer with despair, but with quiet pride. He had stumbled, faltered, and fallen, but he had risen, stronger and wiser. He had learned that true growth stemmed not from fitting in, but from standing out, from making choices that reflected the best version of himself. The journey had been tough, but it had shaped him into someone he could be proud of.
I realized that the acceptance I sought was within me all along.
And with that realization, Troy knew he was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. He had found his place not among the cool kids, but within his own heart.
Trust in God in the unknown. Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct your paths. Proverbs 3, 5-6 NKJV. There are moments in life when the path ahead seems uncertain. Plans fall through, doors close, or we're asked to step into something new without knowing the outcome. It's in these moments that trusting God becomes not just a choice, but a lifeline. Trust means surrendering our limited perspective and choosing to rely on the one who sees the end from the beginning. It means admitting that we don't have all the answers, but knowing the one who does. Proverbs 3, 5-6 calls us to a deep, wholehearted trust, not the kind that holds back or hedges bets. When we choose to trust and acknowledge God in every part of our lives, He promises to guide our steps. That doesn't mean life will always be easy, but it does mean we'll never walk alone. So, if you find yourself facing the unknown today, lean into God. Trust Him with your questions, your fears, and your hopes. He is faithful, and His path leads to peace. Prayer. Father, I admit that I don't always understand what you're doing, but I choose to trust you. Guide me, lead me, and help me to walk by faith, not by sight. Amen.
The Giant Has a Face, a 5-minute immersive devotional drama based on 1 Samuel 17. 1. Setting the scene in the dry valley between the mountains of Israel and the plains of the Philistines, war has become a constant hum. For 40 days at dawn and dusk, one man walks forward to challenge the armies of Israel. He is Goliath, a warrior like no other, over 9 feet tall, encased in bronze, his armor clinking with confident menace, his voice booming like distant thunder. The Israelites are paralyzed, their hearts beat in sync with his mockery. Each morning, each evening, he looks across the valley and bellows, "Choose a man to come down and fight me." "No," he laughs. "Fine, but tomorrow, same time, I'll still be here." 2. The arrival of the shepherd in Bethlehem. Far from the clanging of war, a teenage boy named David rises before dawn. He chooses stones by the brook for his sling, each one smooth and balanced. Today's mission feels mundane. Deliver cheese and bread to his brothers on the front line, though his heart is more restless than usual. Arriving at the camp, he sees fear etched on every face, battle-hardened men shivering in their armor. His brothers mock him. Saul's armor sits beside the stones, mocking him too. But David's gaze is past the armor toward God. He asks, "Who is this uncircumcised Philistine that he should taunt the armies of the living God?" 3. Fear versus faith. David remembers the lion that menaced his father's flock, the bear that attacked his sheep. Each time he didn't battle with sword or shield, he fought with faith. "The Lord," he says to Saul later, "who delivered me from the paw of the lion and the bear, will deliver me from this Philistine." Saul hesitates, tries to weigh him down with armor, but David shakes it off his feet. Don't fit in that armor. Not his glory, not his calling. He steps lightly. He picks 5 smooth stones. He leaves the rest to heaven. For entering the valley at midday, the valley stands still, heat rippling off the ground. Israel, silent, the enemy tense, and in the middle, Goliath. He laughs when he sees David. "A dog?" he gears. "You come to me with sticks?" David doesn't raise his voice. He doesn't yell. He answers in crisp reverence. "You come with sword, spear, javelin? But I come in the name of the Lord of hosts, the God of the armies of Israel, whom you have defied." Every eye from Israel to Philistia fixes on David. He grabs the stone, fits it in his sling, and begins to circle backwards. Steady eyes locked on the giant's brow. 5. The stone flies 1 step, 2 steps, a deep inhale, and then a whispered prayer. "Lord, strike this blow not for me, but for your name." His arm swings, the stone whistles, time slows, strikes Goliath between the eyes. The giant's jaw unclenches, his knees bend. The valley gasps. He falls. One resounding crash echoes like the breaking of an age. David runs forward not to gloat, but to finish the job.